Καλή σας ημέρα.
Good morning. I welcome you to the second day of the Regional Growth Conference, a conference which touches upon the regional growth. I'm Spiros Kimasesis. I'm professor at the Department of Electrical Engineering and Computer Engineering at the University of the Peloponnese. I want to thank Mr. Luludis for the possibility to organize a very solid and very important panel on a subject which touches mainly upon the new generation, but also the growth of our country, and it has to do with the digital skills and employability. The digital skills and how these skills may enable people to find their place in the work market. I'm also as a representative of the Patras Hotcap. I would like to say some words about that. It's an action which is running for 6 years as a result of an initiative of the Intermedia Act and another company. And for the last 2 years, the University of Peloponnese has been engaged. And every year, we are organizing a conference about digital skills for children from 6 years old to 99 years old in order to enable them to strengthen their digital skills. It's an action that has been embraced by the people of Patras and by all the people in Greece because it is there is a website, there is a virtual coverage. It's a very important pillar for the employability of the digital skills, and we wanted to showcase whether there is care at the decision-making level, both at the national and international level. What are the policies in order to help the development of the digital skills? And after a lot of effort and a successful one, I would say, we have an impressive panel, and I would like to thank all the panelists and all these panelists that are here, that are virtually here. I don't have any protocol and I don't follow any protocol. I try to cluster you under my vision and under what I want to share with all of you. And by starting from Mr. Konstantinos Agrapidas, Director General for Labor Relations, Health and Safety at Work and Integration into Work at the Ministry of Labor and Social Affairs of the Hellenic Republic. He's here on this panel because he has served in a very intensive way the digital transformation in the labor market with emblematic actions. Thank you very much for being here. Mr. Dimitris Panopoulos, Labor Market Data Analyst, Head of Public Policy Research and Documentation Unit at the Greek Social Innovation Coordinator. It's an impressive action indeed, but he has some horizontal actions as he has participated in many actions for the digital skills, and we meet him at the General Directorate of Digital Transformation, and he studies a lot the impact of digitization on the labor market. Thank you very much for being here. Another person most of you are familiar with, Mr. Fokianas Zaimis, Deputy Governor of Entrepreneurship, Research and Innovation at the region of Western Greece. He's a person that, in spite of his political activities, he comes from the private sector. He deals with digital skills and the innovation and the development of these digital skills. Last year, both with Mr. Agrapidas, they presented the innovation hub in our country and in Western Greece. Mr. Zaimis, thank you very much for being here today with us. Thank you. Then we have the vision, the European Union vision, as I call it. We have in the middle of the panel Mr. Ioannis Magios, Head of Human Capital and Employment Unit at JRC Directorate B at European Commission. He has served for a very long time, for more than 30 years in the European Union and in the digital transformation sector, and the impact which has on the economy and on the society. He has supported with emblematic actions the decisions concerning the development of skills and when it comes to education. Thank you very much for being here, Mr. Magios. I brought you here very early. Thank you very much for being here. Then we have Mr. Vasilis Delis, a policy specialist at the European Parliament, and he has undertaken a series of actions in the framework of the interventions of the Analytical Policy Institute. He has served at the regional at the level of the regional authorities, and he had responsibilities in other international institutions, so he can share with us his own vision, but the vision of other international decision-making bodies. Then we have Mr. Panagiotis Kabilis, who today he comes from the National Documentation Center, the Greek one. He is a digital transformation policy and data analyst. 1 month ago, he was abroad as a member, an active one, of groups dealing with researches and proposals when it comes to the digital transformation and the market survey, and the group on the self-tool, which evaluated more than 3 million people from their childhood to their adult life, and how do these people build their digital skills. We will use him with his two capacities, with his both capacities here. Thank you very much for being here. And now we have, last but not least, two very big companies which operate at the global level. The company Cisco and Mr. Nikos Lambrogiorgos, client executive at the public sector of this company. With Cisco, our university, we have a cooperation when it comes to the digital skills. Cisco is under and is always operating in the framework of the intelligent cities and the digital skills. Mr. Lambrogiorgos, thank you for being here. And last but not least, Stelios Mandas. He is on the corner of the ring and he will attack from there. Stelios Mandas, he comes from Deloitte, Greece. He will soon be consulting partner. It's one of the best titles that a man may aspire to have at the Deloitte environment. And he always seeks people who are engaged in the digital skills building. Your role is to hear all the interventions and to judge them from the private sector point of view, and that's why I left you at the end, but not least nonetheless. I would like to give the floor for 2 minutes, for a 2 minutes intervention, a first round of interventions, and then I will raise some questions that cut horizontally the theme of this panel. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great honor to be with you, a panel which could promote the collective intelligence, and we could form a team because we have representatives from the European Union, from the public sector, from the private sector. So I think that that's the way the policy making and the decision making should be made. I would like to make a reference to the topic we are discussing upon today. We are living in an era of disruptive changes, and there is a global upheaval due to the climate crisis, the health crisis, the changes when it comes to the economy, to the labor market, to the labor, which is due to the digital transformation. The world is changing, the labor is changing. Today, the labor has nothing to do with what we were used to have in the industrial revolution. And one of the questions we should reply to is what should young people need to know in order to make a career today. But there is another question: what should the older people need to know in order to retain their place at the labor market? And this has to do with the universities, with the labor market, with the public sector, with the private sector. And I would like to wind up my interventions by saying that digital transformation is a social change, a big one. It's not a technical issue in the sense that we need some technical knowledge and then we solve the problem. No, the society is changing when it comes to decision making. We are living in the big data era, so those who have access to this data, and there is a question here, do any people, all the people have access to the data? And that's another question when it comes to inequalities, and I would like to give some answers today.
What you said highlighted the role that the universities can play. In the University of Patras, we have specific schools for the development of skills. You also referred to data, and this actually is a good topic about which Mr. Kondylis could say some words. So, first Mr. Panopoulos. As Mr. Agrapidas said, it's better to learn or to forget what you already know. This is a question that we need to answer to throughout our life, personal and professional. Digital transformation does not pertain only work, it also refers to the adjustment to change, to resilience, to adaptability. It pertains to the creative thinking and the possibility to have a multifaceted approach to issues, how we can use technology, how we can protect ourselves from the risks that technology involves. Moreover, we would say that transformation and transition involves the management of talents, the management of knowledge, the cooperation of people in a series of other things that are all connected with the technological revolution and which constitute the democratization or socialization of technological changes to the benefit of the society and of people, be it workers, students, or people who are retired, or any other type of group. I would just like to make a short comment. We should never forget what we have learned, because I believe that knowledge makes us better people and more efficient. Now, I don't know if you have already discussed about that, but you touched upon talent mining, which is actually something that Cisco and Deloitte have invested heavily in. They have invested in the relation with the universities. Therefore, I believe that we are now preparing ourselves for what will follow in the discussion. Mr. Zaimis, yes, it's a great pleasure to take part in such an important event. I would like to say that our role as local authorities and as a region is, first of all, to bridge the gaps that exist both in the private and the public sector, and also to bridge the generational gap pertaining to the digital skills. What we have already done and we have worked on with the gentlemen who are on the panel here today, but also with other bodies, is to give a signal that digital skills pertain to everyone. There is no age discrimination, there is no influence played by studies or not. We had a similar panel last week, and in that panel I had said that the children who are 16, 18 years of age today possibly know more about digital skills than all of us here together. And this is very, very probable, because it's not important if you have a degree of IT or software engineer. What is important is how you're going to use this to the benefit of you, to the benefit of your work or of your entertainment. And also, it has to do with how we as a region try to improve this gap. I believe that with the initiative Rebrain Western Greece that we have taken in the past, an initiative that has marked something very important for the region of Western Greece, but also for the country, especially given that the President of the European Commission, Ms. von der Leyen, talked about that as an iconic initiative of Europe. So I believe that this has been a major leap that we have made here. Moreover, it's very important to support entrepreneurship in the area. Patras is the first industrial city of our country. It's not Athens or Piraeus nor Salonika. Patras is the first industrial city. It is from here that industry started. We have also one of the best, not one, actually three good universities. And I also believe that what the companies did, that is to be active here in Patras, has been a very positive step and should have been made long time ago, because Patras has many comparative advantages. It has the skills, it has the human resources. I'm talking about people who are here to study or to live. And I believe that this makes the city unique, because apart from everything else, it also offers a quality of life that all the employees are looking for. Yes, and we will continue to do that. Me, as a professor, I will take the approach of the universities. We have a great responsibility to approach the companies. Our responsibility is not this responsibility is not the responsibility of the private sector. It is the responsibility of the universities. Now I would like to ask Mr. Mayaros to say a few words. The point is that time is flying. Therefore, I would kindly ask you to be brief so we can then move on to the second round of questions. We can't hear you.
Δεν ξέρω αν έχετε ανοίξει το μικρόφωνο σας. Εμείς δεν σας ακούμε εδώ. Θα μας δώσετε 1-2 λεπτά
Give us a few seconds so we can check the sound, and we'll get back to you. So I would give the floor to Mr. Delis for a short intervention, and we will give the floor to you later. Good morning. Thank you very much for the invitation. Indeed, we are going through the digital decades, always in relation to the strategic objectives set by the European Union. As you know, we have selected and we have agreed on proceeding to the digital and green transition by 2030. We have also agreed to reach specific milestones, both in terms of digital skills and in relation to the number of people working on telecommunication and IT. We want, out of a 56%, to reach 80% of basic skills, and from 2.5 million employees at European level always, to reach 20 million of employees and workers working in the digital skills, IT and education, with particular emphasis placed on the gender dimension, on women. Of course, this is something that pertains mainly to Europe, because in Greece we have reached many objectives. What do I mean? I mean that we have many more workers working in the IT and communication compared to the European average. But generally speaking, we're not doing that great when it comes to the DESI indicator that we have set and which we use in the European Union in order to make measurements and then make decisions. Greece is at a very low place. We are the 25th place out of the 27. However, what actually gives us a dynamic is the human capital. The human capital of the country is something that would get us to the 21st position. And then, of course, and if I have time, I can touch upon some other issues, like, for example, what we can do in that context in order to improve our position and, of course, then to ensure that nobody will be left behind in this digital transition, which of course offers added value to our societies. I would like to apologize for not having a female representation here. However, as you will see, we have more women attending, and this is something very positive. So allow me to apologize to the ladies who are here for not having female representation in the panel. So, Mr. Kambilis, thank you very much. In my turn, I would like to thank you for the invitation. It is a great pleasure to take part in this panel. I would like to present some data which will be useful for our discussion. The National Documentation Center published in 2021 a research, always in the context of the digital transformation of enterprises, which showed that 82% of the businesses place emphasis on digital transformation, considering it as a basic strategic choice. 43% of these businesses want to develop the digital skills of their employees, and 32% of these businesses consider very important factor to use new technologies for the reorganization of their operations. And we actually heard that yesterday from different panelists. We know also that all the businesses are interested in the cloud, in big data, in state-of-the-art technologies. At the same time, as Mr. Delis said, we are lagging behind when it comes to indicators like the digital skills of citizens. However, some positive steps have been made in that direction. And allow me to add something to what Mr. Kanopoulos said about talent mining. It is absolutely necessary, if you want to be competitive and to be innovative and to ensure evolution, to have the necessary talents. 2 months ago, we published a research about the computational thinking and how this is integrated in the educational systems of all European countries. We had conducted a similar research in 2016, and back then very few countries were the winners, quote unquote, Sweden, UK, France. They had started integrating computational thought as of the primary school. This research of 2022, we saw that much more countries have followed the same direction. Why? 2 reasons. First, because they want to help the citizens become conscious users of the internet. In other words, to know that the smartphone they use gets data, is based on algorithms. But also the second and more important reason is, as you aptly said, we need more people who will work in this sector. We need talents, and the quicker we find these talents, the quicker we allow them to grow and, of course, keep them with us, the better for all of us. And it's very glad to see the work you are doing here. I believe that it is in the right direction and it's extremely helpful. Of course, I could say much more about the tools that the European Union has developed, but I believe that Mr. Magyiros is the most competent person to say that.
I would like to apologize, Mr. Magyiros, for the technical problem, but just take it as a challenge for being here next time, because here we don't have such technical problems. Good morning on my part. I would like to agree with you that the challenge is the change of the labor market and the policies that will bring the desired results when it comes to mainly when it comes to the gap of skills in the labor market. This is highly ranking on the European agenda. It has been. There is a thematic agenda in the 2020 thematic agenda. It is high on the agenda, and we have set very ambitious goals, which I would like to say are very difficult to be reached. And we've seen a lot of improvement in the last 10 years in the JRC for more than 10 years, support education and training policies. We are carrying out quantitative analysis in cooperation with Eurofund and the CDFOP and the IOL. And what we observe is that there is no specific targeting for specific groups, whether these groups are low-skilled people or young people or people that have not integrated the labor market. So we have some certain groups that we should target in order to bring better results. What I would like, moreover, what we've done is to establish the digital set of skills, the digital framework of skills, the LiveCom, the BrinkCom. We've created what we understand is that we cannot develop all these skills and we do not consider them as being people who will steal our jobs. We need to understand why we should do that. Because we need the soft skills, computing thought, and cloud computing. We need to develop all these skills. So we refer to employability and to digital skills in the framework of this panel. But I think that the issue is a little bit more complex. Indeed, as I said, the General Directorate is promoting, as I said, the action plan for the digital education, the TRIA, which is an integral approach for the use of technology in the framework of the education. And in the framework of this tool, we have carried out many actions aiming at improving the use of digital skills. What I would like to share with you is that we're working now in order to have a European digital skills certificate, which I think that it will be a European certificate which it's of paramount importance, very useful in order to have a European labor market. And with these brief introductory remarks, I would like to stop here and then reply to any questions that may arise. Thank you very much. But I would like to say we are not engaged in this because we are not engaged in the real world, because the real world is the labor market. So, Mr. Labroyorgos, you have the floor. Congratulations. Thank you very much for the invitation to being here. A very important and solid panel, not when it comes to in weight terms, but in terms of expertise. I think that the previous speakers have said very important things. When we speak about the digital transformation, there is terminology, but if you see the basic needs for the digital transformation to being successful, we need digital skills in order to render successful the digital transformation. We did that. We were forced to do that by the COVID, and this is a trend of the era. We are forced to have digital skills. Both the companies and the public sector need to find digital skills. We've been aware of that at Cisco since 25 years ago. We have a program in cooperation with the University of the Peloponnese. We've been working on that for 25 years. We have educated more than 15 million students. Imagine a university with 15 million graduates. We are running the program in 180 countries. We have this action. This is an investment worth $16 billion. We have thoroughly understood the value of the digital transformation, and that's why we heavily invested on that. When it comes to Greece, we participate in actions such as the cooperation with the Ministry of Labor, with OAED. We are training now 3,500 people on the cybersecurity. It's a very important skill that people in the labor market need to have. We are participating in other programs when it comes to the digital governance ministry. We are participating in the national coalition in the framework of the Ministry of Digital Transformation, Digital Governance, in cooperation with both with the ministry and the companies. We have another program which of great interest for the students, incubator, that is, where Cisco at the European level is mining talents, and we educate them, we train them for a year, and then we propose them to work with us or to work with some partners of us. All these actions showcase our high interest when it comes to the digital skills. And Mr. Zaimis, I would like to reply to Mr. Zaimis that all the big companies here in Greece, Microsoft, Amazon, Deloitte, Cisco, have some hubs, so they are interested in cooperating with universities. Now Deutsche Com is leaving Russia and it's coming to Greece. This is a dynamic, this showcases the potential of Greece. I think that apart from Athens and Thessaloniki, both Patras and Iraklio have the potential, and we need to invest on this potential. There is quality of life here, and we need to take some actions in that way. So yes, hopefully we will cooperate and we will develop a further cooperation with you. I was very fast, but then I will reply to the questions that will be raised. Now I give the floor to Mr. Stelios Mandat from Deloitte. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great panel. When we talk about digital transformation, most of us think about big organizations that due to COVID have developed lately some products, some services. But in reality, lately we've seen that all the companies, being big or small, are tech companies, because from the fruit shop or the vegetable shop of the corner to a big company needs digital skills because and now I will reply to Mr. Deloitte. To Mr. Zaimis, Deloitte is operating for 50 years, and in an effort to create some hubs throughout Greece, and we did that in Thessaloniki with a hub having today 550 people with highly digital skilled people, and this group has its ranks has swollen lately. Now we want to attract more people, but our target is to help the society. That's why we run some schools, some boot camps. We have run more than 20 boot camps on different technologies, which will help for sure both students and non-students to develop skills and to work with us. And then we want to develop it further and to extend our action to other cities.
You, as very experienced in regional development, you touched the matter very aptly. I have prepared some questions for you, although some of the questions have already been answered, as it was expected, of course, like the question whether we have a skills deficit. I believe that all the panelists answered that, and all the panelists agreed. Now, I would like to ask all of you to describe to us what it is exactly that you do, what are your plans for the future in order to strengthen these skills. I can see that there are many young people in the audience, young people who actually woke up so early in the middle of their exams, in the middle of their laboratories, in order to follow this discussion. So, which are the initiatives? Are there any initiatives? Are there any short-term plans? I'm not talking about long-term ones, since we want to see results very soon when it comes to digital skills. Since we have the representative of the Ministry of Labour, we would like to hear the representative talking about the apprenticeship for the students. And since I don't want to feel safe here at the end of the panel, I would like to talk about the new draft of law for the universities, and I would like you to comment on that. And I would kindly ask you to be as sincere and candid as you can be when you talk about the change that need to occur in the universities. I can tell you responsibly that what you will say, I will take seriously into account. Therefore, I really want to listen to your honest view. Okay, thank you. We have prepared the presentation. If it's easy to upload it, please. Okay. I believe that you can all see the screen. Okay, perfect. Now, to the questions you raised, which are, of course, very critical, it is obvious that there is a clear deficit of digital skills in the labour market. Greece is lagging behind. We are on the 25th position, according to the DESIT indicator, and we need to do a lot of work in order to improve our position. Now, linking this with the economy, since we want to be exact, I would say that Greece is lacking human resources right now when it comes to specific specialties like engineers, environmentalists, architects, because, as you know, there is the big project of the Hellinikon going on, where there are many problems because they cannot find the people in order to fill these positions. We don't have the people for these specialties, taking, of course, into account that at the same time we have an increase in the number of tourists arriving. And even in tourism, we have a shortage of people, but for different reasons, of course. In the first case, we have this lack of skills, of specialized people. On the other side, in tourism, that is, we have a shortage of people of low specialization. And as you can understand, this is a major problem because it's very difficult to find the people in order to meet the demands of the tourist period. Many people who were previously working in Greece have left Greece in order to work abroad. Moreover, the labor market has changed, and I will talk about that later on. We are living in a period of unprecedented changes. That is why we need to constantly adjust our skills. Mr. Magouros talked about that earlier, and he said that it's not a technical issue. Of course, talent play a role, and computational thought also plays a role. However, personalities are more important. Because now the young people are required to present a resilience to change. They need to learn how to be resilient. They need to know that the specialization area will constantly change. And I believe that this has been the major change compared to the Industrial Revolution. So now we need some social skills, since, as you can understand, this may lead to an emotional uneasiness. So we need to take this into account because the employee, the worker, is not just someone who comes to work and then goes back home. No, they have some values, they have some principles and some standards, and we need to take seriously into consideration all of this. Moreover, very important role play the working conditions, and I'm not sure that the salary is the basic incentive of young people when they decide to work. We want to conduct a research in the Ministry of Labour in order to identify the standards of the young people aged 18 to 35, standards that they want to be met when they apply for a job, and based on that to develop the policies, because companies, we know, have their own approach and their own methods of assessing the candidates, but at the same time, the future workers have their own method of assessing the company. For example, they need to know whether the company is environmentally friendly, whether they implement policies in order to protect the climate, which means that a young person makes a very informed decision for their future. And the second problem that was raised by this panel is how to retain the talents, how to retain the people who have the necessary skills, and how to ensure that they continue to be productive. So we can see all these major social changes in this society, and therefore we need to investigate them further. I don't believe that we can just talk about digital transition without taking any of the aforementioned into account. In the labour market, as you know, we have gone through major changes as well. Now we have new forms of employment. You know that the employment work now can be provided from a distance. It is the telework. We have the so-called digital nomads. We have special regulations. By the way, we have Mr. Christopoulos here in the audience. Welcome. And there is a series of parameters that we need to focus on and, of course, take into account, like, for example, the spaces used by the businesses, the opportunities given for telework, many other environmental criteria as well. All of these influence the decision-making process. And, by the way, with regard to what you asked about the connection between universities and the labour market, this is a major issue. The PhDs that are now proposed need to be better examined in order to be connected with the labour market. And, of course, as one panelist said, we need to place particular emphasis on education and ensure that the student will have the opportunity to be absorbed by the labour market once they graduate. I'm saying that because many times businesses are far more ahead when it comes to innovation, which means that businesses, along with research institutes and the universities, can do some wonderful things. Could you please accelerate? Yes, I will conclude. I just want to say that the digital transition is not only a technical issue, it is a social issue as well. And allow me to close this short presentation and say a few words about digital literacy. The point is that we need to move forward connected. We need to ensure that there will be cohesion of the society, and this can only be guaranteed if we promote digital literacy. At this point, allow me to make a reference to a book that we have published along with Mr. Panopoulos, the 100 terms for digital skills and digital technologies. We actually published this book with the assistance of Cisco, and I would like to thank Cisco for the contribution. I would like to thank you, and I hope that I gave some answers to the very critical questions you raised.
I would like to welcome Mr. Athanassis Pinas. You have very important things to hear in that panel, so thank you for being here. Mr. Panopoulos, would you like to make an intervention? Yes, thank you. I would like to stand at a slide which touches upon the educational literacy of both the employers and the employees and all the staff. Give me the pointer, please, in order to retain something. I think that what we should retain is this slide. There is a technical problem.
Δώστε μας μερικά δευτερόλεπτα.
Ωραία. Καταρχάς, ένας πολύ σημαντικός δείκτης.
First of all, a very important index, apart from DESI, which will be of paramount importance in the future, is the Digital Evolution Index. We consider it very essential and to be followed because it reflects at the same time with DESI the progress in different sectors. It has 99 sub-indicators, and I'm saying that for the data analysts that are here, and I will retain this slide, and I will take some time to share with you that the difference between this revolution and the previous ones, the third one had to do with infrastructure, the big infrastructure, the change of hardware, of systems, very big works with very big computers and very big rooms from which we had the smart technology, smart applications, etc. What is different here with the fourth industrial revolution we are going through today is the concept of intelligence. The concept of intelligence. Intelligence is something that smart is something that can save you money, energy, etc. But intelligence is something smart that can take feedback from the citizens and build upon that. So in order to have an openness when it comes to mindset, to culture, at all the levels of decision making, when it comes to what's their approach vis-a-vis the changes. We do not need to be afraid of these changes. We need to take some steps and some initiatives in order to be secured against the hazards that are arising, but we need to try to fail, to learn from our failures, to change something that we learned in a wrong way, and to this is progress, this is orientation, and this bibliographically and practically is called growth mindset. Growth mindset, and we need to be optimistic and modern. Thank you very much. Mr. Zaimis, do we have anything intelligent, anything dynamic? I will say the boring part of my speech, and then I will talk about something less boring. The boring part is what we did at the regional level, what were the initiatives we took, the digital innovation hub in cooperation with the universities. It was ranked 4th in Greece out of 30 proposals. That means that we did a very good work. We are the coordinator. We are the accelerator. That's our role, to help, to assist, and not to put obstacles. We need to be open vis-a-vis the enterprises, the companies, and to bring more companies to our region. The Region 4.0 is a new initiative that is starting now in cooperation with the Digital Governance Ministry and the Interior and the Growth Ministries. The target is to be open, entrepreneurship friendly, the personnel of the regional authorities to be open, to be entrepreneurship friendly, and Patras is the the most important industrial city, and we need to remind this to anyone who is here, Mr. Minister, and all the representatives of the government here. Here the industry started, and that's why the liquefied gas is coming from here. And I'm very glad that Mr. Agapidakis and Mr. Panopoulos are at the Ministry of Labor, and we need to help them, because this presentation, it wouldn't be possible some years ago, namely not to speak of the unemployment in terms of numbers, but in terms of how this unemployment is getting generated. There is no way to retain your employees if your employees do not want to stay here in the western Greece region. The faith and the faith of the employees to the companies is more important than in Athens. In Athens, you will heavily invest on an employee, and then the employee will leave your company in order to go to your competitor. Here, we don't have that. We have very important staff, both at the schools, at the technical schools, and at the technical universities. I went some days ago to a technical school, and I admired people because there is a human capital here. Here, the protagonist, the primary role is for the university, but there are people who are thirsty, who are hungry for digital skills, and we need to assist them, to help them. And our role is to coordinate, to help, and not to put setbacks, and to remove all the bottlenecks. And we have another index, the rate of people with digital skills in Greece is the highest here in Western Greece. And now we would like to hear Mr. Magios. Hopefully, you can hear me now. Yes. I would like to say two more things. First of all, the role of the technical education needs to be crucial here in Greece. It's of paramount importance, and we need more intermediaries which will help in this Herculean task when it comes to digital literacy, which is a very daunting task indeed. And secondly, we need to get prepared for the green transition, which will have a very positive impact on employability, and it will be of great interest to the society. But before reaching this target, some problems will arise. Some industries will disappear. There will be a demand for new jobs in the new industries that will be the result of this green transition. This will have an impact on the distribution of the jobs in the labor market, and we need to be prepared to know how are we going to deal with that. So we've created an index in terms of the clustering of these jobs, and we have the brown jobs, the green jobs, etc. And then we need to analyze the data and to find out how we can we can shift from the brown job to the green jobs, and what is the set of skills required in order to do this transition. This is of paramount importance, and we need to draw policies and to draw interventions adapted to the regional needs, because there at the regional level it will be the impact will be bigger.
Thank you very much for being brief. Mr. Delis, could you give us some advice? And also tell us, what do you advise the European Union? We are in the advantageous position of having you here, so please enlighten us. Look, what did we do? We just completed a very copious effort of negotiation for the Recovery Fund, which includes, of course, the digital dimension that actually covers all the different actions included in the Recovery Fund. Our role is mainly to monitor and to identify any mistakes when it comes to the progress we made in order to reach the milestones. You know that we have very specific milestones and we need to reach them on time. Now, with regard to the more specific policies, some things have already been said, some by you and by Mr. Magouros. The first has to do with the integration and access to employability, to work, basically. The good practice shows that the apprenticeship can play an important role. This, as a term, in the European Union is actually a very important term. The second thing that can be done is to develop a very specific institutional framework that will clearly specify the rights both of the businesses but also the apprentices. And there are also some financing tools provided to the regions so that they can use the money in order to provide training to people who wish to be absorbed by the regional authorities, and these may be students that wish to develop some skills. And another important part is the lifelong learning or continuous vocational learning, something that hasn't been greatly developed here in Greece, and this has been a major mistake. And coming back to the DESI index pertaining to the human capital, you will see that where Greece is lagging behind is how the companies and the businesses in general invest in IT and telecommunications programs. This is the major gap in our country, and this is exactly where we need to focus on. Of course, someone could say that this is the case because we have very high number of small enterprises. For example, an enterprise that employs 5 people cannot develop an education and training program. But again, we believe that this is at the same time a major opportunity for the regional authorities. The state should keep the regulatory role. Of course, this is a different topic of discussion. The financing tools exist. We have the European funds, so we can use them in order to develop synergies at local and regional levels, and the businesses to send their people there in order to be trained. And another very important issue, and this is something that the people from the Ministry of Labour know very well, is related to the quality of data. We need to have quality data on the basis of which we will make decisions about the training of people, be it unemployed or workers. Last but not least, I would like to touch upon another risk, and that is that apart from transition, we should not forget the risk of creating social inequalities. The Confederation of Employees, which is one of the most powerful think tanks in Brussels, and had said that the major problem of the future will not be that the robots will replace us, but the evolution of new professions. We will have the superstars, IT engineers, software engineers, who will be very hard to get and will be paid a lot of money. So you can understand they will be considered the gems of the labor market. And at the same time, there will be the so-called digital janitors. In other words, the people who would just perform data entry or will work in a call center. Greece, being a small state, needs to decide which direction it will follow. I'm in favor of moving towards the digital superstars, and also to make the necessary investments in digital transformation, both of the businesses themselves, but also of the different networks that exist. What do I mean by that? I mean that we cannot possibly talk about telework and have systems that do not perform and cannot guarantee a smooth operation. You know what I mean. We experienced that during the pandemic. This was an exercise. We did okay, but we could do far better. Thank you. Thank you. Since you talked about data, I would like to say that Mr. Kabilis can say more about the qualitative and quantitative data. Yes, Mr. Delis made two very apt comments, the first about data and the second about talents. I would like to start with the data because the National Documentation Center is at the same time National Statistical Authority. We collect data pertaining to research, technological development and innovation. We have started an iconic project in the context of which we try to connect the microdata, reorganize them in order to provide better services to the users. And by the way, we are also going to initiate a series of contacts with the regions and users of data in order to see what they really need, how they use the data, what else they would like to have, but also how they will get this data. This is one of the actions that we are implementing. The second action is aiming at providing services for networking and development to the businesses. We want to bring close together, just as you did today, the community of researchers, of data analysts, with the European experience, with the experience of the decision makers, but also with the big businesses. We are also implementing several other actions. On the 21st of July, for example, we will have an action for reskilling and upskilling, which we have developed along with the Greek Development Bank, and many more will follow. And allow me to reply to the second part of the question about the universities. I haven't studied the law, but based on the researches we have conducted, we know that Greek universities can do much more compared to the digital capability of the professors and of the students. Previously, it was mentioned that the young people know everything, they are far ahead of us. No, I'm not sure about that. What I know is that the digital natives is a myth. The young, yes, they use technologies, yes, they adopt them more easily, but when we want to define what digital capability means, we will see that when it comes to security or to the proper use of technology, the young are lagging behind. And we actually saw that in the pandemic. We saw people who were using 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 for a password, and even for very important things like their digital signature. And the accountants, for example, they have the same password for 150 clients. These are tragic issues, as you can understand. They pertain to cybersecurity, which is very important. So we need to focus on these. And I believe that the universities can do more in order to ensure digital capability, both of the professors and of the students. Mostly of the students, yes, they use technology, but they can improve the use.
Yes, I will retain that it will be marked with indelible ink in my mind. We will do that. We will. Have we heard well, Mr. Laboyorgos? No. Yes, you've heard, and I would like to comment on this last comment. When it comes to cybersecurity, someone said that there are two types of institutions: those who were under a cyber attack and they realized that, and those who didn't realize that. When it comes to cybersecurity, all of us were the victim of cybersecurity, so we have a great need both for skill building and training. We've seen that, Deloitte has seen that. When it comes to the question on the short-term target of our company, I think that in my first intervention I replied to that. Our cooperation with Mr. Christopoulos, I think he should be a member of the panel. Both the Academy and the National Coalition are actions that we support. Our cooperation with the universities. Here there is a gap. In other countries it's more intensive, and this program has integrated into the schools both at the second and third level. Here it's difficult to integrate it. I don't know why. Such a program, and given that it's given for free, it should have been available for the children. Our target now is to cooperate with the local authorities. And Mr. Delis, maybe we should discuss upon that, because you talked about the possibility for funding such a program. And I'm glad that Dimitris from Perveza is here. We've addressed the local authorities, and there are academies in Trikala, Laisa, Perveza, Athens, and we give lessons to the local authorities, and the local authorities give to their citizens for free lessons, and there is a high demand. And last but not least, we created in Thessaloniki the Center for Digital Skills and Innovation in Thessaloniki, and then we do some lessons there. We provide lessons for for people in the labor market or who are unemployed. We do robotic lessons for children from 5 years old to 95 years old. Everybody needs to be trained, and there is a high demand also, and we support it, and we need to strengthen it further. We are in close cooperation with both the two ministries that were referred to previously, and the digital skills, we want to strengthen them, and in this context we undertake these actions. We are training between 100 and 120 people in cooperation with Cisco, and with both with Regional Growth Conference. We have a school at the University of Peloponnese, and we had a very important introduction for the technologies of Cisco in the intelligent cities. Some of the students who attended yesterday your intervention, and I will take advantage of what you said in order to engage you here publicly, in order for you to help us at the University of Thessaloniki to develop a technology on the intelligent cities for people, for children, for both children and students. We will take up the role of showcasing the technologies, and I would like to invite you to the next Patras COP in October and November this year. Hopefully you will accept my challenge and my invitation. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Off microphone, it cannot be translated. Mr. Madas, yes, I've heard my colleagues who talked about lack of capabilities and skills in some areas. We talked about cybersecurity, some engineers, but we left behind the cloud. For the time being, Microsoft, AWS are coming here, and however, now there are almost no people able to support this in the labor market. We don't have cloud engineers, so we don't have this support. So this is an area which worth the while to invest on. We talked about robots. In my mind, I don't have only the robots which transport things, etc. But we have the RGH, the software that imitate humans. And the reality is that human beings with some digital skills, with an Excel and a report from an Excel, these kind of people will shortly need to change their specialization because the copy-paste will not be sufficient. They need to analyze the data and they need to explain this data in order to add value to the company they are engaged in. We referred to the people, young people, and their relationship with labor. The reality is that young people don't buy career, but they buy culture. They need to be in an organization that inspires them. They don't seek to be retired from a company after 30 years of working. They need a positive experience. They need support. They need to have their dreams understood and to be supported. And this model that you work for 15 days, for 15 hours a day, and then in 2 years you will be a director, now doesn't work. When it comes to the interviews, the candidates are doing the interviews. They ask us. The roles have changed. The children and people, students, you have the upper hand in your relationship with the companies. We are searching for talents, and the talents are not many, and you are searching for a good company. What are we doing when it comes to the digital skills? We acknowledge the importance now in the digital skills because now the Java and the program languages do not suffice. Now we need more things. We need certifications. It's not enough to say that you know something. You need to certify this because all the market is full of people who says that I know the other, but you need to be able to certify this knowledge. So we have for the time being, more than 700 certifications proving the skills. By winding up my speech, my intervention, I would like to say that Greece has a very good potential, both digital and physical, but on our part, we need to do our part in order to be the hub, the biggest hub in Europe.
I would just like to say something about the certification, very important term, especially when we talk about the digital skills and training people in digital skills. The development of digital skills can be proved, can be certified, and this is exactly what we're looking for. We want to have people that are certified. That it means that all those who develop programs for the development of digital skills need to pay attention to that. Thank you very much. I would just like to tell you that everything we heard has been very interesting, and that in the audience we have representatives of all the research institutes of the country and of all the universities, and I would like to thank them for being here. I would also like to thank you for being on time and for keeping the time allocated to us. It was a pleasure to be with you and to have the discussion. I would also like to thank all of you for attending. Thank you. Κυρίες και κύριοι,
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning from Patras. I would like to congratulate the organizers, the Peloponnesos newspapers, and Mr. Leloudios, who is here with us, because for one more year, in spite of the problems related to the pandemic, they managed to organize this regional growth conference in here. The subject of this session is very topical, taking Greece's digital transformation to the next level and to the Greek society in general. In the last 2 years, many steps have been taken, very important steps indeed. But the most important thing is that the concept of sustainability is here. We have 49 minutes, so without any further ado, I would like to introduce you our speakers of the panelists today. We will have a first intervention for 3 minutes, and then we will have the possibility for a very important and very impressive discussion. So I would like to greet the alternate Minister of Development and Investments, Nikos Papathanasis. Minister, thank you for being here. The Rector, Mr. Christopoulos, Mr. Leonidas Christopoulos, Secretary General for Digital Governance and Simplification of Procedures. Let's see, how did you manage that? Mr. Aris Peroulakis, President of the National Documentation Center. He is virtually here with us. Mr. George Xerogiannis, Deputy Director General of SEV, Hellenic Federation of Enterprises, in order to see their role in this effort. And last but not least, Mr. Statios Eftatopoulos. He is here in his capacity as VP for Administration, Academic Affairs and Student Affairs at the Hellenic Open University, in order to see both with the rector, the education sector and how it intervenes. And as we say in English, without any further ado, and I would like to say that this panel is broadcasted via web and via Ionian TV. And Mr. Minister, you have 3-4 minutes, and due to the fact that you are a minister, you can take 4.5 minutes. Thank you very much. Thank you for the 1 minute. 1 more minute you give me. Thank you very much. I would like to greet this very solid panelist, Mr. Rector, Mr. Alternate Minister, Mr. Secretary General, Mr. President. I would like to congratulate both Mr. Leloudios and the Peloponnesos newspaper for this great organization and, of course, for the essential knowledge that is shared here. And I think that the digital transformation and the discussion on this digital transformation is an ongoing process. It won't stop. And if we see Greece in the last 3 years and compare it to the 3 previous years, it would be like mute cinema film and then a very fast movie which runs at a very fast pace, and this fast pace will be further accelerated because the accelerator has been the pandemic. During the pandemic, things that have been lagging behind for many years have been done, have been materialized. We've seen more than 500 services to solve problems for the citizens without the need to standing up to a queue. We've made leaps forward, and we can avoid nowadays 60 queues per year. And this has a very positive impact on our daily life. We've been Mr. Mitsotakis is governing for 3 years. One of the promises of this country, of this government, was to transform digitally this country, and I think the projects can talk by themselves. We don't need any numbers. And we have the responsibility and the obligation to keep going and to further speed up. Let's see what we've done so far and what's the national plan on which we are building upon. And this has many dimensions. The NSRF 2021-2027. Next week we will have the approval of the two first programs, the EPANEC program, which is of high interest for the companies because we consider that these programs, the call for proposals will be shortly public, and then the first entrepreneurial and administration program which will be held. Mrs. Ferreira is following this program, and this will be a model for all Europe because it's the first such program in Europe. And we have managed in very harsh conditions due to the fact that we took a very aggressive approach and we took very fast decisions, and to what extent this government is very decisive and determined. And we've negotiated in the debate for the structural funds. We managed to take money which will be highly invested in these areas, 7 billion euros, both in public and private resources, but a big part of this money will be invested in digital transformation. That's why you can realize to what extent we can make some leaps forward. But let's see, let's leave aside the 2021-2027 NSRF dimension and see the Greece 2.0 with the program Greece 2.0, whose main pillar is, which is highly related to Pisaridis project and digital transformation enables us to speed up all these processes. I'm running out of time. Yes, you have 1 minute. Yes, by way of conclusion, I would like to say that where are we heading to? We have all these programs operating, being NSRF 2021-2027, development and growth law, digital transformation. All these things will run shortly. And what do we expect from these programs? That Greece will speed up, will expedite these processes. We have already attained some very ambitious goals, but this is not enough for us. We need more. We need to go faster and further. And we will speed up the digital transformation. And I can see here very important enterprises from this sector that they are getting prepared for this era.
Thank you very much. And now we'll give the relay to the next one in order to talk about the 5G generation. But first, let's listen to the rector. Allow me to talk not as a rector, but as an IT person. And I would also like to make a proposal. Many times we don't have the necessary data to produce policies. Today, in Greece, for example, we don't know how many students decide to abandon university from the first to the second year. And then, moreover, we don't also know how to perform in a very good way the so-called business intelligence programs. That is why I would like to propose to the General Secretary, in the context of the Recovery Fund, to include the University 4.0, which will include a single financing system, a system also that will connect all universities in order to have the necessary amount of people working, not being overstaffed, to also ensure the electronic interconnection that will provide, for example, the digital identity. For example, if a student registers in a university, they will receive an email or an SMS approving the registration. And, of course, this will allow us to avoid some bad practices of the past, and will also allow us to know exactly how many students are studying what. Because, we have departments that are dying because they don't have the necessary number of students. When you have 70 students being accepted and only 30 registering, you know that this means a death for the department. So a single system for the digital monitoring of education will be able to identify the trends, and the data that will be produced will be used by the pension funds, by the competent ministers to develop policies, and at the same time will allow to all competent authorities to know exactly how many students graduate from universities. I would like to make this proposal now, and the rest of my time I can give to the alternate minister. No, I believe that this is an excellent proposal that actually describes the situation very eloquently. Mr. Christopoulos, major challenge for you. The portfolio is also very important. So what can you say about that? First of all, good morning to everyone. Every time we meet to talk about digital transformation, I keep thinking that we repeat ourselves and that we need to repeat how important and critical digital transformation is. And the Prime Minister himself has actually placed particular emphasis on that. And he established the competent ministry. In my view, everything that has been done during the last few years, and as the alternate minister said very aptly, all these things happened fast, mainly because of the pandemic. However, there was always a very specific plan, even before the elections, which means that everything happened on the basis of the plan. What was the pathogenicity of the past, and why weren't we able to proceed to the digital transformation that we wanted? We didn't have the necessary structure, the necessary authority that could make quick decisions regarding the implementation of all these things that we have been experiencing during the last 2-3 years that, as I said, have been facilitated because of the pandemic. But allow me to repeat once again that they were the result of very important decisions made by the Prime Minister to establish this ministry, to combine all the different services that were involved in this area. And apart from that, we also take a very important institutional initiative to promote electronic governance in the country. And we did that by passing a law on digital governance, a law that allowed all civil servants, businesses, and anyone involved what is the current state of play in the country. And if we can see now an explosion of investments in the private sector, made by data centers and technology companies, is because the institutional framework, the regulatory framework, as we call it, has been improved, has been codified and simplified. For example, for the very first time, we incorporated the cloud first, which was also mentioned by the previous panelists. And all the companies that are engaged in the cloud services are now operating in Greece without any unexpected developments. They know exactly what is the framework in which they operate. Now, allow me to touch upon a couple of points which I find very critical. Points that will maintain the dynamic that has been developed. This is the major bet that we need to win. Keep the dynamic alive. The first point is that we need to focus on what the previous panelists said, digital skills, that is. Our policies need to be oriented in reskilling, upskilling, so that all professional groups, all professional categories can easily adjust to the new reality. And it doesn't mean that you are trained once and you will be competitive for the rest of your professional life. No, you need to be constantly trained in order to adjust to the new developments. That is why we need to ensure that all the citizens of the country will have this opportunity. And the second point is at the level of state and policies that we need to develop these mechanisms that, as the rector said, will measure the impact of our policies. which in turn will allow us to develop better policies. And by the way, we are already preparing an observatory of the different actions and initiatives in the context of the wider policy we want to develop for the National Program of Administrative Services, which will include the registry that will have a list of all the administrative services. We already have the first 1,500, and we will also start measuring what has been done during the last 3 years so as to improve it and come up with better policies for the future. Excellent. Thank you very much, Mr. Christopoulos. And now I would like to give the floor to Mr. Peroulakis. Can you say something so we can see whether we hear you? Good morning, good morning. Okay. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I would like to make a short presentation. In the context of this presentation, I would like to say that the country indeed needs this measurement mentioned by the Deputy Minister, because the measurement is a prerequisite for better decisions. And this is actually the purpose of the National Documentation Center. We want to assist these measurements since we have long experience. We also have European experience, and we use European statistical methods to do what we do. We have already started taking steps for the promotion of digital transformation. In 2020, for example, we proceeded to the publication of the documents on digital transformation. From the very first study we did, we realized that the digital transformation had already started in 2020. The Greek businesses had already started thinking about incorporating digital transformation in the processes. And basically, this first study actually showed that the pandemic actually had a positive impact on all these. 50% of enterprises, as you'll see, introduced telework. 62% placed particular emphasis on digital transformation. 33% changed the business model, and 30% changed the products they offered. All these are very important improvements, which means that positive developments can be identified. Now, what did we measure? We measured the view of the businesses when it comes to digital transformation. According to the answers given, the most important technologies are cybersecurity, cloud, and big data analysis, and 75% of the businesses used the website or started using website because of the pandemic, and 70% interacted with the clients by using digital networks. In other words, we had a very deep transformation because of the pandemic. And allow me to make one last comment and say about the upgrading of businesses with introduction of state-of-the-art technologies. We can see that cybersecurity comes at the first place because everyone realized the problem. Therefore, they focused on cybersecurity. Then we have the cloud technologies, again, very high on the list. It is a necessity for many of the businesses. Big data analytics follow. And then Internet of Things, robotics, artificial intelligence, and so on and so forth. Of course, I can say more about all this later on. We will also conduct another survey, which will be published in July 2022. Unfortunately, I don't have the most recent data to share with you. The point is that many businesses have taken part in this survey, businesses operating in different sectors and all around Greece. And as I said, this study includes data before 2018 and after 2020, which means it includes data coming from the pandemic period. So thank you very much. And those of you who are interested can actually visit our website and take a look at the different publications on digital transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Varoufakis. It's a great presentation and very easy to grasp. The role of SEV, Mr. Xioyannis, the role. I have some slides too, if we can show them. Yes, let's say, first of all, that the country has made some very important leaps forward, and we live through that on our daily life. We see all the possibilities that the public administration gives us. Very crucial role is the very crucial role of GovGR is to be mentioned, which has simplified and codified our life, the life of the enterprises, and the vaccination problem, which rendered our life very easy and less complicated. The speed of our internet, 5G and fiber, always we are pioneering this sector as well. However, as we said, the digital transformation of the companies has been accelerated due to the pandemic, and according to a survey of OTE and of the universities, we see a drastic, a very important transition when it comes to the use of internet by both the companies, and we see that in the e-sales, electronic sales and digital marketing. We see that this is a great tendency. There is an important increase in these fields, and this is very important ahead of the future. But there is room for improvement, and there is room for improvement both for companies and citizens. The public sector, for the first time in history, runs faster than the private sector. Yes, this is the first thing that the public sector runs better, runs faster than the enterprises. The enterprises need to change their mindset. On the one hand, they invest highly when compared to the European average, but the Greek companies do not adopt new disruptive technologies, or in terms of cybersecurity, or technologies of the 4.0 industry, and there is no heavy investment. For example, the adoption of AI systems is less than 10%, when the European average is more than 3 times bigger. So we are lagging behind vis-à-vis the European countries, and we need to speed up in order to catch the train of the AI. And when it comes to the Industry 4.0, as it is called, in spite of the big efforts that have been done, Greece lacks of a cohesive integrated policy when compared, for example, to Portugal, which has an integrated policy, cohesive policy since 2018, and in the 4 years that this strategy is operating has been higher than Greece. It's now ranking 16th when compared to the last position in the ranking in Greece. That's what we need to do in order to reach the European average. Thank you very much, Mr. Xioyannis. And now I give the floor to Mr. Evstatopoulos. We insist on the academic affairs, on the student affairs, on the university affairs. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to congratulate all the team that organizes this impressive, indeed, conference, and thank you very much for the invitation to participate in this very solid panel. I think it's very important to put on the title of this panel the word transformation, and taking Greece's digital transformation to the next level. Next is the main word here, and that's why we are already at the digital transformation. Well, we need to speed it up. Last year, we couldn't imagine where would we stand today, and 2 years ago, we couldn't imagine where would we stand last year. That means that we at the universities, we have a crucial role when it comes to contribute to the education and training of all these people, because what does digital transformation means? Means digital personnel, and this personnel will derive from the universities, will stem from the universities. I had a mission for the Hellenic Open University in Thessaloniki. I visited the company, and I couldn't imagine that in Thessaloniki there is a multinational information technology company whose clients are some of the biggest automotive industries in the world, and it sells software to these companies, and they are searching for more personnel, and it's very difficult. It's a daunting task to find it. And in Thessaloniki, within a year, both Pfizer and Microsoft will settle in, and they will need more than 2,000 IT developers that do not exist now. So we have a crucial role in the universities. We at the Hellenic Open University, we had established an agreement with this company, and we are working on some very brief studies in order to train and educate all the people we will need. We have 24 minutes left. Thank you very much for your presentation and your intervention. I would like to utilize the time in the best way possible. You have all sent me some possible questions. I will reply to this, but I would like to discuss upon what has been stressed through your first intervention, and I would like to take the relay from Mr. Efstathopoulos, and I would like to insist, Mr. Efstathopoulos, on what you just said, namely that the digital transformation is running now, that the pandemic helped the conjunction help, the government engagement help, but you say that there is a great deficit for the sustainability to be possible when it comes to digital transformation. You say that you have a program, you have a running program, but what needs to be done? Because if Google, if Microsoft, if Pfizer cannot find the required personnel, they will halt their investment. What are your proposals in that sense? What I'm saying is that all the universities need to rise to the challenge and think out of the box. I would say that we need to see, for example, the brief programs of lifelong learning, which enables people to develop some necessary skills and capabilities in order to work in a targeted and determined way, in concrete programming languages, in order to develop tangible and very targeted products and systems, and that's according to the surveys in the market. That's the big need today. To what extent this is difficult? Do you have infrastructure? Do you have funding? Yes, we have infrastructure. We have the necessary personnel. I think that they can be funded by themselves. I think that these actions can be funded by themselves because, on the other hand, the minister has presented in a very good way the new programs that are to be presented, are to be operated. But these brave actions, but the bureaucracy, Mr. Minister, and the red tape is still very big, both in the NSRF and in other programs. And I know that the procedures have been simplified, but we still have many bottlenecks to remove when it comes to bureaucracy. But we can focus on these self-funded programs in order to train and educate new scientists in targeted objects. I will give the floor to Mr. Xerogiannis later and to Mr. Secretary General. I would like to insist on the education field. Mr. Rector, you made a concrete proposal. You can see the landscape in the community, in the education community. Mr. Evstathopoulos described it from the Hellenic Open University point of view. To what extent can you see that these people can integrate into the labor market and not being the handicap in this field? We don't have a good interpretation of the numbers. The political system needs to interpret the numbers in a positive way. The country needs more, according to the last available data, more than 80,000 engineers, IT engineers, and the country is training people that will work in the delivery sector. This is not acceptable, and we need a program which will be related to evaluation and assessment. We need to make a leap forward because we need to educate the public, the staff of the public administration, but then there will be an evaluation from an independent audit authority, and this result will be related to other fields.
Allow me to insist on that. You, as university community, a community which in the past was not very in favor of assessment, the university community was afraid that the acquis would be overturned. So your intervention, in my view, is correct. But what can be done, and how can you influence the state so as for it to establish the right schools? Okay, you as university community, you know exactly what is needed by the labor market. I'm being straight. I don't expect anything. I don't know if you know, but we are the third university of the country and one of the best universities in Europe. We have also a company that is listed in the New York Stock Exchange and a company that is listed in the Stockholm Stock Exchange. So what I want is to let us act free. I want me to be able to propose postgraduate programs that will be, of course, paid for. Look, we have the government providing us 8.5 million, and we get 1 million in reality. So basically what I need is freedom to act. Okay, you are clear. Mr. Peroulakis, what are your thoughts? I have heard some very positive views, which of course do not reflect the views of the whole of the university community. Because I know that in many universities there are some biases when it comes to entrepreneurship and businesses in general, and we have paid the price for that. So what we need are self-funded programs because the people know that they need to learn. And they are ready to pay for this knowledge. They are ready to pay in order to study. So we need to give them the freedom to do that. And since the state is not giving any money, it's much easier for this to be done by giving them the initiative, the people and the universities. I know, for example, that there is a program, a 2-month program that France has characterized as Bac +4, which means that in 2 months for web development programs, one can get the certification that is equivalent in the French term, to back +4. However, it is an intensive program from morning till night. It is a camp, basically, and this is something that is happening around the world. So what we need to do is to accelerate. Okay, you are absolutely right, and especially when it comes to the University of Patras, I know, based on the reportages I have done in the past, that important efforts have been made by universities of other countries, like Hopkins, for example, to proceed to an affiliation. But bureaucracy raised obstacles, and many things were frozen. Yes, but we managed in the end. Yes, but until you did, Look, we need to be serious. We need to have a different approach to Article 16. Okay, it's not that evil, which means there has to be a constitutional process for the revision of Article 16. You know which is our stance with regard to that. So you don't need to say that. I'm not going to make any specific question, Mr. Xirogiannis, because we have many open questions pending. So I would like to ask you, how are you going to make all this marriage between the different requirements? Because you are the ones who are already looking for these people. I have three priorities that I want to share with you. The first pertains to businesses, and I would like to start with our members. The business members need to show more trust to new technologies and incorporate new technologies in their production, in the decision-making process, to a far greater extent than they already do today. Okay, allow me to ask a question. Do your members realize this need? Because there are many entrepreneurs, many well-known entrepreneurs, actually, who are old school, let's put it this way. Many of the things we are saying, maybe they do not even comprehend. We do have examples. What we want is to expand them in order to cover all the production base, all the businesses, regardless of size, small, medium, because only in that way they will be successful in the digital era. The second proposal, the very good practice that we have seen in the provision of e-services to the citizen can be actually implemented in businesses. For example, we can develop registries for procurements. We can also focus on the so-called digital justice, which will improve the environment of the entrepreneurship. Third point, all the good tools that we have designed, be it development law or recovery fund or NSRF or what have you, which had been designed very quickly, they need to be provided to the real economy, which means that the programs, the implementation need to start. And I would like to conclude by saying something about skills. This is an issue that concerns the entire country for many years to come. According to our studies, by 2030, every year we need to train or retrain our executives at a pace of 30% a year, 6 months of retraining, of reskilling, if you like. As you can understand, this requires us to focus on the reskilling infrastructure and lifelong learning infrastructure, which is not to the expected or desired level. If we manage to do all this, then we will rise in the list of digital maturity. Okay, we have 12 minutes. I would like all of you to make a short intervention on the basis of what we have already heard, so that we can leave 1 minute for all of you in order to conclude. Mr. General Secretary, yes, we've heard many interesting things that we need to take into account and incorporate in our policies as a state. Mr. Xirogiannis rightly said that we need to pay attention to anything that pertains to the digital provision of services to businesses, and the respective program that we have approved, plus the program on digital transformation that will be approved very soon, include many actions pertaining to the provision of services to businesses, especially in the sector of justice, of administrative justice, I mean. That is Council of the State, administrative courts, the Legal Council of the State. All these are flagship projects included in the operational program. Moreover, tax administration and custom administration are also very important issues. databases, registries, all of which need to be interconnected. Of course, we have the so-called quick wins, which will be completed in the month and will be presented. And I'm talking about transfer of vehicles and other actions that have to do with entrepreneurship. Moreover, the establishment of a business will be facilitated further thanks to the e-services that will be provided to the businessmen. When it comes now to big projects, we have incorporated in the operational program projects pertaining to entrepreneurship, IT programs and systems used by the state, and we have also incorporated new technologies like artificial intelligence, blockchain, and others. The third point I would like to raise pertains to digital skills, because we consider them to be very important. I have said in previous interventions of mine that the only thing the state can do with regard to reskilling and upskilling, something that the state knows to do very well, is the reskilling and upskilling of civil servants. Okay, we are working with Microsoft in the context of its investment on reskilling of 20,000 civil servants. We are also working with other bodies and organizations for the reskilling and upskilling of civil servants in the departments we already know. Now, if these people decide to go and work in the private sector in order to get better salaries, okay, it doesn't matter. They will be very well trained and they will be to the benefit of the country. But when it comes to the private sector, I am in favor of the view that we need to always be on the side of the market, that we need to listen to the needs of the market. The businesses will tell us what they need. Yes, we do have the National Alliance for Digital Skills, in which public bodies and big private companies like Microsoft, Cisco participate. And together we talk about the programs that we want to implement in the next programming period, where we will have 113 million euros for the development of digital skills in the public and private sector. But this is exactly what I said before. The market needs to tell us what they will need, what it will need in the future. Only if we know that, then we will be able to support the market financially or in terms of skills development. That's why I would like to repeat that we always need to listen to the market. The market knows what is needed, and then we will develop the necessary policies, in cooperation, of course, with the universities and other competent authorities. And this is the only way that we can develop and implement the policy for the digital skills. This is the only thing that the state can do. This is clear. And I repeat, we need to listen to the market, always.
It is of great interest to stay for the next panel on the 5G. You all need to be here, because there we focus more technically. Mr. Minister, you've heard all the interventions. These are the issues. These are the challenges. What are you going to do from now on? What more you can do? If we'll leave 1 minute for every panelist, I won't have any time in order to reply. No. We will leave 30 seconds for every intervention. Yes, by hearing all these great panelists speaking, I came here in order to talk about digital transformation, and then other upgrading and upskilling arose, the investments in the private sector arose, the state, the bureaucracy, the red tape arose, and all of a sudden we came for a digital transformation discussion, and all these parts of an integrated and holistic plan are present. Mr. Pierakakis, the Minister of Digital Governance, all his team have done a great job, and this job is acknowledged at a global level. We raise the bar higher. That's the DNA of this government. Another DNA, however, of this government is that it hates bureaucracy, red tape. You know that the Article 16, we are struggling against it. You know that. You are fully aware of that. You know that we hate bureaucracy, we hate red tape, and we are trying to intervene in that field with our expertise. You know that the state machinery is very heavy. We have a state machinery which is deeply rooted, and we need to uproot it from the state. We are cutting its roots. We cannot do it all of a sudden, overnight. We are struggling by cutting root by root in order to facilitate the private sector. What's the way in which the public and the private sectors are running is different, because we here in the government, in the public sector, we are raising the bar. That's why we plan all these financial funds, and we have orientated Greece 2.0 and the NSRF and the Development and Growth Law. We oriented them on the digital transformation in order to push Greece for the next era. And you know that Greece is not famous for its absorption rate of the NSRF. And the new government has expedited these processes, and now we are leaders when it comes to the absorption rate of the NSRF. All of this DNA, this hate against bureaucracy DNA we are trying to uproot this red tape dimensions. We are leveraging money from the public sector in order to push the country in general. Imagine what does that mean to add the 70% of the today GDP be added to the digital transformation with the 40 billion euros that we will leverage from the market. You can imagine what could be the impact of all this, the positive impact of all this on the economy. We raise the bar in order to wind up my intervention. With these financial instruments, we want to expedite all these processes. Yes, we were lagging behind, but now we are running faster. Mr. Xirogiannis has presented all this data, and by way of conclusion, I would like to say that this bet, namely to render Greece one of the pioneers in this field, will be expedited, because we have a plan, and we have a plan for the next mandate, and we have a vision for the next decade. Yes, but Mr. Minister, it is obvious that you are an engineer. Notwithstanding the fact, regardless of whether we know we do agree or we do not agree with you, we can say that you are to the point, you are very precise. It will be very important for the minister will stay here in order to speak about the banks and the role of the banks, and this is very important. 20 seconds, an intervention, a title for this discussion. Mr. Rector, the digital transformation don't need to reproduce the bureaucracy to reveal the invisible aspect of the collusion, to utilize digital aspects. We did these things at the University of Patras. Mr. General Secretary, I would like, by way of conclusion, to say what I said previously, that for us the bet is to maintain this impetus of the digital transformation, both for the public and the private sector in the context of their cooperation. We will keep doing that as the our minister said, in the next mandate in order to materialize our programs and to keep up this momentum, this impetus when it comes to digital transformation. Mr. Tsirogiannis, I would like to wind up by saying that we have a golden opportunity in order to enable the software and hardware and all the disruptive technologies, autonomous vehicles, surveillance machines, etc. It's a great opportunity, and we need to seize this opportunity because it creates new and good jobs and other things for cybersecurity in terms of national defense are produced within this hub, this ecosystem. I know many colleagues that they didn't study when they were young, and now they are studying. Yes, the educational role is very important, and we can see that in all throughout the age span. The education is very important, and its role is very crucial, and especially the non-regulated one. I think that nowadays we got rid of the mindset that was putting bottlenecks to the growth, and this is very important. Mr. Pedroulakis, yes, thank you for the time you give me to intervene. It's very useful to have measurements and what we should measure the administrative burden entailed by a new legislation. What is the administrative burden, and what are the intervention we should make through measurements in order to remove all these bottlenecks, and I think that practically we will solve the problem. Our time is up, so I think that we had a great debate indeed, and food for thought, big challenges for all of you. Thank you very much for being here, and I propose you to stay here because the next panel replies in a more technical way to the questions we raised here.
Λοιπόν, καλή σας.
Good morning once again. As we have already told you, we will now have another very interesting panel that gets the relay from the previous one, since this one will also talk about the digital transformation of the state, but of the businesses as well, since Greek entrepreneurship is at a crossroads, according to the title of the panel. So we will see whether the 5G networks can actually help Greek entrepreneurship in its course in the future. I have the honor and the pleasure to have with me some very knowledgeable people. You know that all these things sounded very bizarre in the past. We have Ms. Maria Boura, Executive Advisor on 5G and Strategy and Leadership Matters, co-founder of the Women Leadership Hub. All of these together, beautiful title, welcome. Mr. Adonis Kazano is with us, Business Development and Innovation Director at Unisystems. Welcome and thank you for being with us. Mr. Nikos Pevris, Head of Vodafone Cloud and Connectivity Department, Vodafone Greece. He is with us online. He is a member of Vodafone, as I told you. Welcome. You will tell us what Vodafone is doing and what Vodafone can do as of now. Mr. Tomkos, the Professor of Information Technology in the University of Patras. Good morning, everyone. And of course, the chairman of the Digital Transformation Innovators and CEO of Regate SA, Mr. Yorgos Markatatos, is with us. Good morning. So all together, we are going to talk about this beautiful title, 5G networks. Our country is a pioneer in these networks. The point is, what are we going to do in the future? We have already said that the pandemic has helped enormously. The needs that emerged due to the pandemic accelerated the processes, and the Ministry of Digital Governance has already identified the problems and has taken action in order not to impede this impressive progress. So, 3-4 minutes for initial intervention. Ms. Boura, I would like to start with you, and immediately afterwards we will have a very interesting discussion. Thank you. Good morning. I would like to start by explaining why 5G is so important. Why are we talking about it so much? Isn't it another generation of mobile telephony? First of all, 5G is the fastest growing technology. In 3 years' time, it will reach 1 billion users. Imagine that TikTok needed 5 years in order to reach 1 billion users. So you can see that it advances very rapidly, and we have over 1,000 interconnected devices. And when I'm saying devices, and this is where the game begins, I don't mean only smartphones. I mean all kinds of devices, TV sets, robots, drones, on-vehicle units, vending machines, smart glasses, everything. So let me get something, because I was trying to explain 5G to my daughter. In other words, with 5G, I can get my smartphone in order to turn on the air conditioning in the house. Yes, of course, and this is something simple. This can be done even today, but more will be feasible in the future. And allow me to explain what makes it different, because we all believe that it's a new generation and will provide us with a greater speed, up to 1,000 megabps, compared to the fiber. But it's not just that. It is the possibility to serve reliably even 1 million connected devices in 1 square kilometer. And in order for you to understand, 4G serves 3,000 devices per square kilometer. So this means that it connects all the IoT, anything that can provide us with data and information. Moreover, it has a very low energy consumption. In other words, a sensor that is installed in the forest in order to make some measurements cannot possibly be replaced every year. You understand that. But with 5G, you can replace the battery after 10 or 11 years, which actually boosts the IoT and ensures interconnection. And the last very important thing is the very low time lapse of the response. So we're talking about milliseconds, which means that we can actually talk about autonomous driving. We can talk about services for combating natural disasters that broadcast a video to the information center in order to help people. So these are the characteristics that make it entirely different. And of course, security that it provides, plus some functionalities like the network slicing, edge computing, and all these that will maximize its use by the businesses in their effort to produce innovation. And I would like to close by saying that this is the reason why all countries have started this race in order to launch it, because they believe that it is a vital infrastructure for the future of the country, of the society, and of the environment, and for growth. And they also deem it as an open platform of innovation that is unprecedented. And I believe that they are not afraid of it. Am I right? No, don't laugh, because many times in the past, local communities or local interests create huge problems to things that they may not understand, or they will inevitably prevail. Okay, thank you very much. Mr. Kazanu, Unisystems. I would like to thank you for the invitation. It is an excellent organization. I would like to approach the issue in a different way. First, Unisystems is one of the biggest integrators in the area, which means that it complements the solutions in order to serve its customers. But at the same time, it is a member of the Quest group, which is a group that right now has a great diversity in different sectors like transport, e-commerce. And all this activity makes the group different also in terms of use of technologies. Allow me now to touch upon the opportunities and the challenges ahead of us, and also talk about the way that the companies will accept this technology or ensure the necessary interactions with the innovation society, with the technological opportunities in order to make the most of these technologies. So allow me to say that we have a major challenge ahead of us at three levels. The first, technologically speaking, right now, the implementation that has already been completed is the first stage, which means that we get the bandwidth. The second level, where we expect to see sliding, data loan, and others, will mean the real implementation of the 5G applications. Of course, those of us who are not involved in the development of infrastructure are lagging far behind. I already know some providers that they will proceed gradually to this implementation in 2023, which means that all the benefits provided to us by 5G will be provided in the second stage of the implementation. At the same time, there is a community of many companies that innovate and develop new applications and new services. We, as a group, we have created the Innovation Center, the Achaia Hall, where we have connected all the companies with one single objective, and that is the optimal utilization of these technologies. This connection of the companies actually allows them to make the most of the available opportunities. And in terms of Unisystem, which is a big provider, I can tell you that we actively participate in several projects, like the one that is implemented here in Patra, the Kinec, which is a project for 5G, in the Pleiades project, which is the cluster we have, and companies play a very important role in this cluster. And a third area in which we are greatly interested, where we also have the participation of the state, is funding. It seems that all the companies that will be established are at an early stage. Festos then came along as a funding model. Many other initiatives need to follow. And we want to take part in these initiatives because we know that a lot of financing and patience will be needed if we want to ensure the best use of these technologies and in order to produce some very beautiful results. And something else that was a rather positive surprise has to do with the new draft of law, where there are provisions for the emerging technologies like drones and blockchain, which are basic applications that will stem from 5G. That's all from me as a first intervention.
And they have a lot of the great interest, indeed. Mr. Plevis, Vodafone, what's the point of view of Vodafone? Because you are working these systems, you and other stakeholders. Good morning, and thank you very much for the invitation and the opportunity you give me to share some thoughts with you. We are standing at a time conjuncture, a happy one, I would say. Allow me to say happy. And why do I say happy? Because we stand at the conjuncture when we are discussing over the fourth industrial revolution. We are within this revolution. We are leaving behind a 2-year-long COVID pandemic, during which people that didn't have anything to do with e-learning, they were forced to change their mindset and to learn new things. And we are standing in the late months in a context with many geostrategical upheavals, which raise the concern in Europe when it comes to its energetic sufficiency and its security. So all these revolutions, till employment, till education, all these have a common denominator, which is the reliable connectivity. These are the three pillars on which the digital transformation stands. I won't analyze 5G because Mrs. Bura analyzed it in a very good way, but allow me to say that all the communication generations were connected to a certain service. Let me put it in a more simple way. The second generation of the telecommunications made the voice mobile. That's what the characteristic. We got rid of the cables. We could transfer voice wherever we were. The fourth generation, not to mention the third, which was a transition period, it did what it did in the data. It brought the broadbandness from the fixed network to the mobile. The 5G is an amalgama of characteristics, of features. For example, telemedicine, autonomous driving. It gives it very big capacities, a very important feature for services of augmented reality. And according to my personal view, these are technologies that could change the way we educate the new generations or the tourism. We are talking about really disruptive technologies. And last but not least, we should focus on, when it comes to 5G, is the connectivity of too many devices. Anything surrounding us will be interconnected. So this could enable us to go further when it comes to the digital transition in the post-pandemic era based on the 5G. I think that it will add more than 12 billion value to the European market. We, as Vodafone, we are 100% engaged in order to help when it comes to the penetration of these technologies into the market in order to enable not only Europe but also Greece. We have a 600 million investment program for the development of the 5G network and for other infrastructures like submarine cables, which will connect not only the islands with the continental Greece, but we have a vision to connect Greece, to render Greece a communication hub with crucial networks abroad, and in that way to render our country a pioneer and to give it the position it's worth. But when it comes to the penetration of these new technologies in Greece, I think we don't stand at a good point. Thank you very much, Vodafone. And later, I would like to learn as a consumer to what extent the 5G network and the mobile telephones, because I don't use smartphones, whether to what extent for the consumer this will render its life better and easier. Mr. Tongas, you have the floor. There are many expectations vis-à-vis the 5G, but we need to see where do we stand now and how we can meet these expectations. Now we have 500,000 subscribers, but I don't know to what extent these subscribers utilize the possibilities, the capabilities of the 5G. 500,000, it's a small number. We need to integrate more subscribers into the system, but in order to do so, we need to leverage and to mobilize the whole system and to finalize all the investments by the providers in order for them to see the results and keep investing. That's the cycle followed in all the countries where such networks were installed. This generation will last for 10 years. It's not done within 1 or 2 years. And there are 3 sub-cycles. The first sub-cycle lasts 3 years, and it has to do with the development, the deployment of the infrastructure, and it entails heavy investments enabled by the legislation by the states. The second sub-cycle, after the 3 first years, we will start seeing more applications, more uses of these applications, and to utilize all the different capabilities. And the last sub-cycle has to do with the maturity, where we will be about to welcome the 6th generation. When it comes to the speeds, in download speed, we are talking about 150 megabits per second, between 100 and 200. It's not a great upgrade vis-à-vis the 4G, which means that the deployment of new technology is not standing at a good point. When it comes to the upload, 30 megabits per second, and in order to really utilize the different capabilities that gives us 5G, we need an intensification of the network, deployment of more systems, and in order to do so, the providers, need to be able to go there, to go to where they want to install their infrastructure, and for that they need the help from the government. So, by way of conclusion, it's not only the time of response, it's not only the speed, which is about 5G, the experience will be better, and the fact that we can reduce the cost of the services, and we can create new businesses, new companies, both in software and hardware, which will enable our country not to be only users, but to be providers as well.
Wonderful, Mr. Professor. Mr. Makadatos, first of all, what have you done exactly in the digital transformation innovations? And what are your plans for the future? First of all, good afternoon. Thank you very much for the invitation to take part in this panel discussion. As Achaia was founded in 2010 as Association of Mobile Apps. Back then, there were mobile companies that were operating on mobility, that is, applications on mobile phones that were creating innovation in Greece and were channeling it abroad. So in the DNA of Achaia, which is the Association of Companies of Innovation Applications, are included businesses that are very close to 5G. They have always been close to all Gs anyway, and at the same time they produce innovation. They do not import innovation in order to apply it in the Greek market. No, Greek minds, Greek talents produce innovation. Off microphone. Now, the mandate of the association, its philosophy is that all the problems that we have resolved in the past with mobile apps need to be revisited and resolved from the beginning, because 5G does not pertain only to the increase of speed. We don't mean that when in the past we needed 1 hour to download a film, now I will download it in 10 seconds, therefore this is 5G. Unfortunately, this is the view that the Greek market has about 5G, and this will change only if our networks become truly 5G. Now we have 5G, but based on backbone, on core, on infrastructure of 4G. So this by itself, and this is the first stage, as we said before, actually raises some difficulties in our operation. I will give you an example. A problem we resolved with regard to the networks was the following. We managed to install on a remote island the necessary infrastructure so as to provide instructions about the performance of telemedicine. This was in 2019, before the COVID-19, on the basis of a 4G network that was installed in Barcelona initially, where there was a very simple operation performed on a patient who was in the hospital of Catalonia, and the doctors were in the exhibition center. So it was basically a local 5G network that had been developed in the city in order to make this experiment. Now, how did they manage to perform this operation? Because the 5G network actually provide them and will provide us with the possibility to ensure that connectivity will never be lost. That is the moment of a very delicate move that the surgeon needs to perform on a patient. In the past, the connection could be lost, but now this will never happen. So there's going to be quality of service all time round. So if I need a 5G for a telemedicine application that I need to perform on a remote island where there are no doctors, then I need to know that 5G will ensure this smoothless connection. And this is actually what the 5G offers. Perfect and seamless connection. So in order to develop all these technologies, there are some organizations like the University of Patras that has some small-scale 5G networks and can actually implement some applications. But in order for this to become more extensive, more efforts need to be done by all stakeholders, not just by the university or by Demokritos, but by all interested parties.
Να ξεκινήσω την κουβέντα από εσάς.
I would like to start the discussion with you. So what needs to be done? Where do we stand right now with regard to infrastructure? What do you need in order for you to make this life-threatening operation on the basement, on this remote island? As far as I know, the frequencies of 5G have already been auctioned. The government says that we are pioneers and we innovate, but what do you need in order for the 5G network to be up and running? Where will we see it happening? I'm not the right person to answer what needs to be done in terms of infrastructure because I and my team are focusing on applications, which means we want the infrastructure to be developed so that we can develop applications that right now can be implemented because the architecture is based on the 4G network. So the best person to answer this question may be the professor or the representative of Vodafone. What we need to do is to channel to all innovation businesses, or at least to all businesses that produce either in Greece or Greek mines that produce abroad, like Festos, for example, which is a company about which I learned more by Maria Boura. Festos will open its branch here in Greece very soon. So what we need to do is to explain to the Greek businessmen that the way that they use to resolve their problems is acceptable, but when in the future they need to revisit this way because by doing that, they will be able to provide better services to the customers and ensure better performance overall. For example, let's take the application for the prevention of fire forests. In order for this to be done, what you need is a network, 5G network. Okay, what about your sector? If we get this network up and running, then what do you see happening? Okay, sky's the limit, to put it simply, because 5G activates technologies that we were hearing about in the 90s in the universities. For example, artificial intelligence. It is not a recent development or recent technology, but now with 5G and with the microservices, I become very technical. No, please. I apologize for not knowing so much, but I'm very interested in learning, so please. So with 5G and with other technologies that will blossom around 5G, like computing, machine learning, and many others, the IoT devices that have a great potential and great force, all of this together will provide companies like ours the possibility to resolve problems which we considered already solved. And we were resting on our laurels. So you can understand that it will create some sort of a competition. It will provide the opportunity to innovate. But the problem is that for the time being, we don't have as many people as we need in order to meet the demands of the 5G. Okay, we heard about infrastructure and we also heard about training the people that will be called to manage all this. Okay, let me put things in order and see what is the required. The required is the digital transformation of state and businesses, the increase of economic growth, reduction of unemployment, and 5G is an infrastructure that allows all of these things to be done. It's not the only. There are other broadband networks like the the optic fiber networks, where huge investments are channeled, and which will act complementary to 5G. You cannot have a wireless connection that has a great capacity without having the necessary infrastructure behind to transfer the data on the cloud. Moreover, I would say that if I had to be operated on, I would prefer to have a fixed line connected and not a mobile one. And of course, I would like to have a stable network which can only be provided by 5G. Now, with regard to education and training that you mentioned, we have a very big problem in the universities, which we approach just like the businesses do. We don't find the students to work with, to do research, to develop new technologies. And many times they don't even graduate from university, since they have already received offers from companies asking them to go and work for them, which proves that the need for this type of knowledge and this type of people is huge. In the past, which is the department you're talking about? We are in the Department of Electronic Engineers, which is a department of National Technical School. So, in order for someone to work for you, they need to have graduated from the National Technical University. Look, the University of Patras has a department that is a technical one. We don't have only national technical schools, we have also other schools. We have medical school, and the technical school is a school that focuses on new technologies, mechanical engineers, electrical engineers. So this part, the IT, is in high demand, as you can understand, for all the reasons we mentioned before. There are new infrastructure developed. We have the digital transformation of the state and of the businesses, which is ongoing. So you can understand there is huge demand for people who can work on this. So what we try to do is to help in this effort. We try to produce the right people for this type of positions. But I have told you that some students, before they graduate, they have already been absorbed by the labor market because of this high demand. But, and allow me to go back to what we were saying before, in order to make the most of the opportunities provided by the 5G networks, we need to take a distance from today's technologies, which are depending a lot on the 4G infrastructure. In the spectrum, we use the dynamic spectrum sharing, for example, which means that we are using the previous radio access network. When it comes to the core part of the network, we are depending on EPC, which is a 4G, without being able to use the possibilities offered to us by 5G. Of course, everything will be done gradually. Moreover, right now, we use rather low frequencies similar to the ones of 5G. That is why there hasn't been such a development of new radio systems by the providers, which has allowed them to keep the cost of their investments rather low and the demand respectively low. But in the future, in the coming 3 years, as I was saying before, we are going to use the frequencies, higher frequencies, 3.5 gigahertz or even higher, so as to provide new services of greater quality. Of course, this will take some years, and it needs to be done in parallel with the increase in demand, because this is the only way that it will be meaningful for the investments. Some areas of the country will remain blank, wide, as we call them, which means that they will not have the coverage that other regions will have. There will be a digital divide, to put it this way. And that is why the state needs to take necessary action in order to assist the businesses so that they, in turn, can ensure that all the regions will have the necessary connectivity. How can the private sector contribute to that? The private sector will first focus on profitability, which is, as you know, the required for the private sector and for all companies. So in some of these regions where competition will not be that performant and where private initiative will be inexistent, the state needs to take care in order to support the development of this infrastructure. This is actually happening as we speak for the fixed networks, where we are trying to ensure co-financing for the development of this type of fixed and permanent infrastructure. However, soon we will see similar needs arising for wireless networks. Of course, there the development is easier, but of course I'm not talking about coverage only with frequencies of 700 megahertz. This is very easy to be done. The point is to ensure coverage on the basis of the true opportunities that networks can provide with higher frequencies, with small cells, but also with other technologies that, of course, will take some time to arrive in Greece. Until this happens, won't we already be in 6G? You were saying all these things in the context of the digital summit. Yes, the whole cycle lasts 9 to 10 years. Where did we start? We started 1.5 years ago with the provision of the spectrum to the providers. So we are still at an early stage. That's why I gave you all these numbers before. The promises and the expectations are very high. But we need also to be patient and to make the right moves so that these networks can truly be developed.
Great. We have 15 minutes left. I propose that you take the floor for 5 minutes each in order to manage the time in the way you want. I first give the floor to Mr. Pleveris from the Vodafone company. You heard a lot of things, the challenges. Now we want a reply to all of these issues that arose. I would say that the answer we should give is not whether the digital transformation will follow suit. The question is how fast are we going to do it? And the numbers don't help us, because if we compare what is going on in the US, in the Europe, and in Asia, I would like to say that we would need the 10 times of investments in Europe in order to reach the level that China has attained today, which has 60% of coverage, 5G coverage, Korea 40%, the US 45%, and in Europe 10%. So we need a technological generation, as it was mentioned before, in order to reach the same level. So we need to get support in order to expedite this process. The technology is here. The capabilities are here. The willingness to invest is here, but we need a framework, a political framework, in order to make more stable steps towards the future. The 5G legislation and the contract awarding was expedited. There is an effort to fight against the bureaucracy, which is one of the main problems here in Greece. When it comes to the submarine cables, we are trying to construct for the Greek market, and we need to wait for 24 months in order to get the respective licenses. When it comes to the regulatory framework, this is very important when it comes to the licensing and fight against bureaucracy. And in general, the environment must be more friendly vis-à-vis the private investments. Europe has a particularity when compared to Asia and the US. It is more fragmented at the providers level, so we don't have this scale economies as it happens in Asia or in the US. So we need a more friendly regulatory and legislative framework, and there are steps that have been taken, but we need to make bigger efforts, in my point of view, in order to help this investment. When it comes to Festos, do you consider it a useful tool? It's a start. Does it respond to the expectations of your sector? Yes, it can. But we must understand that telecommunication and 5G have nothing to do with the previous generation. So the investments that need to be done, they talked about density of antennas, new generation of 5G standalone, for example. These are brand new networks. So brand new is not evolution of the forge of the other generations. It's a brand new concept, so the new legislation needs to see that as something, as a brand new concept and not as the evolution of the previous generation. So it's clear what you said, it's obvious. We are talking about a brand new technical environment. Thank you very much, Vodafone and Mr. Plevis. We have almost 9:30 minutes, almost 10 minutes. Mr. Casano, Unisystem and Quest, we're talking about a new environment. What are, in your opinion, the biggest challenges, the biggest problems that have been already mentioned by your co-speakers, the co-panelists? I will put some bullet points which are of paramount importance for the private sector and the big companies. First bullet point is that as a technology, it requires a platform of innovation. Create that is innovative products and solution, which stands alone as a big challenge for Greece, and especially for the big companies which need to acquire interoperability with the smaller companies, the research groups and the universities in order to facilitate the whole landscape. We are not standing at a good point there. The effort done by iGroup and Unisystem in order to create the environment, we compete. It's very difficult because we compete in the European market and the European average is higher. The new ecosystems, the new actions that need to be taken, it's the first time that are established here. Second bullet point, which was mentioned by the professor, is the digital skills. It's very sad to see our lagging behind in this. We are in desperate need of such skills. We need, as private companies, we have some certain needs and we need the necessary skills, but there are no possibilities for training. That's why we participate in all the PhD, industrial PhD, and we will strengthen this effort because we consider that through synergies we can achieve this the development of these skills. But we need to meet some requirements in order to do so. We need a framework in order for this to be done in a simple way. But I understand that this is very difficult because from the contract to the execution, there are many bottlenecks. So with all the actions we are undertaking, we're trying to solve the problems. And in terms of consulting, we want to have a principal role, a main role, in order to compete in a fairer way with the European average. For example, the Spanish competitor can leverage all the different skills from the universities. If the Spaniards, when it comes to the 5G, their readiness is more mature and the funds are more mature, more operative, more targeted, the result of the added value is more targeted and more competitive, which means that we always need to have a vision compared with our competitors abroad. So we need to create projects because I think that the next day in the 5G sector will require some projects. We talked about health, industry 4, the transport sector. There are challenges and opportunities there, but the big what is at stake is to remove the risk and to make it work. I started with Mrs. Bura, and I will close this session with Mrs. Bura. I would like you to sum up what has been mentioned here, both for the companies, for the private sector, for the public sector, for the universities, the academia, and to give an answer to the title of this session, Greek Businesses at the Crossroads Towards a 5G-enabled Future. Is this doable? Yes, it is doable. Thank you very much for this last question and the opportunity to have this last intervention. I think that in order to reach the point that was mentioned by all my colleagues, we need very close synergies, very close cooperation, which is of paramount importance in order to reach our target. And if we see the three pillars, academia, government, providers, and companies, all these three pillars need to do their job. The government has done very solid steps, but they need to keep doing things. We will need more base stations, so licensing needs to be simplified. There are efforts in that direction, but we haven't reached our target. The limits must be in line with the recommendations of the scientists. On the other hand, the government needs to see the providers, and if these providers in some areas cannot provide these 5G investments that need to be done, they need to enable them through NSRF or other financial tools. And as Mr. Plevis said, network 5G, we need a new setup, a new network, as he correctly said. And the enterprises, companies, on their side, on their part, they need to play in to have three different roles. First of all, they need to understand what are the applications of the 5G in order to generate new revenue flows. How can we utilize it in order to reduce our operational costs? This understanding does not exist for the time being. And moreover, they need to rebuild, redesign their operating model, because everything will be provided as a service. We get rid of the logic that we have a product and we sell it. No, we sell the use of a product. So finally, they need to use it in order to offer and provide new services and innovation in cooperation always with the cooperative ecosystems between academia, entrepreneurs, government, and providers. This is of paramount importance, and we need to see the strategic fields, agriculture, tourism for Greece, and so we need to create innovative hubs in order to focus on that. Thank you very much. It was a valuable, a very an inestimable discussion in very technical terms. You understand each other. We don't understand you, but in order to understand your language, we need to cooperate, both the academia, the government, the private sector, and the investors, obviously, so as the result for the country shall be a sustainability and don't lag behind. We talked about that, Mr. Professor. We need the 5G now and not when the 6G will be available abroad. I'm wiser after this discussion, and I think that all the attendants of this conference are wiser. Thank you very much. Now we will have a networking break for 8 minutes, and then we have two very interesting panels with Mr. Konstantinos Davlos, my good colleague from Sky TV, when it comes to the role of development banks in spearheading green investments, and then Mrs. Beretano, journalist at 9.84 Radio. How can we boost entrepreneurship at a regional level? So 8 minutes coffee, and we have Mr. Davlos and Mrs. Berendanu for the next sessions.
Λοιπόν, καλώς ήρθατε στο...
Welcome to the 27th panel of the 10th Regional Growth Conference, a panel that will focus on a very topical issue, an issue that has been in the front line for many years now, issues pertaining to green economy, green growth, and of course the financing of these projects is always a very important issue. The point is that during the last few months, due to the invasion of Ukraine by Russia, the importance and the focus has shifted from issues of growth to issues of energy. Since we all try to release our countries from dependence on Russia, the point is that Greece has some history with regard to these issues. We know that many regions of Greece haven't shown the expected performance with regard to green projects or waste management. With regard to renewable energy sources, the country is doing a little bit better. In the context of this panel, we are going to give the floor to the panelists in order to make an introductory intervention. Allow me to start the introductions. I will start with Ms. Ioanna Simene, who is a policy officer at the DG Economic and Financial Affairs in the European Commission.
Madam Simene, hello. Nice to have you with us.
Then I will introduce Mr. Nikos Papathanasis, alternate Minister of Development and Investments, Mr. Dmitry Panking, who is President of the Black Sea Trade and Development Bank, and Mr. Antonis Papageorgiou, Senior Loan Officer, Investment Team for Greece and Cyprus of the European Investment Bank. We will start with the first round of interventions. I would like to ask first the alternate Minister of Development to make a short intervention regarding the topic of our panel. Thank you very much, moderator. I thought that you would give the floor to the lady first. For this first round, I would like to start with you. Okay, good morning. First of all, I would like to greet the excellent panelists here with me today. Mr. Panking, it's a great pleasure to see you again.
You at your premises in Thessaloniki. Να συγχαρώ και πάλι την εφημερίδα.
I would like also to congratulate newspaper Peloponnesos and Mr. Louloudis for the wonderful organization of the 10th Regional Growth Conference. Those of you who followed the previous panel discussions, you might have already drawn many conclusions. And I would like to start by saying that it seems that the national strategy that we have here in our country, in Greece, is multifaceted. It has, first of all, the national plan of Pissaridis, then Greece 2.0, but also the development law. And generally, it also has many structural tools. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, I believe it's very important to talk about a development that has shaken the energy world around the globe, because it has changed the balances. And of course, I'm talking about this war that is raging in our neighborhood, a war that has changed the way we think and act here in Greece. And what we need to observe is whether the Europe of solidarity, our family, takes decisions quickly enough. Of course, we need to say once again that we belong to Europe, but we need to acknowledge that Europe took a long time to change its production model and to release itself from fossil fuels, which is something that should have been done a long time ago. So then came the war. It led to this energy crisis. Now what we are doing is trying to bridge this void, and now we have the proposal made by the Prime Minister, Kyriakos Mitsotakis, Mitsotakis, who places Greece in the front line of lignite phasing out. Why? Because he wanted to give this dynamic and to initiate the discussion in order to get a lot of resources, which we actually did. Now, green investments and development banks. It is very important to support green investments. We all know why we need to support green investments. We have all realized that we need to change our production model. The point is, how are we going to do that? And I believe that this is the main topic of this discussion, and that's why we have representation of development banks. It is very important also to realize how important it is to support this change of production model. First, we had the feed-in tariff, then we had the support by the state, then we had a more competitive model, and now we are in an era where, in order for the green investments to progress, they need the support of banks that would take part in the investment schemes in order to promote the development of renewable energy sources. And in our country, we have also the Development Bank, which is supervised by the Ministry of Development, creating such a financing tool which actually leverages funds coming from the private economy in order to support the development prospect of the schemes that want to take part in the development of renewable energy sources. And what do we want to achieve? Where do we want to get? It is very important to answer that. The European Investment Bank and the BSTDB, which is the Black Sea Trade and Development Bank, perceive this strategy in the very effective way. But I would like to tell you what EBRD is doing. Right now, this bank has decided 50% of the volume of transactions to be channeled to green energy. You cannot understand what this means. It means that a bank actually changes its model and supports green energy. I will close with that. I will not take more of your time. Now, what do we want to achieve in Greece? We want to make Greece an energy hub. And how are we going to do this? We have a geostrategic location, which is the best. We have air and sun. We can produce our own energy. At the same time, we also increase the storage capacity, and we also have the FSRU, which will be operating in 2023, and we also have the N+1, 3+1, excuse me, for EastMed, and the interconnection we want to ensure with Egypt. So we are trying to do all this, but we know that we will be successful because it is a strategy we have in order to make this country an energy hub, not only for the region, but for the entire Europe. Okay, thank you very much for this initial intervention that actually gives the framework for the rest of the discussion. Now, let's give the floor to Mr. Papageorgiou, who represents the European Investment Bank for Greece and Cyprus. Mr. Papageorgiou has left Greece a long time ago, but he always keeps track of the development. He loves Greece. So, what can we see changing now, given that things need to change quickly? The alternate minister talked earlier about the energy hub. Now we also have this discussion about green energy and green growth. What has changed? What can we expect? When can it be done faster, Mr. Papageorgiou? The European Investment Bank, first of all, thank you very much for the invitation and for giving me the opportunity to take part in this impressive regional growth conference organized in beautiful Patras. The European Investment Bank is the bank of the European Union, and since it belongs to the member states, it also belongs to Greece. It provides support to Greek economy, a support that has started since 1963. It has channeled to the Greek economy over 44 billion euros. So, The support given for the growth of the economy is indisputable. Since the financing of the European Investment Bank are governed by the policies of the European Union for many years now, the protection of the environment has been one of the priorities of the European Investment Bank. 200 billion euros have been given for the protection of the environment since 2012. And I'm talking about European resources, European Investment Bank resources. But now we are dealing with the climate change, and our bank has set as an objective to be the bank of the European Union in the combat of climate change. This, as was mentioned by Mr. Papathanasis, means that we have made a major shift in our organization, because in order to reach this objective, we have developed a very specific plan for the 10 years to come. Already in 2020, all the financing were aligned and have been aligned with the decisions taken in the context of the Paris Agreement for climate change. Since 2021, it does not take part in new financing for energy production based on fossil fuels. And it has committed itself that by 2025, half of our transactions will support climate and the sustainability of the environment. And at the same time, by the end of the decade, we wanted to have contributed greatly to investments in these areas exceeding 3 billion euros. This, generally, as you can see, is a major shift. It also presupposes a good cooperation with the European Commission and also a cooperation with every member state, a very close cooperation with the government of each member state and of Greece, of course. 2021, and by the way, it was a record year of the financing provided by the European Investment Bank, which also includes the European Investment Fund, specializing in the support of small, medium enterprises. In total, we signed agreements amounting to 5 billion euros, and I'm talking about 5 billion euros as a support to Greece, and over 30% were channeled to the protection of the environment and of the climate. So, as you can see, we are on track of contributing to this 50% by 2025, even here in Greece. Now, apart from the money that we can give as the biggest bank globally, the European Investment Bank has in its balance sheet over 550 billion euros of loans in total. So it has the possibility even to support the big investment plans of the country. And through the mediation of the commercial banks here in Greece, it can channel resources to the small, medium enterprises, which constitute, of course, the backbone of the economy. And through this change and through the shift towards green energy to support the acceleration of the small, medium enterprises in their effort to adjust to these new challenges. So I would say that first, we can guarantee beneficial terms since we can ensure beneficial terms for the attraction of investments, and then we can combine these resources with community programs, with state programs, where the state sets the priorities, like the ones we heard by Mr. Papathanasis, and also it can also combine these resources with technical assistance when this is needed, provided to state authorities in order for them to prepare the strategic plans to support the Development Bank in its effort to prepare itself for the best utilization of financing tools for the promotion of green energy. We are ready to convey our know-how and our experience. So you can see that the support is taking different forms.
So it's obvious you don't publish it, the 5 billion record for 2021. You don't announce that publicly, Mr. Papageorgiou. You need to yell about that, about these investments you are doing.
Allow me, Mr. Pankin, to go to Ms. Simene. She's in through the internet, and it's always much more difficult to follow. So please, Ms. Oana Simene, we would like to hear your opinion how European Union, how things are coming from the European Union towards this green change, let's say, that we are hoping to have, obviously for the environment, but at the same time for the energy, for the green energy, which is much more important lately.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you for the invitation. Sorry not to being able to be with you there, but in this respect, the Commission already decided to limit traveling in order to perform in line with the green commitments. But having said that, and taking into consideration that this session covers the role of development banks in supporting the green transition, I would briefly touch upon about one of the initiatives of the European Commission in connection to the topic. And it somehow comes in to complement the intervention from my colleague from the European Investment Bank. As you know, in addition to grants, the European Union also provides support that can take the form of loans or equity investment. And this is done via budgetary guarantees or financial instruments, which are deployed via our what we call implementing partners. Meaning development banks, which could be either multilateral development banks or national promotional banks. I apologize. I think there is a delay in the sound, so
yes, it's obvious. It's obvious that you can hear yourself, I'm afraid, and you cannot think properly. That's why you're making big pauses. Let's see if we can fix this technical problem.
I really apologize.
It's obvious that you have this problem. So I would prefer to go to Mr. Pankin, President of Black Sea Trade and Development Bank. It was nice to see just before the beginning of our panel that you talked to Mr. Papathanasis and you have cooperation with Greece and with the Greek ministry. What can you tell us about this, the investment, green investment in Greece, let's say regional investment? I'm afraid Greece is not very fast in this kind, especially, let's say, garbage collection and such green works. Could you tell us something about those investments that your bank is offering?
Yeah. Thank you, Konstantinos, for your question, for your introduction. And first of all, maybe I would like to follow your initial remarks and Nikos' initial remarks. How world is fragile. So if we are talking about green investment last year, more or less everything is clear. We have less or more successful Glasgow summit. We have summit in Paris of Development Bank. We have Green Deal in European Union. And actually our bank had very interesting discussion with companies in Turkey, Ukraine, Russia, how they could adjust for requirement of green requirement, emission requirement. It's necessary to have tremendous amount of work, very interesting project, how to adapt pollution and energy situation in developing world to requirement of European Union country. But unfortunately, now we have totally different situation. after February, it will be not true to just to continue business as usual and to say again that the green agenda is a top priority for us, and everybody is working closely to fulfill all green target that we have in our world. Unfortunately, the world is divided, and now priority is again find security, stop fighting, and that's why I cannot say that green project now this is a top priority. Top priority now this is a safety, this is a resolving urgent question how to completely restructure flow of energy in European Union, how to find new way of supply. This is reality. This is reality. And again, this is a big challenge for all our community, for our country, for again, and for development bank. Maybe again, this is of course negative situation, and we need to find a solution. What maybe in every time in negative there are some positive element. We see now a tremendous opportunity for green project. If oil price is more than $120 per barrel, it's not necessary to have additional stimulus for renewable energy. Everybody now is looking for a renewable project, and this project is very attractive for all banks. Again, we see now a lot of opportunity for interconnection. It could be interconnector in gas, in interconnection in electric energy, and some kind of new demand and new project, new possibility for us to work and in that area. Especially, I think what is still important, what will be the role of development bank in such a situation. We could prepare project. Now, very serious question that there is a lot of demand for new solution, new solution in energy, in ecological requirement, but how to prepare project? It's necessary to spend a lot of money, a lot of time. In that case, development bank using technical assistance fund that Antonius mentioned. It's a very important point that we could act as a helping to prepare project. Now money is not really a problem. With huge amount of money pumped by European Central Bank, by Federal Reserve System, there are plenty of money, and generally speaking, development bank cannot offer more long-term loan or loans with less interest rate than commercial bank. They are more or less in the same area. But a question for development bank is project preparation, and if we are talking about multilateral, it's coordination between countries. Again, this is important, and what I see now, what will be a role for our bank in this environment? Okay, everything is broken. I mean, negotiation links between European Union, Russia, a lot of problem with Turkey, a lot of problem with China, but still we need some kind of place for cooperation, place for discussion. We have in our bank, Ukraine our shareholder, Russia is our shareholder, Turkey is shareholder, Greece is shareholder, and we need some way how to find decision, how to manage to talk to each other and to find solutions. Maybe it will be not just strategic solution how to live in the future, but it will be solution how to harmonize strategy of the bank, how to find solution about structure of the bank, about maybe software in the bank. It's not big issue, but still there is kind of opportunity to talk, to understand each other step by step, and my feeling this is very important to have such possibility to discussion and for mutual understanding. Thank you.
Από ό,τι κατάλαβα, κύριε
For what I understood, Mr. Papathanasiou, there is money, as the President has just said, but the most important thing is to have a good readiness in order to absorb this money and good cooperation. And we are now discussing, because the Greek people are suffering from the high prices in gasoline and oil, not only in oil, in energy as a general, and the problem is to what extent Greece will be ready in order to absorb this money, in order to invest heavy and reduce its dependency on fossil fuels. What's the schedule, Mr. Minister? I think that, Mr. Davle, you raised the real question, because from this discussion and from what Oana and Dimitri said and from what you mentioned, namely that it's not an issue of money, we heard that BSTDB said that until 2025, the 50% will be channeled, will be fueled to green investments. So imagine how much money do we need to channel there? And if you remember, in my first intervention, I said that Europe is a big ship that cannot turn in an easy way. So we are lagging behind as Europe. But as a country, we were faster vis-à-vis our European counterparts. But what we need to do, and that's a general conclusion, is to run as fast as possible. And to do so is to simplify procedures. Let's talk about Greece. Let's stick to our country, to our case, because it's a big issue. We couldn't approach this subject in all its European dimensions. So let's stick to Greece. We want to be an energetic hub. What we want to manage to be no longer dependent from fossil fuels. How can we manage that? How can we speed up in order to absorb all these resources? By simplifying procedures, by reducing bottlenecks, by reducing red tape, both in terms of environment, but in terms of administration. And we've thoroughly understood that as a government. We are working on that. I said that on in the context of the previous panel. We hate red tape. There are no secrets. It is an open secret that we have money. There is money here. And I'm not saying that. It's Dimitri that says that. There are structural funds resources, there are resources from the investment bank. So what we need is to reduce red tape, to remove bottlenecks, to expedite the licenses, and to operate in a supportive and to adopt a supportive role both for the investment banks in order to enter the equation, because the size is very important here in the energetic. We need scale, you know. The investment banks won't enter the equation only for 10 gigawatt. No, the scale, the economy, the economies of scale is very important here. We need to to expedite our work when it comes to the network, so as new and mature projects to be integrated in the scheme. And now we have a draft legislation which will further simplify the procedures and prioritizes the more mature projects in order to enter more megawatts in our energy mix.
That the technical issue is corrected. I hope you're listening well. So Mr. Papathanassis said that European Union is a boat that turns difficultly. How fast can we have the European side doing things for this energy transformation, this green energy transformation, in order to have and the investment banks and their money coming easily, coming in a more frequently, especially in Greece, let's say. Oana.
So that brings me to Repower EU, which goes very. Unfortunately, the technical issues were not solved, but I will try to continue speaking without interrupting. So this brings us to Repower EU plan, which is the proposal of the Commission, which was just launched in order to tackle this issue, which means the energy dependency on Russia, but also the climate change. And this Repower EU plan capitalizes on existing initiatives and also tries to reinforce them. And one of the ways of doing that is the legal regulatory framework, which was already mentioned in terms of speeding up the permitting for the renewables. And there will be a proposal from the Commission in this respect. Also by introducing a EU solar strategy that targets the development of building standards and also the development of skills at the level of the European Union for the production of photovoltaic panels and also for the sharing of information between the member states in order to increase the take-up. And now coming to the topic of our session is also the financial part. And for the financial part, at the heart of this Repower EU plan is the Recovery and Resilience Facility, which you already know very well. And you will have the possibility, each member state actually has the possibility to add a new chapter regarding the Repower EU priorities in terms both of reforms and also of financing. And it comes with amount of 225 billion in form of loans, and additional 20 billion in forms of grants coming from the monetization of the European of the emission trading system. And to add another point to the discussion, because it was raised by the previous speaker, is about the assistance. And indeed, technical assistance is very much needed because these green sustainable projects are more complex. And it's very important to intervene at the time of the design. So there are also European initiative in this sense, and this is the InvestEU Advisory Hub, which continues the European Investment Advisory Hub, which is implemented by our strategic partner, the EIB group. And here, project promoters developing such type of, for example, renewable energy production, they could benefit from this technical assistance in order to develop this. But the technical assistance can be used also to develop capacity for certain managing authorities in order to integrate this environmental and green consideration into their work.
Thank you very much, Oana.
Σε ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ, Ιωάννα. Τα τελευταία 2,5 λεπτά που έχουμε στη διάθεσή μας, θα ήθελα να δώσω το λόγο στον Δημήτρη και να ρωτήσω. Ο κύριος Παπαθανάσης είπε ότι το μέγεθος μετράει. Παρόλο που στην Ελλάδα γενικώς έχουμε μικρές επιχειρήσεις. Οπότε, ποιο είναι το μέγεθος στο οποίο εσείς επικεντρώνεστε και αρχίζετε να επενδύετε στην Ελλάδα?
We had decision no less than 20 million. This is the minimum in our existing strategy. Size for Greece no more than 20 million. But now we need to rethink this story. But
you need to
reduce. But again, in that case, we will be more working with financial intermediary, other commercial banks or entity who will work with SMEs. We could provide guarantee for them, some credit line. But again, idea is that we hear requirement from ministry that please provide finance for SMEs.
Είναι το ίδιο, Αντώνη?
Is this the same, Antonis? How much can we reduce? In Greece, there are people who, in a parcel of land, they install a photovoltaic panel. You cannot possibly intervene in that case. You cannot touch it. Where can we reach? Which is the point that we can reach? Yes, this is the new reality, and that's why in the European Investment Bank we have tried to find mechanisms that can reach the economy even at lower investments. We cannot directly finance these investments, but we channel them through the commercial banks operating here in Greece. We have a very good cooperation. They have a very good knowledge, and they have targeted programs for green energy, for example, for green energy. We have initiated a new program with the development banks here in Greece, and 30% of financing of this program should be funneled in green energy. With regard to bigger investments, we can have direct contact. We have reduced our requirements. In other words, EIB can contribute with 8 to 10 millions of financing. Of course, there is another 50% that needs to be drawn from equity or from cooperations with other banks and investors. Okay, I would like to thank you. Thank you for keeping the time. We are not going to take more of your time. I would like to thank Mr. Papathanasis, Alternate Minister of Development and Investment, Mr. Antonis Papageorgiou from the European Investment Bank, Mr. Dmitry Panking, President of the Black Sea Trade and Development Bank, and online with us we had Oana Simene from the DG Economic and Financial Affairs of the European Commission. Thank you all very much. Thank you.
είμαστε. Να ξεκινήσω λοιπόν, να σας...
Thank you for being here. Good afternoon here in Patras, at the heart of the region. Thank you, Mr. Luludis and the Peloponnesos newspaper for the perfect organization of this conference. It's very good to find you here. And let's talk about the present and future of the entrepreneurship in general and the SMEs. We will combine both the private and the public sector. Normally, out of courtesy, the priority is on women, but now I will skip that. Mr. Platonas Malafekas, President of the Chamber of Achaia and of the Managing Authority of European Projects, you have many things to do within this, in the framework of this session. Mr. Achillas Ballas, I can see him virtually. Yes, thank you from the very rainy Volos. That's why it is very important to strengthen and to boost the regions, because you have offices there. Yes, headquarters. Yes, thank you very much. Yes, he's head of Praxis. You will network. You will talk about that later. Zoe Pascalidi from the European Bank for Reconstruction and Development. You take from the hand the SMEs in order to assist them. Lena Tsipui, Professor Emeritus at the University of Athens. But not only that, you undertake more action. You will talk about what you created in the context of the new entrepreneurship. Lina Tsaltabasi, you are here in many capacities. You are president of the Greek Association of Women Entrepreneurs and member of the W20 of the G20. You will, it's of high interest what you're doing there, so you will talk about that. And we have Mr. Thodoros not Choubelis, Secretary General of Chamber of Achaia and CEO of DINACOMP. And let's give the floor to you, President. Let's talk about your role. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Likewise. You can start as you wish, as you feel better. If you feel better on your foot, you can do it on your feet. Thank you very much for being here, all the attendees, to follow this session by watching the time left and the time and the people. I will change my presentation in order to spare time for everyone. We, as members of the Chamber of Achaia, we in very difficult time for entrepreneurship in general. After in the last 12 years, we are going through multiple crises, a healthy crisis, a sanitary crisis, and financial crisis, and now the food crisis, which will be, in my point of view, the worst one. We have taken some initiatives and we're still taking initiatives, because what is the most essential thing now for the Greek entrepreneurship is to find the resources and to keep alive the Greek entrepreneurship in order to stay afloat. The Greek entrepreneurship is the backbone, and I'm talking about the healthy one. It's the heart, the backbone of the Greek economy. It generates wealth, which entails more jobs, and this leads to social cohesion and social peace. To what extent is this easy, especially in this current context? It's not easy, but I think in general we've managed to do many things in the context of these difficult times. We've managed both as a society and as a government to reach our objectives in these difficult times. We from the Chamber of Achaia. I am president of the Management Authority of European Project, and we manage in 16 provinces the entrepreneurship programs in the context of the NSRF. We are member of FEPAE, and from as of March 2021, I'm president of the FEPAE throughout Greece. Now we will start seeing some slides. FEPAE was established. It's a non-profitable enterprise whose object is the management of actions, and it includes 7 partners from all over Greece, from all the different Greek provinces. It is very important to say that the partners of our partners are 70, include 72 institutions, so all the it encompasses all the facades of entrepreneurship. We have many institutions included in this FAPAE, ELANET, the Managing Authority of European Programs, KEPANEM, which is seated in Thessaloniki, and division of FEPAE in Komotini, Andia, seated in Lamia for continental Greece, ADEP, seated in Volos for Thessaly, and the development, create and development for Crete. Through these systems, all the EPANEP projects are channels, the PEP, the ROPS, Regional Operational Programs, the equivalent of the entrepreneurships and the actions of the Green Fund. These are the projects that we've run up to now. 22 actions EPANEP, 49 actions in the ROPE context, 21,000 companies, and the Green Fund action with 54 companies, 2.91 billion in the EPANEC programs. In the ROP programs, 1.19 billion, 87.4 the equivalent of transport, and 85 millions in the context of the Green Fund. The FEPAE, the intermediate body of operational programs for and entrepreneurship, that's FEPAE. And our role is to be on the spotlight in order to help channel all the European resources to as many beneficiaries as possible, and in a quick way, because that's what we need. We need the fast liquidity. What's the time schedule? I will share with you the time schedule. Here we can see the PANEC, the claims, the call for proposals, the proposals we've received, 94,000 integrations into the schemes, and you can see some many thousands of files that have been integrated in the MIS of FEPAE in the current programming period, which ended in 2021, but now we are in the two-year transitional period for the next programming period, 2021-2027, that is. We are now closing the previous programming period, and FEPAE has channeled more than 4 billion euros in the market, and from public resources 2.36 billion. And now we can see on this slide the COVID period in order to see the public counterpart, and in EPANEC in 2021, during which I was president, and we focused on what I've just said. We've channeled in the public funds 789 millions in the actions in the context of EPANEC actions. In 2020 was 13,000, and in 2021 59. These are COVID programs, namely all that you can see on this slide has become operational within 3 or 4 months. The call for proposals, the money, and the execution of the projects. And that's these numbers. These schedules are unprecedented, and I want to thank all our partners, including more than 700 people throughout Greece, who rolled up their sleeves, and they've worked during weekends, during long hours, in order to be successful. 230 million in 2020 and 7 for COVID integrations. ROP integrations, you can see here on this slide the work done by the FPAE. In 2021, all the FPAE scheme managed to do, imagine, all our portfolio until 2020 was multiplied by 2 in a year. What's my point? From where we stand, both as president of the Chamber of Achaia and as a president of FPAE, what we wanted to do is to reduce our time at response time. And what we will try to do in the next programming period is to link the different schemes in order to stop asking for supporting documents to the investors. It's the first time we forced AEDE to give us the supporting documents in order not to put more administrative burden to the investors. And in the next programming period, all the supporting documents from the different virtual schemes, the investors will not be obliged to bring these documents to us, because we will extract these documents from the virtual systems. You know that we are trying to remove bottlenecks, so we only ask for the least supportive documents. But there are always delays. We need to remove more bottlenecks in order to speed up the procedures. Yes, you are assisted by the current virtual tools that are available, that were made available by the Ministry of Digital Governance. Yes, but our goal, our ultimate goal, is to reduce further the bottlenecks. Yes, you have assisted the entrepreneurs in a practical way, and with all these numbers, we can see that. Yes, and this liquidation, we had two tools: the COVID programs, you saw the numbers, and the advanced payment by the Ministry of Finance. Unless we had these tools, our economy would have collapsed. But you exploited in a perfect way these two tools in order to fuel more liquidity in the market and within a very difficult period. And yes, and that's an experience we will build upon in order to face these new challenges in the context of this new crisis that is emerging now.
So let's remain optimistic. As you said, difficult time are ahead of us, and therefore we need to be optimists and do our best in order to support the small medium enterprises that have suffered a lot. And thank you very much. We will have time for discussion later. Now I would like to give the floor right away to our online guest, Mr. Achilleas Barlas, Head of Praxis. He will tell us in what way we can make the Greek businesses more competitive. You have great experience on that, even though you're young. I don't want to reveal my age, but believe me, I'm not that young. First of all, I would like to thank you for the hospitality. I wish I were there with all these distinguished guests. Congratulations on the organization of the conference. Unfortunately, some personal commitments made it very difficult for me to come there. You will allow me not to make a presentation. Of course, I have some data in front of me, which I would like to share with you. Based on what Mr. Marlafekas said, we can all realize it's very important to support the small medium enterprises in our country, and especially in the region where I also am. I would like to remind you that approximately 99% of all businesses in the European Union are small medium enterprises. We should not forget that. We tend to forget it, but we shouldn't. These enterprises contribute 66% of the overall employment. So we can all realize that the small medium enterprises are truly the backbone of the European economy right now. Unfortunately, many things have transpired during the last few years. Where can I start? The point is that the European Commission was called upon to deal with a multiple crises that have severely affected the small medium enterprises. The first, of course, had to do with sustainable development. We have been hearing about the fact that the businesses need to become greener, they need to become more sustainable. Now I would like to convey to you some numbers from the European Commission, which I believe will be useful. 75% of all small medium enterprises in Europe right now do not offer a green product or a green service. Moreover, half of them do not apply or implement any green innovation strategy or of a sustainable growth. And even worse, 83% has done nothing with regard to digital transformation. Allow me to highlight at this point that In the COVID-19 crisis, we saw that the businesses that suffered the less were the ones that had already started the digital transformation. They were the only businesses that did not suffer a damage. So we need to keep that in mind. Now, the European Commission has introduced some new tools, one of which is, of course, the Enterprise Europe Network, which I represent today, and allow me to say a few words about that later on. However, we should not forget that in the coming months in Europe, there will be 240 digital innovation hubs, which will basically be centers that will promote the digital innovation of small, medium enterprises. And this is the incentive. When do you see this happening? Look, we are in the second stage of implementation of the hubs in Greece, so I believe that in the coming months we will soon We will soon see their operation. So this is something that will prove to be very useful with regard to the digital transformation of small medium enterprises. And of course, we should not forget the Green Deal program, which was implemented in the previous programming period and aimed at strengthening the green innovation of businesses. Moreover, we should not forget that we have the Recovery Fund, which aims at supporting the economy, and the new NSRF. Yes, these are the two big financing tools for the future, undoubtedly. Yes, it is true. Now, this was the first thing. We talked about sustainable development and digital transformation. Let's talk now about experts, which is something that concerns many businesses. 83% of small medium enterprises do not export right now to the single market. The reasons are many. We are on a daily basis in contact with the small medium enterprises, and what we have identified as the major problem is networking. There is no networking between the Greek businesses and partners abroad. And secondly, bureaucracy. These are some these are some of the reasons that affect extroversion. So we need to focus on that and provide solutions. The third reason has to do with access to financing. And I will give you some numbers. 18% of small medium enterprises operating in the European Union does not get the total sum of the loans. In other words, what they have asked for, they will not get. They will get less money. Moreover, a considerable amount of small medium enterprises do not make the most of the available financing tools. And compared to the American economy, we can see that the European market is lagging behind by 25%. And with regard to access to financing through venture capitals, we are 8 times below compared to what is going on in the United States. And I would like to close with something more positive. I talked about the problems. Now I would like to talk about the solutions. The solutions, yes. But before I do so, I would just like to talk about the big problem of our days, the disruptions in the supply chain. We all know why this has occurred. And the European Union, through Enterprise Europe Network, and this is the solution, so here it goes, has responded very quickly, and it developed a platform which is open to all small medium enterprises without any cost involved. And on that platform, they can search for suppliers of raw materials mostly, because this is where the problem is more intense. But if they can't find a solution, then they can upload their request for the raw materials they need. The information is then disseminated around the network, and it is very possible that the businesses will find a supplier. This platform has been operational for the last couple of months, and we have seen very good results. Okay, and let's leave it at that, at the positive message. You have analyzed all the problems, but at the end, you said something positive. But let's give the floor to the other panelists so that we can then have a discussion, because the most important thing is to support the businesses, and especially the businesses operating in the regions. It is important to talk about the region, since we are in the heart of an important region, a region that plays a very important role. And now I would like to give the floor to Zoe Pascali, the European Investment Bank. You are the one who play the advisory role. I am the business, I come to you, and you explain to me which are the steps I need to make in order to survive. First of all, I would like to say that I represent the European Reconstruction and Development Bank, and many people tend to confuse our bank with the European Investment Bank. However, we are two separate bodies. First of all, I would like to thank you very much for the invitation, and we thank you for accepting it. It's always a pleasure to be in Patras and to be among partners. So, allow me to say a few words about the EBRD and how we work with the small medium enterprises. EBRD is a supranational organization with headquarters in the UK. It was founded in 1991. In Greece, we have presence since 2015. We have invested in the Greek economy over 5.5 billion euros through 92 financing projects. Most of you probably know the bank because of the large-scale infrastructure projects in which it was involved. So you are active around Greece? Yes, yes, of course. Or you may know about our bank through the financing we make to big businesses like OTE, Aegean, and others. However, a large part of our activity pertains to the provision of advisory services to small medium enterprises. Yes, we should highlight that because it is very helpful. And please tell us which are the steps they need to make. Look, we work with the small medium enterprises and we provide them the know-how they need in the sectors they need it. And we do that with the assistance of our partners, who are consultants, experts of the local market, or we also provide this know-how with experts that hold high-ranking positions and have experience in the field. So we bring these two sides in contact, and the important thing is that we undertake large part of the cost of the service, which may amount up to 70 or 80% of the cost. In Greece, as I told you, we have been operating since 2015. The program has started in 2018, and since then we have worked with 150 businesses in the context of advisory projects for the development of a business plan or of a marketing plan. Of course, we provide assistance for the development of IT systems. Mr. Varlas talked about experts. This is a service that is most high in demand. We bring the businesses in contact with potential new clients. Experts is number one in terms of issues, isn't it? Look, experts represent a large part of the requirements of the businesses, and many of the businesses we work with are export-driven. The biggest percentage of the businesses with which we work is in the food and beverage field, but we also have many businesses in the technology field, which is very interesting to talk about today. Allow me also to say that over 65% of the businesses are located in the regions, 22% in Central Macedonia, 10% in the Peloponnese, and another 10% in Crete, and smaller percentages all around the Greek regions. Only 30% is located in the wider area of Attica. So you can understand that we are on a daily contact with the businesses in the regions. We recognize the dynamic they represent. And another very important element is that there is a huge will on the part of the businesses to find the adequate tools that will help them grow and compete with the businesses operating in bigger cities. One of these tools is digitalization.
But we should see that the most important aspect is to see that operational, to conclude in some initiatives that need to be done. Yes, we are working with the companies. I will refer to some examples in practice, and namely in the digitization, which is the topic of our discussion. We've worked with companies from very simple projects, such as the development of a web page, which, however, needs to be well structured in order to have the right presentation, not only in Greece but in the international markets. We've worked with companies in the development of MIS, ERPs, WMS, or business intelligence systems, which help not only in the management of resources and procedures of a company, but also in the right decision making by the management of the company. I may refer to a more specialized example of technological solutions. We've cooperated with an SME in order for it to deploy a solution of smart glasses for a logistics hub. So we have the possibility to help in more specialized solutions in the broad field of digitization. We can include the digital marketing, which is taking a lion's share in the current landscape. So we can work with consultants, put the companies in contact with consultants in order for them to be able to develop this part, which is very important. So you provide this possibility. Yes, because a good preparation is required on the part of the company in order to utilize this in the best way. The startup program, I would like to seize the opportunity in order to present you the startup program we are running. We firmly believe in the future of the startups in Greece, and which has a great potential. We've just launched the Start Venture program, which will support in its first phase 7 startups with an integrated and cohesive program of consulting through mentoring, training, and support in fundraising, namely the funding. The call for proposals is open until June 26th, so all the companies that are interested, they need to speed up. Startups are for sure creating solutions useful not only for the SMEs, but also for multinational companies. Yes, they have a broad area of users. So now we will give the floor to the member of the academia, Mrs. Tsipuri. No, I will speak with two hats put on. I am the co-founder Technovlastos. I will speak with my hat as professor emeritus and a member of startup. It's a high trend now, the startups throughout Europe. And why is this happens? Because the big miracles happened in Massachusetts, USA, Silicon Valley, California. That's why there is a growing trend in Europe for these startups. And with some kind of romanticism, some small towns in Greece say that they will become the next Silicon Valley. It's not impossible, but it's not easy. What the Anglo-Saxon call unintended success is what we are trying to do here. There was no ecosystem in Massachusetts or in California neither. We can talk for long hours about the elements which allowed these miracles, but these miracles are not easy to be repeated. However, a series of towns, cities in Europe, namely Toulouse, Amsterdam, Berlin, started to build ecosystems with intervention of the public sector. That doesn't mean that in the US there was no intervention by the public, but here in Europe it was in a different way. After that, all cities in the world started to leverage resources in order to generate new ecosystems. And then we, members of the academia, we started explaining why the ecosystem is useful, because thanks to an ecosystem we have synergies, etc. How can we create an ecosystem? We need the necessary conditions to be met in order to create an ecosystem. Let's see what are these requirements. I will share with you some positive aspects and two possible problems. First issue is we need a transition. We need to shift. And we saw before by the previous speakers that we have an absorption rate which is higher. But this is not the only target. And I'm saying that with my academia member hat on. We need to shift our course, because unless we change our course, we cannot create ecosystems. So we need to close the chain, because unless the chain is closed, we cannot create an ecosystem. How can we do that? Funding is only one part of the equation, and the funding can come from different sources, from loan banks, from loans, bank loans, from financial tools managed by the European Investment Bank. So funding must not be seen as a paperwork and red tape. Financing and funding should be targeted. Not only targeted, but it needs to play a crucial role. One of the most important advantages of the Silicon Valley ecosystem is that the funding is coming from the venture capitals, where in the context of which both employers and employees of the venture capitals are investing their own money. That means that if the company is not successful, I lose money. On the other hand, with the NSRF funding, we only lose public money. So we need to shift our course, so to link the incentives with the profits. Secondly, the environment. In the previous panel, Mr. Papathanasis talked about the energy field, and he talked about to what extent is important the licensing and to facilitate the licensing. I can give you more examples. For example, the bottlenecks in the legal system in Greece. Third, we need time because we have two dimensions. First of all, we need money and money and money because we need time. Yes, but we need efficiency. And we have the opposite. Given that the system needs time, we cut the grants. This is a mistake as well. Anglo-Saxons call this checks and balances. We lack this culture, and we need to change our culture. Programs that have been created in 2005, and they were great back then. After three crises in a row, things have changed, and we need to evaluate and to change course. We have demonized evaluation in Greece, but evaluation is something not in order to judge us, but to improve us. And both with my hats, with my entrepreneurial and my academia hat on, I can assure you that it's very beneficial for my students to evaluate me, because I make better speaker now because I was evaluated by my students. Now there is a great reaction vis-a-vis the evaluation of the academia. Now we need to embrace this approach. We need to adapt to constantly adapt to the changes with a better institutional framework and better incentives for the exchange and interaction among enterprises, and monitoring and evaluation, which is called by the Anglo-Saxons. But we have two issues here, and we need to thoroughly understand them, and we need to understand that there is a positive and a negative aspect. First of all, we have the incentives, and I will share with you an example from Israel. When parents got to the nursery to take their children, they delayed. But this was not good for teachers who needed to stay there with the children. So they gave incentives to the parents in order for them to arrive on time. And you know what was the result? They delayed more because they considered this as a service. I can get late and I will pay this fee. So incentives turned into counter-incentives. So if the incentives are not well designed, not only don't they help, but they can backfire. They can be counter-incentive. So, very often the incentives are turning counter-incentives, as I said, and intermediate bodies are trying to take funding and they do not support enterprises. Another issue, globalization. Globalization is the blessing for the companies because it provides markets, funding, and supply chain. On the other hand, the most dynamic enterprises and companies are settling themselves in the regions where the profitability is higher. And that's why we need to take only the positive aspects of globalization. So we need to support these enterprises that are more dynamic. By way of conclusion, I would like to share some points about the Achaia ecosystem. Some chain parts are ready. We have a good university with good faculties creating the necessary human capital. There is history behind which created a corporate culture, an entrepreneurship culture. A big company collapsed, but people from that company had an entrepreneurship culture. And I can refer to the Institute of Industrial System, which is present, and other towns such as Agrinio and Ilia region with agribusiness enterprises which are very dynamic. So, by way of conclusion, I would like to say that we need to focus on the positive aspects of Achaia, and if we close up the chain, the Achaia will constitute a miracle.
So with this wish, let's now give the floor to the next speaker. You also have different capacities. You are the president of the Greek Association of Women Entrepreneurs. Tell us, how easy is it for women to become entrepreneurs? Look, female entrepreneurship is a difficult game to play. Many times we wonder whether there is a difference between male and female entrepreneurship. There shouldn't be any difference nor distinction. Of course there shouldn't be, but there is. And this is not something that we can see only in Greece. It is a global phenomenon. It is clear that there are differentiations on how a woman and a man work and how the money earned by a woman or a man return to the society. So it is both a societal and economic issue. But mostly it is a practical issue, and we need to make some practical steps to help females become entrepreneurs. You operate in Salonika. Can you see more businesses getting the right incentives? Because we said that this is very important, the provision of right incentives, not only funding, but incentives. Indeed, all programs need to be redesigned, and I will agree with Ms. Professor, who said that we shouldn't only give incentives to businesses, but we should get their commitments. All the programs, or at least the biggest part of the programs of the NSRF, has the participation of the business itself in terms of funding, and all the funding bodies have participation, of course. But the most important issue is that there is no evaluation, as you aptly said. In other words, we don't know if the money was used in the right way, and we haven't trained the business, the entrepreneurs, when they ask funding in any way they can to have the necessary commitment. In the ecosystem of startups, we have what I call the award funds. In other words, those who take part in competitions, they get awards, they are promoted by the system, and if you ask them if they have ever produced a product, the answer will be never. There was a typical case of a startup that had received many awards. I'm not going to mention the product because it's very typical. This startup had received approximately 2 million euros in awards and hadn't produced one single product. And this became known, and then everyone tried to find a client for this company in order for it to produce a product. And mind you, that company had been awarded several times. So what we are lacking is quality of entrepreneurship here in Greece. The element of innovation we do have. Our problem is that those who are healthy entrepreneurs decide to leave in order to operate in more favorable ecosystems. And since the topic of our discussion is regional growth and supporting regional growth, we should say that we are not here to reinvent the wheel. There are many countries out there that have supported entrepreneurship in the regions. They have made the most of digitalization and of new technologies and of incentives in order to promote decentralization. They have taken all necessary steps in order to support the regions. The digital support for entrepreneurship in Scandinavian countries exists since 1950. Teleworking institutionalized since 1950, and this is self-evident for these countries, whereas we try to reinvent it, to redesign it, and say, what did we do? We developed a new ecosystem for the entrepreneurship. Basically, what we need to do is to get the best practices from abroad, adjust them to the Greek reality, but also invest in education of the entrepreneurial culture, which is not warmly accepted. When we try to educate and train the entrepreneur and explain to him what is really going on, we don't see a very positive response. This is a global phenomenon. Unfortunately, when it comes to many issues, we are similar to many countries outside the European Union and not to European countries. Our market is similar to these third world, quote-unquote, countries and not to our European interlocutors. Okay, however, we have made some steps in simplifying processes and in digitalization during the last few years. There have been some very important steps that we hadn't made in the past. There is no doubt about that. The point is not to make these steps without a horizon. I believe that all Greeks admit that in the last 3 years we have managed to bridge a gap that was present for decades. But when it comes to the entrepreneurial progress, making steps is the right thing to do, but you need to make steps quickly given the pace of globalization. All the other countries are running fast. We shouldn't make only simple steps. We should accelerate. Okay, let's try, because as we can see, based on the discussion, we can do great things. And I would like to close by giving the floor to Platonas Marlafekas. Excuse me, to Theodoros Tsoubelis. Excuse me. I have a problem with the names, but okay. Please, Mr. Tsoubelis, Secretary General of Chamber of Achaia, tell us a few words about the Chamber and what it has done. Mr. Marlafekas, the President of the Chamber of Achaia, talked about the wonderful efforts made by FEPAE. Yes, he gave us some very interesting figures. Yes, but in these figures, in these numbers, we can see that the Greek taxation number are approximately 80,000. There are others, like engineers, who are not registered in the national registers, although they belong to the registries. Look what happens. The numbers show to us about FEPAE show that less than 25% of the Greek businesses, of the Greek tax number, get subsidies from the European programs. What we see is that a well-organized business can get the subsidies, even when the subsidies are addressed to less organized businesses. Unfortunately, these cannot receive the amount. So we have 75% of the Greek businesses who get no subsidy whatsoever. This means that we need to find a way, at least this is what we're trying to do in the Chamber of Achaia, and this is the direction in which we work, in order to support this huge number of businesses and of professionals, especially in the direction of digital transformation, so that they can be more competitive and grow. So what do we want to do? We want to develop a mechanism that will provide assistance to all these businesses. From simple things to more complicated ones. Simple things. If you take a look at the digital tools, you will find many videos on YouTube about the digital tools, but very few in Greek language. So this is a handicap for the Greek businesses. And the more we move away from Athens, we will see that this handicap becomes even stronger. That is why it's important to have quality material in Greek. So good information, good quality videos, yes, and good quality lessons, provided to all the different levels of the businesses, management up to the lower level. There are many programs on the cloud which are free, or large part of them is free. For example, big companies like Google, Microsoft, Cisco, and others have a large part of their applications provided for free. What is required? Only knowledge of using them. If they advance to a higher level where the requirements are even higher, of course, you understand that they may be asked to pay. But the result that a very small business can get is incredible. So what we want is to develop a mechanism that will collect all these free tools, develop material, and provide assistance to Greek businesses. In Western Greece, we have 45,000 registered businesses. They will become 60,000, 70,000, along with the engineers and others that will become members of the registry. So if we could possibly help 500,000 businesses that have never, ever received funding, if we could help them effectively in using these resources, we would develop a methodology, a manual, yes, why not, that could be used by the rest of the businesses, even the bigger ones. Don't think that the big businesses know everything or are experts in these fields. No, they are at the very basic level. So this is the other side of the coin. This is the other side of the more organized businesses, which are assisted by the European programs and the European fundings. Mind you that the businesses we're talking about don't even get loans, and we're talking about the majority of the Greek businesses. We're talking about 70, 75, 80% of Greek businesses. Yes, but you have already started this project in order to provide assistance to these businesses. We have made steps, we get European programs, and we help the very small businesses, the very small efforts, or people who want to become entrepreneurs, people who have brilliant ideas. The numbers that I have shared with you are small. We have developed a network thanks to the financing of the region of Western Greece. We have developed 15 spaces, which ensures the interconnection of all interested parties and also allows for the broadcasting of lessons, shows around the region of Achaia and of Western Greece. There's no doubt that we make steps. The point is that we need to intensify this effort. And we need to explain to the region, to the universities, to the bodies that have the necessary knowledge, what they need to do in order to proceed.
Is this a number of businesses? No, not as many as we wanted. We have a great room for improvement, and if you see on this field, there is no one placing himself. A perfect regional growth conference, but no one takes a stance on that. No one. How, namely, how are we going to help these enterprises? 70%, I repeat the number, the figure 70% in female entrepreneurship, a great number of companies who wish to have help. We need to understand, first of all, and then tools. First of all, to thoroughly understand this need, and then to try to face this challenge, and then to promote it, because we're talking about a big number. Yes, what these companies need is to create faith. First of all, the first way is come to listen to what you need vis-a-vis to which the companies are very negative. And secondly is that the companies come and say, we need that. We cannot force a horse to drink water. That's the translation of an English saying, an English idiom. Yes, we obviously come in contact with with all the companies, both women companies and companies in general. But then we need to adapt the legislative framework to the needs, because a company may need water and the state wants to promote the cola lux beverage. That's why things are complex, and that's why my point of view is that we need a more open dialogue between those planning these programs, people who know the limitations, who are aware of the programs and the European limitations, and the market. What we have normally is that a public servant plans a program without having knowledge on the European limitations, and there is no consultation between the state and the market. And we've created a culture there is a growing culture that the programs are for the few and powerful, and not for the many weak. We need to take more tangible steps. I know that the problem is not always funding, because I have 12 companies. I know to what extent it's difficult to find money for this for the companies, but maybe we can have money and cannot exploit it, cannot capitalize on this money, because we don't know what to do with this money. So we need to know the steps that should be taken and the direction we need to head to and build confidence. Thank you very much, all of you, for being here in Patras, for this very good organization, and our virtual panelist who was away and close at the same time. Thank you very much.
Καλημέρα σε όλους.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you. I would like to thank the Regional Growth Conference for the invitation to take part in this conference organized in the University of Patras. However, we would like to thank the Regional Growth Conference for one more reason, because it is the first conference in the country that recognized the need of measuring the performance of the regions of the country with regard to the SDGs, the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. And today, we will present to you the first results of this survey. I'm very, very happy to have in this panel some very important people that have put research and innovation of the country in a very good course, and people who develop policies always having in mind this sustainability agenda, the only global agenda which provides us in a detailed way the manual that we need in order to proceed and successfully complete the transition to sustainable growth. We have with us the Deputy Minister of Development and Investments, Mr. Christos Dimas. In my view, the most effective
στο οικοσύστημα, πολύ θετικό αποτύπωμα στο οικοσύστημα έρευνας και καινοτομίας
person in the ecosystem of research and innovation, a man who has a very positive impact, a man who has managed to ensure quality research in the Greek universities, a man who combined this successful research with innovation, something that we were missing here in the country. And fortunately, Mr. Dimas came along and built this ecosystem, or at least gave it the opportunity to blossom. We have also with us Mr. Petros Kokkalis, member of the European Parliament, with whom we have always been talking about SDGs, and it's a great pleasure to see him now holding this political office in the European Parliament and doing some great things. He will talk about all these later.
Σχετικά με αυτά που κάνουμε κι εμείς, ο καθηγητής και πρώην
We have also with us
ερευνητικού κέντρου Αθηνά, καθηγητής
Professor Yannis Ioannidis, professor at the National Kapodistrian University of Athens. He is also co-chair of the GCH. He is one of the greatest scientists in the field of IT. He is the president of the Global Scientific Association of IT. People who are trying to boost this transition, always in a science-driven way, and always by following a holistic methodology that can only have a positive impact. Along with Mr. Vasilis Kassiolas, we will present to you in brief the results of the first survey that measures the performance of the Greek regions with regard to the SDGs. This report has been empowered by the Regional Growth Conference and by the data consultancies. If you could please upload the slides so I can run through the results, and then I will give the floor to Vasilis and to the rest of the panelists in order to make some comments.
Λοιπόν, η έκθεσή μας σε συνεργασία με το SDSN
This report that has been completed in cooperation with the SDSN, which, by the way, is the biggest network of universities and research institutes in the world, a network that has as an objective to convey to all stakeholders solutions for the promotion of sustainability. I'm the president of the Greek hub, and I'm also professor at the Economic University and the National Technical University of Denmark, and I also manage the Sustainable Development Unit Athena Research Center. SDSN Greece, the Observatory of Regional Policies, the data consultants, and the Regional Growth Conference decided that it is of utmost importance for us to know where the Greek region stands with regard to the SDGs. You can see that we're talking about a great team comprising professors, colleagues. My team is comprising research units, research institutes, universities, and accelerators of technology, and also science policy interfaces. But what is interesting to see is that what we measure today is the 2030 agenda with the 17 SDG goals, the goals that we want to reach with 169 sub-goals and hundreds of indexes that measure where we want to get by 2030. But allow me to clarify that this is not a general agenda. It has very specific goals that are always measured and monitored. And it can use the results of this monitoring in order to proceed to budget allocation and thus to proper development and growth in the regions, countries, and continents. So the Sustainable Development Goals, the Paris Agreement for Climate, the European Green Deal, all of these are combined, but the more holistic scheme that we have are the SDGs. 17 goals, 169 sub-goals. This is the report, and mind you, in the SDSN we conduct many researches and we draft many reports. This is the global report that pertains to all countries, and you can see that during the last 2-3 years we have stagnated because of COVID-19. Still, you can see the results at global level. In SDSN Europe, of which I am the chair, we have the report for all countries. You can see that there is no green color, there is no goal that has been reached, and there are many big challenges. We have 4 red goals pertaining to climate, marine resources, land use, and hunger. And we have 3 orange goals that mainly pertain to economy and growth and jobs creation. And of course, we have the goal pertaining to cooperation. It's not going that well. In our global and European reports, we always include the measurements of Greece. And you can see here that Greece has some yellow goals, meaning that the challenges are minor, and it has also a positive trend. In other words, you can see a green arrow heading upwards, so we're doing well when it comes to poverty, health, clean water. But we also have some goals where we are faced with enormous difficulties. Now, what was missing? Knowledge about managing a development plan, knowledge about the performance of regions, knowledge about the way that European resources or national resources are spent. So we, in cooperation with SDSN, and mind you, we are many in the team, decided to draft the first regional SDG report about Greece. Here you can see some indicators, how we select the indicators, how we collect the data, then how we measured the performance of each region with regard to the SDGs. And of course, you can also see the creation of the dashboard that will be available to all so that it can then be used by each region and check how it performs. This is the first systematic effort that has ever been made in Greece to record the success of the country at the level of regions, always with regard to the SDGs. And we faced the difficulties, especially the lack of data, especially with regard to some specific goals, but the way to monitor all these and to improve it is to make the first step. And this is exactly what we did with the global SDSN reports. What we did back in 2015 has been greatly improved following the reports of 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, and 22. It is important to say that we have an overall picture about the regions. And we have this overall picture about the regions that you can see on the screen. We have some red areas which are equal to great challenges, and many times these are opposite to the right way we need to follow. Orange pertains to big challenge when it comes to the implementation of the goal. Yellow color means that we do have difficulties. We haven't reached the goal, but we are on the right track. And green color, we have reached our goal. And it is important for you to understand that everything we measure, could you please click on SDG 1, no poverty? So you need, no, not this one. So you need to understand that everything we measure is measured on the basis of specific indicators, which may be even 7. All this measurement will be then discussed with each region. We have already initiated the discussions in order to arrange the appointments, in the context of which we will talk about the indicators we use, the data we use, the results we got, so that then after we reach an agreement with the regions, we can publish that on the global SDSN site, and then every region can have access to the data that we have used in order to get the results. Here you can see that when it comes to SDG 9, that pertains to industry and innovation, SDG 10, that pertains to inequality, and SDG, that pertains to sustainable cities and communities, and SDG, that pertains to poverty. You can see that all these SDGs are deep red color, which means that we are far away from reaching these goals. Here you can see how the different regions are ranked. It is not that important whether you are better than the others. What is important is to identify the areas where you need most assistance. And what I want you to understand is that for every region, we have a detailed representation with many indicators and with many data sets. Unfortunately, I don't have the time, and by the way, there's no point in me explaining to you which are the results for every region. But what is important to say is that every region, in the consultation process and the redesign that we will make with them, will be able to see all these and ensure that we also get the data we need. This is the only way for this tool to become the backbone for the allocation of projects and budgets from the different ministries.
Obviously, Attica is the region with the most difficult challenges. This is not any surprise for anyone, but the most important aspect is to see where do we need to invest. Moreover, the SDSN, I will conclude with that. We have presented in 2019 in Climate Week in New York the 6 transformations that can help the operationalization of the SDGs. What does that mean? That we focus on 6 transformations, namely education, secondly, health, third, sustainable industry and decarbonization, fourth, good land and water management, 5, sustainable communities and cities, and 6, digital revolution. What we've done here is the following: to see, when it comes to the Greek regions, what is the transformation in which we have the best progress. And obviously this is the management of soil and water. Secondly, the energy transformation and the decarbonization and the sustainable industry. Fourth, digitalization, sustainable cities, and last in the ranking, health. But let's see the positive aspect. If we see how the RFF money is allocated, we can see that this money has funded mainly projects in the health sector. So this gives us a clear idea that we invest in a good way, in an efficient way, our money, and then we can see from that we focus on a good management in terms of the allocation of the RFF funds. And by way of conclusion, I would like to say that we've carried out a deep learning approach through a deep learning methodology, thanks to machine learning approaches. We mapped the SDGs and the 6 transformations in the European Union. We're talking about 100,000 pages of Green Deal conclusions. And what we've concluded from is that 3 and 4 can be assisted by the Green Deal, decarbonization, but it's less efficient when it comes to social cohesion SDGs. That's why it is of paramount importance when we do the budget allocation to assess them according to the SDGs and not according to the Green Deal. And that's what my beloved minister in Europe, Giovellini, does that, because he says that yes, I apply the Green Deal, but I will assess my policies according to the SDGs, because the SDGs are constitute a holistic framework. Dear Vasilis, what are the difficulties we faced when it comes to collecting data? Thank you very much for participating in the panel today. I represent the Original Policy Monitor, and I represent the data consultants, a company with a long experience in providing services to municipal authorities and regional authorities and contributing to regional growth. The most important challenge was to collect the data. The easiest task was to analyze this data, but the most difficult challenge was to collect the data, and that's why I seized the opportunity to call upon the regional authorities present here to help us when it comes to collecting data in order to evaluate, assess on an annual basis the SDGs and see where are we successful, where are we lagging behind, and allocate the funds in the best possible way. Mr. Minister, to what extent innovation and research can contribute to a better future? How can we capitalize on research and innovation? And we, members of academia, want to do that in our country in order to live better in the future. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. Good afternoon to all of you. I would like to, first of all, to make some introductory remarks, and I would like to congratulate both Mr. Kosciola and Mrs. Kunduri of the SDSN for the collection of this data, and I would like to share with you the fact that the access to tangible and real data is of paramount importance in order to exploit and to draw good policies. And I would share an example with you. As of some days ago, some months ago, the Greek government didn't know how many entities were belonging to the public sector. So data is of paramount importance in order to draw policies and to build a sustainable future in order to draw policies that will be adapted to the needs. And now I would like to reply to your question. We know that the European Union for many years is a pioneer when it comes to climate crisis, has rose the bar very high with the goals 2050 and 2025. Mr. Kokalis will further discuss upon that. It's a policy, the European Union policy. But in order to attain these targets, these goals, and to utilize research and innovation against the climate crisis, we need the researchers. We need researchers who will promote innovative research methods, and through these methods we will decarbonize our economy without putting more obstacles to competition. In Greece, we have many research centers who rose the bar very high when it comes to scientific research in terms of climate crisis mitigation. I won't elaborate on the European funds and European projects because you are all aware of these tools and schemes. However, in order to maintain biodiversity in Greece, we have the CLIMP Pact, which is the union of the academia, the research centers, the scientists, who all together can share opinions and can share their conclusions with the government and the authorities when it comes to mitigating the climate crisis. And Democritus, and other institutions have adopted the new methods in order to attain climate goals vis-à-vis the Green Deal and the 2050. And we have Athena as well, and I can see the former president of the Athena, who was a pioneer, and Mrs. Kudui, with the creation of the scientific hub of the SDSN, which we firmly believe that it will further develop the scientific solutions required in order to mitigate the climate crisis. By way of conclusion, I would like to say that apart from the European resources, we have 104 projects funded against the climate crisis and sustainable growth. We have more than 68.8 million euros. We have 3 proposals in the environment. We have 3 other proposals in the competent centers, and in Elevate Greece, 8.3% of the startups in Greece are operating in the field of energy and environment. By way of conclusion, I would like to say that more than 3.5 billion euros from the from the new programming area of the SNRF will be channeled towards environment and sustainable development goals. So we have very important financial tools for the Greek scientific community in order to assist both at the national, European and global level in order to mitigate the climate crisis through real scientific solutions. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. As always, Mr. Dimas presents us with an endless list of initiatives, of actions, of projects being implemented. And this is always very important, especially when it comes to implementation. Greece and Europe in general have difficulty not in having a vision, nor in making this vision happen, but in implementation. That's why the political leadership must always provide meaningful support that can only accelerate and facilitate this implementation. The European Union, Mr. Kokkalis, what can you say about the European Union? I have in front of me 2 wonderful reports, and I'm saying wonderful because they basically measure what we need to know in order to have the best management of the money given by the European citizens. I'm talking about the report of the European Parliament on the implementation of these SDGs and the regions 2030 monitoring the SDGs in the EU region. European Parliament pilot project. I would like you to tell us why the European Union took the initiative to draft these reports, and how are you going to use them, and how useful are the reports we make as a US DSN, especially the SDSN Europe has an MOU with the European Commission to communicate every year the results of this report, and it is very important to work together on that, and I'm truly fascinated by what I see happening at the level of the European Union.
Είσαι muted. Unmute. Δεν σ' ακούω.
Unfortunately, there is no sound.
Ναι, κάνει mute από το control.
Yes, the control mutes me. Now, yes, we can hear you. The control had muted me, but anyway, thank you for giving me this opportunity. to hear about the results of this report, but also to answer to your question.
Ότι αν δεν το μετρήσεις όπως λέμε συχνά δεν μπορείς να το διορθώσεις.
It's always important to have results because this is the only way to proceed in the future. We need to know what we have and we need to be able to measure it. When we're talking about climate change, we're not referring only to the destruction of biodiversity, but also the explosion of inequalities. That's why the manual that we have drafted for the 2030 horizon needs to lead to a change of system and will ensure prosperity for all. Excuses, but the sound is terrible. We will do our best. The point is that we need to make the political commitment not to leave anyone behind. And by 2030, the 10 billion people that will be on Earth to enjoy the same rights. This, of course, is not obvious that will be easy or that it will be achieved in a democratic way. Now, the European Parliament completed this report 2 years after the speech given by the Commissioner for the Environment in view of the high-level forum that will take place in New York in June. The European Parliament asks for specific things. It asks for a new implementation of the global goals for the European Union, and this will include specific, measurable, and defined targets. In other words, we are in 2022. We have 8 years until 2030, and we need for each 169 sub-targets of the SDGs, or at least for 100 targets, to agree about the level that will constitute a success. It is very important to know where we need to get and what will be the acceptable level. That is why we are asking for a commissioner that will be responsible for this whole process. We are asking for the reinitiation of the dialogue with the civil society. We are also asking for what we passed, and that is the transformation of the Greek economy into an economy of prosperity for all. We are asking for the improvement of the monitoring of the goals. We also want to measure exactly the spillover results. We are also asking for the promotion enhancement of voluntarism at a European level, the monitoring of goals at a local and regional level, and I will come back to that. And we ask for the revision of the European semester, which has included the SDGs as of last year, and its strengthening with the New Deal of Sustainable Growth that will replace the Stability Pact, since this is the only way to respond to the climate challenge and to align ourselves with the SDGs. Now, at the local level, there was the project Urban 2030, which actually produced the European Handbook from voluntary local reviews, which helps cities prepare reports and evaluations. We support the local reportings by all bodies, not only the public or the subnational ones, but also by businesses and other organizations like schools, businesses, and others. So, by the end of the month, we expect to get updated indicators for cities. We expect these voluntary local reports, and we also expect the results. Last year, thanks to a process that has been implemented in the European Union, the MPs asked for the implementation of pilot programs, and out of the 400 proposals that were submitted, we approved a program amounting to 1.6 billion euros. And the JRC and Eurostat and the DG Regio will actually try to develop a methodology that simulates to the report you drafted. This is the only way to bridge the gaps in our efforts to reach the SDGs. Point is that apart from the cities, the regions play a decisive role in the management of funding. We saw that we didn't have the relative data, and the purpose of this program is to have a series of indicators that will help the regions reach the objectives, because, as you said, Eurostat, this is very important, will also increase the capacity of the regions to monitor and to submit reports pertaining to the goals, and also to communicate participatory processes to the regions in order to reach their objectives. The participation of the regions, as you can understand, is very important. By the end of the month, and I'm very glad to say that in front of this audience, we will publish the call for interest for 12 regions that will take part in the development of this pilot program, so that it can proceed and so that these indicators can be developed. We are really interested in learning more about the results you gave, and I want to learn more about the way you collect this data and how you select these indicators. It is always useful, such a process, to be implemented not only in our country, but in all European countries, so that we can have measurable and comparable data, so that we can then develop the necessary policies that will allow us to reach these critical goals of systemic change. Of course, I saw that SDG 10 in the regions is red. In Greece is yellow or green, which means that we have a long way to go. And that is why we need to work closely together. We apologize, but the sound was awful.
We need to make steps from different directions. Mr. Kokalis, I have some questions for you, but I will get back to you later. And now I will give the floor to Mr. Ioannidis, who woke up very early in California or New York. I'm always confused with you. Where are you living? In California? Okay, in California. What's the most efficient way in order to collect, store, and then use all this big data that are coming as a torrential rain towards us? The most important thing is how to manage this big data in order to interpret them and be helpful for us to achieve growth. And when we talk about growth, we don't mean only growth in monetary terms, but in terms of well-being. Yanni, thank you, Phoebe. Thank you for the invitation and my presence here at this panel in spite of the local hour, the local time here. The most efficient way, the most important thing is broad, and every case is different, because financial data must be collected and interpreted in a different way. Data regarding pollution in the air and in the sea will be collected and interpreted in another way. But the most important thing, the common denominator, I would say, is after the SDG word, the most important word after SDG or sustainability is data. The most important word is data. We want to get rid of fossil fuels, but data is the new fossil fuel, the new petrol, the new oil is data. So we need, first of all, to have clear data and a lot of data. And as Mr. Kokalis said, I'm very curious to see how did you collect the data and what kind of data did you collect? Because the analysis of this big data is not an easy task. Quite the opposite. It's a daunting task. And if your data are not clean and are dirty, you will have dirty conclusions. So the most important thing is to to review this data in order to draw useful conclusions and efficient conclusions vis-à-vis the trends and the measurements that are applicable, and on the basis of these measurements draw new policies. So, having said that, for most of this data, there are standard practices as to how we collect manually this data. For example, through interviews, through questionnaires, through reports and other texts, such as the text produced by the European Union, the SDSN, and so on and so forth. Very useful and very indicative is how can we have data that can be drawn from the source, from the primary source. That means how through sensors or through satellites or through the social data, the social media data, how people work, how people consume, how people talk to each other, how much water do they consume, how do they educate themselves. All this data needs to be extracted from this main source and then after a review to be analyzed. We have many efforts running now. The Minister shared with us some of these efforts. We have many efforts coming from the academia, efforts to draw this, to collect this data using digital technologies and then connect this data to the different SDGs, to the respective SDGs. Unless we do that, we will always have a lack of image, a deficit in the image and not a targeted reaction to what we read. As Phoebe, as you saw, Phoebe, the sixth transformation vis-à-vis the SDGs is the only one linked to all the 17 SDGs. So we need to place our digital ear, our digital eye on every field where sustainable data, where data regarding sustainability are getting produced in order to extract them and analyze them and draw useful conclusions. But we need to utilize this data for sustainability, not for control reasons or for manipulation reasons, etc. So that's the main issue here. And one of the priorities with the analysts, the data analysts, how are we going to do all this at a very high level of morality? And this is very important and it underpins all the SDGs.
Beautifully said. As applied statistician, this data quality and availability that you mentioned is the first defining point of any analysis, the first defining element of any analysis. And the way that digitalization can help us in collecting data, either from sensors or satellite, because we have many environmental variables, and by the way, we have many good units and very good departments responsible for collecting satellite data. And as you also said, we want to make all this data digitalized. Can I add something, Phoebe, to what you said? Europe is now starting a very important initiative, Destination Earth. Yes, yes, I showed that on my slide. Yes, I want to talk about it a little bit. We want to make a digital twin of Earth. A very difficult task, but when we complete this task, we will be able to get data on the environment, on health, on behavior, on consumption habits, on animals, on land use, on everything. And this is a major bet that we will win. The SDSN and the European Union all should join forces and support this initiative. We have 4 more minutes, and I would like to give 2 minutes to Mr. Kokalis and 2 minutes to Mr. Dimas. In the report we completed about Europe and the implementation of the European Green Deal, we made an important effort by implementing machine learning approaches in order to identify which are the SDGs supported by the European Green Deal. We wanted to see whether there are any policies supporting that. And Mr. Kokalis, we saw that although the European Green Deal is very good in terms of decarbonization, in terms of proper management of natural resources, it is not that effective when it comes to social cohesion, even though European Union has announced in the context of the European Green Deal that the fourth main pillar is leave no one behind. That's why I always say that what you do in the European Union is of great importance because the SDGs are a more holistic framework and they showcase issues of social cohesion. Do you have the same apprehension in the European Union? Please unmute Mr. Kokalis. Now, can you hear me? Not that well. Yes, we do have this discussion. First of all, I would like to say that decarbonization and the elimination of carbon from our life gives some results of social cohesion. But of course, this is also related to the interconnection of SDGs. The big effort that is being made right now, and the discussion that will start in September for the restructuring of the Stability Pact, the well-known pact, will be done in order to include the need for climate action and also the European Pillar for Social Rights and for social cohesion. This is a major progress because we will move from a Europe which was basically a financial union to Europe that will be a holistic union to the service of all citizens. Yes, I'm very happy with this new destination that it will get, and all these transformations that we are making combine the impact of all the SDGs on every big pillar. So the contribution of decarbonization to social cohesion is recorded, but social cohesion is still not that central when it comes to the implementation of policies that have become laws. That is why it's very important to make SDGs the main priorities, and I believe that this can be proven by all data and analysis that we have made. Mr. Minister, your European MP said that sustainable development does not pertain only to climate change. I'm sure that you know, Mr. Kokalis knows that this is the case. Could you please share with us your vision about how this multicolored, multidimensional, multidisciplinary, innovative ecosystem that is being created with great speed, how do you think this will be measured in our progress with regard to sustainable development? First of all, I would like to tell you that it's a great satisfaction to see that the innovation ecosystems in the research centers and universities, in startups, spin-offs, businesses that invest in research and development use modern methodologies, that is, big data, algorithm, artificial intelligence. We see this happening more and more and in different sectors. So if we want to get significant results with regard to sustainable development, we need to make sure that research and innovation will be supported and will have access to this data. Now, on the part of the state, what we are trying to do during the last few months is to provide to the scientific community and to our talented entrepreneurs as many tools as possible, as many incentives, institutional frameworks that will allow them to use the specialized knowledge and even of their talent so as to reach the desired results. And in conclusion, with regard to combating climate change, which is a global issue since it concerns all the planet, just as the competitiveness of startups does. The competitiveness of startups is not a national issue, it is a global one. So the objective that we have set and our ambition is the Greek scientists and talented entrepreneurs to be able to be competitive at the global level, but having their seat here in Greece. Okay, very beautifully said. With Professor Yannis Ioannidis, with Professor Jeff Sachs from Columbian University, on the 6th of July, we are going to announce the Global Hub for the Climate, a hub of SDSN, which will have its seat here in Greece. We all feel very proud. However, we recognize the great responsibility, and we know that this hub will be a very valuable partner to this wider effort that is being made. Thank you all for being here today. It was a pleasure and honor to speak with so distinguished people. Thank you all very much for being here. Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me? Can you hear me? This is the interpreter speaking. Hello? Hello, hello. This is the interpreter speaking. Hello. A test. This is a test. Hello, can you hear me? Fine. Okay. Can you hear me? Hello?
Can you please tell me if you can hear me? Δεν έχει ήχο μόνος, βασικά. Πώς να ακούσουμε. Είναι και η μουσική. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 1, 2 ακούγομαι. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, εγώ ακούγομαι. Το αγγλικό κανάλι ακούγεται ή όχι.
Μάλιστα, μάλιστα. Can you hear me? Hello, hello. This is a test. Hello.
1, 2, 3, 3, 4, testing, 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, testing, 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 interpreter's booth. Can you hear me? All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the interpreter speaking. Can you hear me?
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλησπέρα.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. We're starting with yet another panel of this 10th Regional Growth Conference taking place at the University of Patras, in the town of Patras. At the epicenter of our discussion, we shall put the citizens themselves and social cohesion, because we cannot possibly have sustainable development without social cohesion. With us, we have the specialists. It is a great honor and pleasure for us to have online even, although we would have liked them to be here in person. The Deputy Minister of Labor and Social Affairs, Ms. Domna Michailidou, very active Deputy Minister. Welcome, even if online. The former Social Affairs and Inclusion, Mr. Laszlo Andor, former Commissioner. Dear Commissioner,
Of the Foundation for European Progressive Studies, thank you so much for being here with us. And we have Ms. Katarina Ivankovic-Knezevich. She's Director for Social Rights and Inclusion. It's an honor to be with us. Και δίπλα μας εδώ στην Πάτρα, ο κύριος Γιώζεφ Πακολέ είναι καθηγητής.
And Mr. Joseph Pakalich είναι από το Πανεπιστήμιο του Λέβινγκ.
Καλώς ήρθατε, you're more than welcome, professor. Και θα ξεκινήσουμε κατευθείαν.
And we shall start our discussion by giving the floor to our Deputy Minister, Ms. Michailidou. You have the floor. Good afternoon from Athens. I'm not sure whether you prefer me to speak in English or Greek, whatever you want. Given the fact that the other speakers are foreigners, there is a simultaneous translation. Please take the choice that better suits you. No problem at all.
It's going to be easy.
Ελληνικά, συγγνώμη. Με ειδοποιούν ότι καλύτερα είναι να γίνει τοποθέτηση στα ελληνικά.
No, I'm asked that you speak in Greek because we have live streaming and many people will be watching us live streaming. And here we have people from the organization. I was asked, says the speaker, that to tell you if you could please use Greek. I can hear the translator herself. Please give us a moment to see if we can overcome that. I'm sure they can find a solution to that. Can we isolate the translator?
Το τεχνικό θέμα. Ακούτε τα αγγλικά δηλαδή, έτσι?
Ναι, ακούω τα αγγλικά και όταν μιλούσατε δεν καταλάβαινα τι λέγατε γιατί...
Yes, and while you were talking, I couldn't understand what you were saying because I could hear both you and the lady. In order to save time, Ms. Minister, I will give the floor to the former commissioner. No, unless you we want us to start and we will resolve it as we go on. Yes, okay, we shall proceed then. Okay, we can talk about what would be interesting for all those who are watching us today. So I was thinking about the substantial challenges that we have. We've been having these 3 years as government and at the Ministry of Work and Employment and Social Affairs, because my team and I have been working in a mathematical way. The axis of our work have been two. One would be to deal with the pandemic, because through this, the social part and the protection of our citizens was our absolute priority, number one priority. And this, in collaboration with all the structures that were there for the protection of vulnerable citizens, and with the collaboration, we managed to protect far more effectively, and we managed to protect our citizens, vulnerable citizens, far better than other states that have much higher funding. And with a very substantial feeling of responsibility and effectiveness, I believe that we have managed to really deal with the protection of the most vulnerable. But at the same time, we planned and funded and materialized a substantial reform plan. And this reform plan that we are implementing has to do, again, with two axes and with two different mechanisms. The two axes it refers to is the vertical one, the horizontal one. We're trying to upgrade the median because the problem does not only refer to 1 to 2% social policy, and protection of the vulnerability has much higher percentages. This needs, by definition, much protection. Take into consideration the third age, 10% of our citizens that are disabled also needs protection. And the final axis is the protection of the most vulnerable, such as children, and also with the poorest one, also the homeless. So horizontal, children, daycare, and how to fight social exclusion and poverty. We have dolls. Great vulnerability for children, deinstitutionalization, and foster families. Also, social re-inclusion of the homeless through programs that finance the roofing and employment of the former homeless, so as to reintegrate them in the labor market. So these two axes, the horizontal one as well as the absolute vulnerability, also there are ways to exercise social policy. This can be done through two mechanisms. One is through direct funding, doles and financial aid, or provision of services that are work as enabling factors that free up the household people and their families, so that these people can make the choices that they want without being suppressed or without having to parameterize their choices on the basis of the income that they have in their pocket. To us, the provision and funding of qualitative services means an active social policy. So, if we take it part by part, because we're in social affairs. If we want to categorize at subject levels, what we do reforms for the child, for the third age, for vulnerability, for poverty, for disability, and special population groups. So again, if we get to the point of services as enabling factors in the life of the citizen, we're looking at children's protection, we're looking at universal meals, many and good quality maternity schools, the personal assistant, maternity school was wrong, daycare. I apologize. So having the certainty, giving the certainty to the mother or the people of the family that their children have been secured. We're talking about services such as the community centers through which the strengthening of our citizens takes place. So we're talking about a dual reinforcement system of the necessary doles and direct fundings, as well as the support through services that will be several and high quality, which really open up capabilities for people. Now, taking into consideration all that, I have to point out that we also have two great tools. One tool is the recovery fund, and the next program period through the European Social Fund, and which gives us support and funding, and we will also see the specialization of these funding in the discussion that we will start. We're getting into a very practical issue, and we'll get back to our discussion. Thank you very much, dear Minister. Now the floor to Mr. Laszlo Andor. Mr. Andor.
European expertise. You have a great European experience. The challenges and the pressures are huge at this period. We just came out from an economic crisis. There's an ongoing environmental and energy crisis. What, according to your opinion, what policies are necessary as to mitigate social risks and ensure inclusion in this very challenging environment?
First of all, let me thank you for the invitation, and I really regret not being able to be with you in person. I think the factor which connects my time in office 10 years ago and the current situation is basically the concept of shocks and the question how the European welfare systems, the European social model can be resistant to various types of shocks, and whether the European Union can develop the capacity of shock absorption. If I go back in time to the period 2010 to 13 or even 15 in the case of Greece, we all remember that the lack of a shock absorption, especially in Southern Europe, became a major problem after we experienced the fragility of the economic and monetary union, and the welfare states of the European periphery, but especially countries like Greece or Spain, came under a fiscal pressure. And of course, there have been other reasons why the fiscal base had been eroding. And the weakening of the welfare states was experienced already, but this indeed came as a disruption and not just an erosion. Of course, we saw the big rise of poverty. Sometimes it was temporary, but even if a temporary rise of material deprivation takes 2 or 3 years, it can have a very severe effect on a generation. We experienced major problems like youth unemployment, skyrocketing in those times. So the question is whether the EU, the member states and the center developed a better capacity to coordinate shock absorptions and some kind of risk sharing. And I think at the time of the corona pandemic, we saw very important developments because 2 years ago, the European Union indeed displayed the capacity of protecting jobs together, showing solidarity, introducing at the European Union level what had been already the case in some member states, job-saving schemes and European loans up to 100 billion euros were helping to save jobs, to stabilize the labor market. And through these instruments, the European performance indeed was markedly better than, for example, the case of the United States. Now, I should be the last person to say that with instruments like SURE, everything is resolved because with this, the EU provided support to the employees whose jobs could be saved. But there are also many employees, even in these types of crises like the corona, whose jobs cannot be saved because the companies go bankrupt or the contracts expire. So there is a rationale to go beyond the job-saving schemes and develop some kind of safety net for the unemployment benefit schemes of the member states. Various concepts like reinsurance have been discussed, and I would assume that when the discussion comes back to reinstating the fiscal rules of the Economic and Monetary Union, this might also be discussed. But let me just highlight one more instrument, which is even more topical, because in the recent days, the EU was making a big progress towards the coordination of minimum wages. And this is indeed unique because you have witnessed in the last decade that the minimum wage was introduced or increased exactly to relieve pressure from the welfare state. This was definitely the case in Germany, that you can reduce in-work poverty by maintaining a good value of the minimum wage. And the legislation in 2015 to introduce it and now to raise it in Germany is a very important step. Now, why is the European coordination necessary? Because in many countries, the social dialogue is not as strong as in Western Europe or in Northern Europe especially. And you have to provide some kind of boost, some kind of support to ensure that in-work poverty as a result of shocks or as a result of the competitive pressures of the single market does not become an enormous daunting problem. So I think there are many good initiatives on track, many at the stage of ideas and analysis, but the direction of this is quite clear.
Okay, thank you so much. I go straight to Ms. Katarina Knežević. Has the European Commission the potential to absorb these pressures that were described? Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon to all participants and also dear fellow colleagues, panelists. It's nice to see you, Doma, and also I had pleasure to have quite some meetings with Joseph Pacolet, who will speak a little bit later, and always a pleasure to welcome you, Mr. Andor. When I was a young director in Croatian administration, then you were a commissioner, and I remember your first visit really well at that time and the start of the youth guarantee. And now when you were mentioning the high youth unemployment as one of the results of the big economic crisis, now when we look at it, which is more than 10 years after you have started the work actually on the youth guarantee and the implementation on the youth guarantee, I believe we can really say and reflect that it helped a lot. And such an instrument that was put in place. I know that maybe there are some who might reflect that the speed by which we all implemented either at EU level of the member states might be a bit faster, but in my opinion, I think the time has shown such a vision and such an importance of putting in place such an instrument. I keep my fingers crossed for the European Child Guarantee as well, that it has the same path of success as the Youth Guarantee did. So now I really apologize for taking a bit of time to reflect, but we rarely see occasion to really meet with each other, and I wish we could be there in lovely Greece, but nevertheless, it's not raining in Brussels at least. First of all, let me tell you that I fully agree and fully share the challenges that previous speakers have mentioned. And also, it's no surprise that reinforcing and reforming the social protection and welfare systems in order to address, first of all, ongoing and then upcoming challenges is really and are really the key objectives for us in the European Commission. And as you know very well, the competence in this area is mostly in the hands of the member states, while we see that we still, as the EU, play mostly supporting role and coordinating role when it comes to the social security coordination. But nevertheless, I think we do have some instruments in our place, and I'll quickly take you through them in order maybe to also lift up a discussion a bit. So the European Pillar of Social Rights, which was adopted, which was proclaimed actually in 2017, has set the 20 principles which are guiding the member states and the member states' actions and also our actions at the EU level in order to reinforce the social dimension of the EU. And the goals are super clear, if I can put it in such a words, when it comes to the social protection and the social inclusion. And it is to lift, first of all, to lift the people out of the poverty and deprivation, to provide the access to social protection to all, and to reduce inequalities, and ultimately give the people the means to be empowered and to fully contribute to the economy and the society. And I think if we have to explain the pillar in one sentence, this would be the sentence. And I listened to Domna very carefully when you were reflecting on what Greece has done in the terms of pandemic, how you secure that the most vulnerable have the access to social protection and the other means. I think this is as well the essence of the pillar.
Thank you.
With the adoption of the action plan last year in March, we have also
Ms. Knežević, we'll get back to the adoption of the action plan. We can get back to it at our conversation in a few minutes. If you could hold on a second, I'm really sorry that I need to interrupt you, but the time is very short. We have to get to our professor. He's the guru of microeconomics. It's a great honor that we have you here, Professor Pacolet. Please give us your foresights and your insights on the subject.
Thank you. I am observing how that the journalist has the last word. Nevertheless, it's an important lesson for politicians and for administrators. Yes, thank you for inviting me here, and it's a pleasure. I am a macroeconomist from the Leuven economic department, and in the 60s and 70s of the previous century already, they were contributing as a university to the regional development of the region over there. I was trained in the 70s, and so it's at coming home here to observe the interest for regional economic development and at the same time here in this session for social protection. At the airport coming to here, I am, by the way, the only one coming to here, so I am the only one contributing somewhat to the regional economic development. But at the airport, a journalist also on his way to here asked me, what are you going to talk about? I said, the welfare state. He answered, is there a welfare state? Is that not a relict of the ancient Greek? No, it's exactly the opposite why I was coming to here, to demonstrate that the welfare state is well and alive. And the title of this session is Rebooting of the Social Protection of the Welfare State. No, I would say it is boosting, given a boost, a real boost to the welfare state. That is what is happening. I am monitoring for 25 years already how the Maastricht Treaty and the path to economic integration of the European Union has an influence or not on the social Europe. And what I can conclude only, even when there are crises, and it has been permanent new crises that pop up, the road forward is further economic development. That is the ambition of the population. I'm very happy that you, Mr. Andor, already said that the last 10 years and the last 2 years we are more and more also able at a European level to cope with those shocks that need to be absorbed by the policymakers. But at the same time, there is not only further economic progress, but there is further social progress. And I'm very happy that the other panelists could comment already on some of the European dimensions. The responsibility of the social protection lays within the hands of the national authorities. And for instance, it was the creation by the previous Commission, the Juncker Commission, of that in 2017 of the European Pillar of Social Rights, that for me it was an overwhelming ambition along 20 principles, very simple principles, where there need progress in the labor market, in working conditions, but also in the social security and the several pillars. And that overwhelming ambition, and that's completely in contradiction with the question of the journalist, is there a welfare state? There is an overwhelming ambition at that time by the previous Commission, and the same overwhelming ambition is there by the new Commission, because they want to make progress also very quickly. So there is that action plan, and what are both doing, the Pillar of Social Rights and the action plan is also inviting the national authorities to contribute further to that progress. I am invited here by Anna Diamantopoulou as a member of the high-level group. That is one element, one tiny element of, and I'm meeting Katarina there, it's one element of that action plan. I'm not going to disclose the conclusions of our high-level group, but the element is to look for how, for instance, new forms of work, platform work, the rediscovering of decent working conditions and decent social protection for independent workers. And I can imagine that in Greece it has been a substantive group of people who are working in that kind of activities. Well, the ambition is to reassure for them adequate social protection. On the other hand, the ambition is also to answer on new needs and Anna Diamantopoulou doesn't like me that I say from cradle to grave, but it's from the very early child education to the very needs of the very old dependent person. You need adequate health and long-term care. And both pillars or principles of the social pillar are invited to be developed by the national authorities, and it's up to the minister, the deputy minister over there. It's their responsibility in the end if they are responding. If you can ask my question how they should respond, I can give that, but perhaps in view of time.
We'll get back to it, of course.
I can come back to that, yes.
Θα επιστρέψουμε στην Υφυπουργό. Ανοίξατε τη βεντάλια των πολιτικών.
Okay, you have spoken about politicians and the policies. We have spoken about protection, strengthening, empowerment, and we've also touched upon fundings. Maybe we are gradually entering the very heart of our discussion. Yes, well, the very heart of our discussion are politics, and funding is a tool. So we are faced with a dual challenge. We are faced with new funding tools, and namely the Recovery and Resilience Fund, within which we have integrated purely social policies amounting to more than 600 million euros. And then we have the European Social Fund, which is responsible for the funding of social policies, for us to be able to move to an NSRF, which will be managed by the regions. So we have the ministry which designs the policies, and in order to be closer to the citizens, the new NSRF provides the money with the centrally designed policy by the ministry to the regions, so that the regions will be able to distribute the resources more efficiently and more quickly. Now, I would be interested in listening the opinion of the other participants in our panel. I mean, because they took part in the shaping of this fund, the Resilience and Recovery Fund. It was created in order to cover non-repeated expenses. This means that it is an exceptional tool for everything that has a very high cost of something that will not be repeated. So it is exceptional for infrastructures, for our ports, for many kinds of investments, of capital investments. But there are major difficulties when it comes to social policies, because it is not, I mean, social policies is not about infrastructure, it is about services. And so we found it very difficult to plan services for social policies. We managed to design certain things, you know, in a kind of transformative policies for the vulnerable groups of our society, so that they could also be included in these policies and draw benefit from them. Now, the priority within the framework of these two funds is the child guarantee. And unfortunately, we do not have the commissioner here, but we have the director with us. So we are among the first, or maybe the first country, to have integrated this initiative of this exceptional initiative of the Commissioner Schmidt about the child guarantee. So we invest in reducing child poverty and child exclusion and marginalization, in order to guarantee that the future of the children will not depend on the income of their families, and that they will not be trapped in a vicious circle of poverty. So we do have a very clever tool which coincides with our initiatives, and we started working for it long ago, and with the cooperation of UNICEF, we are moving towards the specific direction with very specific policies in order to reduce child poverty. Thank you very much. Very interesting information. Now, let us hear a comment from each member of our panel about whether the tools to implement policies in social protection suffice, or whether we need more tools. Mr. Commissioner, Mr. Laszlo, The floor is yours.
I asked if the instruments and the financial instruments are enough to implement the policies, the European policies.
Can you hear us? Hello? Okay, great.
Is that what was said by the Deputy Minister is absolutely encouraging, because it shows that the European instruments can be merged with the local innovation, social policy innovation, and the strong commitment to the next generation. I think a crucial point is that equal opportunity has to be applied, and there are some countries, not so much Greece, but East Central European countries and the Balkans, where, for example, these policies are failing because of the marginalization of the Roma community. And that's why 10 years ago, we were working on a Roma integration strategy at the European Union level. And I would need to admit that this is also something where the theory was working better than the practice. And I believe the current Commission is kind of revisiting these strategies. And in order to make, for example, a child guarantee really effective, it's very important to ensure that these situations of marginalization or segregation of the ethnic minorities in countries like Hungary, Romania, Slovakia, Bulgaria, perhaps also, these situations are overcome. Okay. And that's not something which simply happens after a declaration of principles. This really requires probably targeted investment, but also the inclusion of the affected minorities in the policy design and also the implementation.
Thank you,
of,
Mr. Andor. Sorry to interrupt you again, but we have run out of time. Θα χαιρετήσουμε την κυρία Υφυπουργό. Πρέπει να την αποδεσμεύσουμε.
We need to say goodbye to the Deputy Minister because she has to leave us. She has to leave us due to other obligations. So thank you very much, Mrs. Mihailidou, for being with us, for participating in our panel. We will now end this session with a comment from Mrs. Knežević and Mr. Pakole. Mrs. Knežević, can you still hear us? Are you still with us? Can you? Oh, ναι, βεβαίως, βεβαίως.
Okay. Unfortunately, we've run out of time, so we need to close up and wrap up our panel. But we'll get back to the topic soon. Thank you so much for being here. Και συνεχίζουμε με το επόμενο πάνελ του συνεδρίου. Ευχαριστούμε πάρα πολύ που μας...
We will go on with our next panel now. Thank you very, very much for being with us.
Do you hear us?
1, 2, 3.
Do you hear me?
This is a test. Can you hear me? Test, test, test.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, rather. Here we are at the Regional Growth Conference 2022 under different circumstances. Let us hope that we will all have the opportunity to keep seeing each other in physical presence. This is the second year we will be touching upon tourism and the new programming period 2021-2027 in the field of tourism. Our panel sees the participation of exceptional members, Mrs. Sofia Zacharaki, Deputy Minister of Tourism, Mr. Fokion Zaimis, Deputy Governor of Entrepreneurship, Research and Innovation in the region of Western Greece, Mr. Chrysostomos Tigos, Manager of the Institute of Industrial Systems and Research Center Athena, Mr. Konstantinos Tsamalloukas, responsible for Adrian Inoxenian Plus from the region of Western Greece, a very innovative program, and then Dr. Athanasios Kalogeras, who is the research director of the same institute, and then we will have a connection with Mrs. Adela Francha, project officer and manager for the Interreg and Adrian program. Thank you very, very much for the opportunity to be here with you and to be coordinating such an interesting hosting panel. Mr. Zaimis, let us start with you. Thank you very much. Kindly use the microphone. Good afternoon on my part as well. Let us welcome the Deputy Minister. It is a great honor to be hosting her. Our region has 19 municipalities, and every municipality has its own special characteristics. But all of us, we are the earth of the flame. We are talking about the Inoxenia Plus project, which is an innovative project, different from other projects. Innovation is something that may frighten some people, but it should be the contrary, actually, because innovation, well, maybe innovation has not been explained sufficiently. Maybe you can explain more about it. You can tell us more about it. Many things have been said about innovation and the digital growth and transformation of our country. Tourism, which is a major industry of Greece, needs to be constantly modernized, not just in terms of infrastructure and Wi-Fi and telecommunication. It needs to be upgraded and modernized also at the level of the skills of the people providing their services. They have to know how to use the electronic tools for reservations and bookings, for example. But what we will hear later by the Institute, the representatives of the Institute, has to do with the various applications for tourism and what can entrepreneurs do in the field of tourism. And when I say entrepreneurs, I do not necessarily only mean the 4-star or 5-star hotels, but also entrepreneurs who are about to start their own enterprise, and they can be by using such tools they will be able to sell all over the world. Indeed, you know, with just the use of a mobile phone, you can be anywhere and reach anybody. Okay. Now the floor goes to Mr. Stylios. Indeed, the role of innovation is indeed essential, crucial, and the role of new technologies. And let us also say good afternoon to Mrs. Sadella Francia. Good afternoon from Patras.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Έτσι λοιπόν είναι σημαντικός ο ρόλος.
Indeed, the role of innovation is of paramount importance, and this is the main subject of our panel. And most importantly, the role of informatics and information technologies. Due to the pandemic, we have been faced with a rapid transformation of everything. And this transformation has also influenced and will keep influencing tourism as well. So we shifted from conventional tourism to electronic tourism, comprising the applications of IT and the way they are being utilized. And we are currently experiencing the fourth industrial revolution. And after the electronic tourism, we will need to shift to the clever tourism, and this will be the real innovation. And we have to be able, smart tourism, we have to be able to guide tourists through artificial intelligence, data analytics, and new applications. We see that, and Mr. Zaimis said so, that there are many small businesses, indeed, because small businesses today do not need an exceptional or complicated marketing strategy. By using technology, they can promote their services at an international level. So technology is in the hands of everybody today through our mobile phones, and the only thing that remains for us as research bodies and institutes in cooperation with the region, well, what remains for us to do is to provide even more skills and tools to the people involved in the field of tourism, thus strengthening regional economy, attracting more tourists and making more tourists happy. And we can also give the opportunity to certain areas to be developed, areas that have not been developed so far. So our country can be a destination of the whole year. And technology and the utilization of technology breaks all barriers. Anybody from the remote village of mountainous Navpaktia to the beach of Ilia, for example, well, they can reach any tourist at an international level. So technology helps us reach this objective. Now, connection with Bologna. Mrs. Adela Francia, Project Manager, Interact and Adrian Program. Good afternoon, Madam. The floor is yours. There is a simultaneous interpretation for you.
Hi to everybody. It's a pleasure to be with you, even though in virtual form. It's a pity not to be there, but I think the next time we will have this chance. I have prepared a very sharp presentation that I would like to share with you. I will try to go fast, but I think that the thematic that you are tackling goes in the same line with my presentation. So please allow me a little bit to present. I cannot share my screen. Maybe I'm not allowed to do it.
Να επιτρέψουμε την τεχνικά παιδιά ζητάει τη βοήθεια η κυρία Φράγκα.
Για να μπορέσει να συνδεθεί.
Okay, now I can. So I'm here to present what are the contribution that a program like the Adrian program, that is a transnational program, gives to tourism. Just a quick overview of the projects that we have funded, among which several ones have been funded in the framework of tourism from the point of view of innovation, but even from the point of view of supporting the development of sustainable tourism, cultural heritage and industries. Tourism has been one of the sectors that has been hit the most from the pandemic crisis, and for sure even our projects have been among the most hit by this pandemic crisis. But we are also glad that our project tried to not only to face the period, but to provide useful contribution for handling and mitigating the COVID-19 impact. So if we can see what our projects have contributed to, we can say that our projects supported the enhancement of the capability of the stakeholders to prevent and respond to a pandemic emergency. And I can make an example here, and you will have the chance maybe to listen to even the Inoxenia Plus project. Our project developed tools, platforms, databases that were able to analyze the ongoing trends using also big data and making also predictions on the future perspectives, allowing the businesses to benchmark with the others in the area and to go ahead with the innovation. On the other hand, the project that we have funded supported the management of the post-COVID-19 recovery phase And in this regard, the action plans and the agenda on innovation on innovation in tourism that our project have prepared support the local areas to adjust their own strategies in order to cope with the challenges that are actually in place. Other instruments and other impacts that the other projects have done is the digitalization, for example, of a cultural heritage, offering new ways of enjoying the cultural heritage in the area through virtual tools, study visits online, and so on, or new methodologies, identifying new paths for the development of sustainable tourism in the post-pandemic area with the support of the creative and innovative solutions. On the other hand, projects have developed new models for the participation and involvement of the stakeholders, and is the case of applications to raise awareness on the sustainability in tourism and to make touristic more responsible and travel behavior. The new programming period will show an enlargement of our geographical area, so the countries that will be involved are the same as in this programming period, but 2 ones will be included in the new programming period, that is North Macedonia and the Republic of San Marino. And this will increase the coverage of our program and will push it towards a more enlargement. So a support to the pre-accession countries towards their path in the European integration. The name of the program has changed due to this reason, and what will be an element of the new programming period that will be a marine, but with an integrated approach on the interlands. The mission of our new program will be to support enlargement and support these countries in the negotiation phase, to support the macro-regional strategy that is the leading in our program, and that completely complies with, from the geographical and political point of view, with the one of the program. So in this regard, the program will support even the EUSAIR governance and administrative capacity building, and will support the projects in order to have more impact, and through the capitalization and clustering activities in order to encourage the building of the quadruple helix ties in the area. The focus will be for sure on the environmental sustainability and innovative and resilient approaches, taking into account the effects of COVID-19 pandemic crisis, on having a long-last effects of the projects and rooting these networks and promoting capacity building. We will focus on experimental approaches in collaboration even with the programs as Horizon or others in order to enhance and to leverage the effects of our projects on innovation, and tourism is not is inside this approach. To have more capitalization and clustering activities in order to create these knowledge hubs that guide then the progress of the area towards a higher levels. These are the policy objectives that have been selected by the program, which the first one, it is related to innovation. The second is related to environment. The innovation deals with the innovation, strengthening the innovation capacities of the actors, introduction of new technologies in all the sectors, among which even tourism, but the sustainable tourism, development of competencies and skills. The second one, it is related to the climate change adaptation, so it is devoted to environment with the focus on the climate change, environmental protection and preservation, and urban mobility. The third one, it is related to transport. And the fourth is related to the macro-regional support. Tourism is one of the drivers of the area, and is a sector that is important for the program and for the strategy itself. it is handled in a transversal way in the program. It finds itself mainly in innovation, so because we think that innovation is very much needed on tourism, but not only. And on the priority axis 2 that deals with the environment, so tourism which reduces its impact on environment. But let's see some examples. So innovation has been chosen, for example, due to the fact that area is not standing alone out for its innovation capacity, and that's why the program would like to support the development of the area in this regard, trying even to support the creation of clusters, the reinforcement of the networks that foresee the involvement of all the actors in the area. But the intervention goes also on the support on the transnational smart specialization strategies, which support the area on the main areas of specialization, among which tourism, the sustainable tourism, is among the priorities of the EUSAR strategy and also of the Adria. Clusters are considered by us very important to explore the advantages of the cooperation, and are the clusters that actually support the introduction of new technologies. And in this regard, we will support the creation of new clusters or the consolidation of the existing ones. But we will support even the SMEs in their path of modernization. And in this regard, all the SMEs are included, not only through the intervention of the projects indirectly, but providing tools to the private sector in order to be more competitive in the area and with the other areas in Europe.
Okay.
What it is important is also the skills. Skills is an important element. It's a major concern, actually, in this period of digital and economic transformation, which requires not only to have knowledge, new knowledges, but even new way of thinking. In this regard, we will devote funds on the skills enhancement, on the sectors of smart specialization, among which even tourism is included. Trying to support the enhancement of these capacities, but not from the design of the smart specialization.
Adela, excuse me, you have to be a little faster. Excuse me.
I have only one.
Yes.
The last one.
All right.
It is related to the tourism environmental impact reduction, and here there are some examples of how to handle tourism from the point of view of reducing the impact on the environment. And some examples are here through the techniques of a participatory approach, multi-level governance, but even sustainable food and traditional agriculture products.
Adela,
that's all.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Λοιπόν, συνεχίζουμε με παρουσιάσεις, πρέπει να σας πούμε.
Γιατί μιλήσαμε για καινοτομία και το ότι είναι διαφορετικό. Τώρα να το δούμε να το παρουσιάσουμε.
Τώρα, αρχή ο κύριος Κωνσταντίνος Τζαμαλούκας είναι ο υπεύθυνος του Adrian Inoxenia Plus στην περιφέρεια Δυτικής Ελλάδας.
Καλησπέρα.
Περιμένουμε πολύ μεγάλη αγωνία να το παρακολουθήσει την παρουσίαση.
Ωραία. Εγώ πολύ σύντομα θα μιλήσω για κάποια τεχνικά ζητήματα του έργου. Το Adrian Inoxenia Plus, χάρη στο οποίο βρισκόμαστε σήμερα εδώ. Ωραία, απλά υπάρχει μια καθυστέρηση. Το Adrian Inoxenia Plus είναι η συνέχεια του έργου Inoxenia, το οποίο υλοποιήθηκε από το 2018 στο 2020. Ανήκει στο πρόγραμμα Adrian στον άξονα προτεραιότητας καινοτόμος και έξυπνη περιοχή. Συγκεκριμένος στόχος προτεραιότητας υποστήριξη της δημιουργίας ενός περιφερειακού υποσυστήματος καινοτομίας για την περιοχή της Αδριατικής Ιωνίου. Λήγει σε 20 μέρες. Έχει προϋπολογισμό συνολικά 150.000 ευρώ και η περιφέρεια Δυτικής Ελλάδας είναι επικεφαλής. Κάποιο πρόβλημα.
Θα το βρούμε.
Okay. Εδώ βλέπουμε την κατανομή του εταιρικού σχήματος, Περιφέρεια Δυτικής Ελλάδας και το Ινστιτούτο Βιομηχανικών Συστημάτων του Ερευνητικού Κέντρου Αθηνά από την Ελλάδα. Και συνέχεια έχουμε εταίρους από Αλβανία, Κροατία, Σλοβενία και από την Ιταλία, συνολικά από 5 χώρες της περιοχής της Αδριατικής.
In total, 5 partners, Inoxenia and Inoxenia Plus, are supposed to show the innovation of the tourist sector. We're talking about the macro region of Western Ionian and those partners in their scope of area. Adriatic Sea and Ionian Sea is the quadruple helix. Social and educational bodies were included. The main deliverables of Inotelia was a platform for the support of decisions in tourism, having a strategic agenda for the implementation of these policies, and this deliverable is what was intensified within the framework of Inoxenia Plus that we'll see more details of, as well as raising awareness to all sectors that are involved in order to produce innovation in this thematic subject. General suggestions for policies. In the past, of course, we did not have any COVID, so we are trying to start a few things from scratch. Renewal of digital content, transformation of the tourist sector, and utilization of all the resources that the country has. General uncertainments, need for systematic documentation of data at regional and local level. Unless there are data at the level we want to process, unfortunately, we cannot use any of the available tools. Second, need to have a more active participation of the bodies of the branch with synergies and participation in the process of formation of policies. Events like today's event. This is where we saw that participation was quite low. This is where, however, we would need to get the first bunch of information from. I hope I was quite quick enough. Mr. Kalogeras will have the floor now. I have a presentation myself. Who can please load it? What Mr. Damaloukas said about Inoxenia and its follow-up and Inoxenia Plus produced an agenda for research in the tourist industry, promoting basic areas in which we need to have an intervention so as to have a better tourist product. Why? Because as it was proven from the COVID pandemic, tourism is a sector that is particularly vulnerable. I have taken some data from the World Tourist Organization where there is a big drop during the pandemic, touching even 70% in some areas compared to the levels before the pandemic, meaning that we have to find solutions so as to decrease the dependency of tourism from different crises. Could be a pandemic, could be a war. In the past, it used to be other sorts of crises. But how could we help tourism? Well, I would be very, very impressed if you have an answer to that. Look, answers can only come through data. Yeah, but it's impressive by itself. Yeah, sure. The question and the fact that there can be an answer by itself is indeed impressive. Well, innovation can provide us with answers. And here we can also see the respective financial footprint, where from 1.5 billion of arrivals at a global level in 2019, we dropped to 315 million in 2021, and from 3.45 billion dollars, we have reached 1.9 trillion dollars at global level. So the forecast for recovery seems to be extremely slow. At global level, we see that even in 2022, recovery is expected to finally reach the level of 50 to 60% of the before crisis level. At global level, of course, because several areas, including hopefully Greece, will do better. So those are the data from Greece according to the Elstat data, meaning that in May to June 2020, we've had 90% drop with the levels before crisis, and we see a recovery in August, September of 2021, and this year's data are not available yet, evidently. So the question is, how can we boost already existing strategies and policies so as to be able to deal with this vulnerability in the sector? So here we see some emerging tendencies that also existed in the past but are currently being boosted due to the pandemic. First is digitalization. Let me refer to some elements here. Hotels or facilities that deal with tourism provide with digital services from 8% in 2019 has reached to 30% currently, which is quadrupling this figure. There's also a very high increase in the use of chatbot applications, that is to say, digital robots that provide the possibility to provide tourists some help, assistance regarding what he or she needs to do. So from 2 or 3 before crisis, it has reached 13%, or virtual tours has reached from 2 to 16%. So there's also the leisure, which is the combination of business and leisure. So remote work was very largely established, and there are studies that show that in certain cases, productivity is boosted. For instance, if someone is on the software business, if he's spending his working day by the seaside rather than from a dull gray office, he or she becomes far more productive. Plus, if we fix all the infrastructures, it could be a great opportunity. Then about staycation, I stay in my city, and at the same time, I take a vacation. I do, that is to say, holiday around my own location. And this opens up a new market. And the never-ending tourism from the stage before the journey, during and after the journey, in order to provide services. So Coming to the Inoxenia project, what it gave first is an innovation observatory, giving the possibility for destinations and accommodation. Combine this in one country so that, and make a comparison in order to see where it lags behind and have suggestions for change that could improve either the tourist product of an area or a specific business. Of course, here, as it was said in previous sessions, a basic problem is the complete lack of data, inexistence of data. So even at regional level, for some SDGs having to do with sustainability, not even to mention the level of municipality. Let's talk, for instance, about a region of Steria, or the data of a town. So Elstat should look into this and should give the tools so that we will be able to shed more light in collaboration with the local authorities and have safer conclusions as to what each and every area lacks. Second point was a strategic agenda that focuses on specific sectors which could be improved, and these could be transportation. Here we have some specific innovation applications that could be utilized, such as applications facilitating traveling or virtual tours, or aggregations applications, providing the possibility to organize one's trip by taking information on the area where he or she is moving. Second could be the tourist product area, where one could use artificial intelligence or chatbots or anything that can help the tourist around his hotel room, or what he could do in order to reduce his energy footprint. Third, support services, model of tourism 3 and 4, which means I must integrate the tourist in the tourist product. And finally, specific interventions regarding the distribution and sales. For instance, the usage of VR, so that one will be able to see his or her destination. Please speed up so that we can take it from the next speaker. And the 3 suggestions of policy that came from the project and on which we can build as needs is an open innovation platform where you must count on open data in order to give the possibility to make decisions from a database. Second, skills. This has been also stressed in a morning session. Tourism needs new skills because digital applications require that the personnel uses them. So yes, training, yes. And a watchdog for tourism that will be supporting sustainability. This is what I had to say. Thank you very much. Data is the great bet. This is what I understand so far. Yes.
Ακούσατε υπομονετικά, οπότε...
Να πάω σε μια παραδοσιακή αξία το μικρόφωνο.
Σωστό είναι αυτό. Να ξεκινήσουμε με τα βασικά.
Ας πάμε λίγο στα βασικά. Να ευχαριστήσουμε την εφημερίδα Πελοπόννησο.
We would like to thank the Peloponnesos newspaper and the region of Western Greece and the technical companies and everyone who's helping us get heard right now. Thank you very much. And of course, all of you have come here, younger or older, and those of you who are here in order to contribute to this dialogue, because it has to do with tomorrow. Also, our Secretary General, Mrs. Anastasiopoulou, who will be contributing largely after that, Ms. Anastasiopoulou. And let me ask you, who would make your booking through your mobile phone, or how many would look through your mobile phone? Yeah, it's something like university student selection. Okay, yes. Yes, there's the smartphone. So what I'm saying is that there's no way we could possibly not use this opportunity, innovation and digitization, which evidently has been working during the last few years. And we can see that it has no age limit. I would tell you that Generation Z and earlier, and let me not refer to my own generation, I don't want to let everyone know my age. Anyway, this impatience of traveling was incorporated in the social media. And of course, it's not all about the traveling, but the experience where you are and the feedback that one will leave, and whether this experience is fulfilled or not. And after that, there will be a procedure that will be promoting or deconstructing a tourist destination. So we must really utilize that. So tourism, which is so dynamic and vulnerable at the same time, because mainly these are people who think forward. So tourism does it already. Let us see what we do at the ministry about that. During the last few years, we've been trying to talk about 3 pillars. Sustainability, you've already heard about it. And we're talking about balance, time balance and geographical balance. We're talking about many destinations. We want to try many more parts to develop from the tourist point of view, and improvement of quality. So 3 basic pillars and a horizontal principle that all this be digitally documented. So there are tools. First of all, funding tools, because otherwise we would just have a declaration of intent. So 300 million that we'll have through the recovery fund. Of course, our Secretary General will talk about it and the thematic approaches. So it's very significant that we're going to improve infrastructures, marine tourism, culinary tourism, help in branding, marketing, and all this, thus helping municipalities and regions. Wellness tourism, our spas, how we can upgrade them, digitization of tourist destinations and services, and skills. I may be influenced and tell you that because of my former educational background, but I'll go back to education and training. We have to educate and train, educate and train. Allow me also to say that they will have to accept this. Look, as years go by, generations change. So yes, we've seen remote preparedness. Yes, but we haven't yet discovered remote tourism. It would be great if we could do that. Allow me to make a comment to that later. About developing new skills, we had to refresh our skills and update them. 46 million out of 306 million are for reskilling and upskilling with remote training, so that we will not create a weakness where someone could not be able to attend. It will be a 3-month training and will start as of 2023. 4 periods, and it will accommodate 20,000 people that will be trained and reskilled. As I told you, they will have to refresh their knowledge, and we're also making a great effort with tourist training. With the technical assistance from the European Commission, we will improve our faculties of tourist strategy. I would also like...
Hi, Adela. Το ανέφερε και η Adela από μακριά, έτσι, που συνδέεται.
She referred to it. We have legislated for a watchdog of tourism, and we also started the idea of regional development observatories. We do have the tools. I believe that this fantastic program that we saw today is in absolute harmony with what we have set as priorities of our policy. So, taking it from Mr. Kalogeras, you can build on that. Of course we can. Not just you, but also the region and the bodies, yes, and the partners and all entrepreneurs. Yes, everybody has to embrace the program. We do have some entrepreneurs from the region here. I'm sure that all what has been expressed as conclusion has to be embraced. We have been able to show this resilience. We have managed to stand up hard on all difficulties. We must do better than we did last year in terms of income from tourism. We should look forward, leave what is happening now, and with what you will be presenting to us and you'll be prioritizing, I believe that we can innovate on the entrepreneurship point of view. I remember what Ms. Sagarakis said and what was heard earlier about lack of data. I would like to say that by focusing on thematic tourism, we have so many forms of thematic tourism, boating, sports, religious tourism. We have a large event of pan-European games of kitesurfing. I would like to invite you in Nafpaktos, Lepanto, that is. In 2024, this is going to be an Olympic sport, an Olympic discipline in Paris, at the Olympic Games of Paris. And, well, okay, this is one part. The other part is the part of data. Data is a huge discussion. Yes, researchers do not have them. This is where we have to have a great collaboration with hoteliers and their associations and the chambers. Whenever we have tried to make such collaboration, there is great skepticism. I would like to wrap it by saying that Western Greece has a lot of competitive edges, and I believe we're going to go up many, many scales, not only because of Olympia, the land of the Olympic Games and the Olympic torch and stuff, but we're also upgrading the snow ski resort. The whole seaside of Atelokarnania is about to become the new Mykonos. All this in Paleros. And all this in combination with not only tourist accommodation of both Greeks and foreigners. All initiatives are very, very important of the main government, the central government, as well as the regional government. But collaboration that already exists, industrial systems and everything, we know already that through this project, what must be done exactly. I'm sure that with the region of Western Greece, with Mr. Fokion Zaimis, we will be able to implement all this and bring, with the aid of ICT technology, we will combine tourism and development of the region. Will you be able to convince the entrepreneurs to be fully integrated? Forgive me, I believe that there is some skepticism. No, you're wrong. Right now, social networks are highly utilized for marketing, even by entrepreneurs that are acting solo, that only have an accommodation, and through Facebook, he or she performs all bookings. Imagine how much this can be used by large companies who promote and create virtual reality and make it possible for tourists before they even come to the country, see where they will go, what they can do, how what their room will look like. Great museums will be able to be visited beforehand. You have all the information needed. Yes, okay, this has gone forward a lot. Yes, this is exactly the competitive edge of our country. The point is that we always hear about initiatives and things reach up to a certain level. Somewhere later on, things are lost in bureaucracy. No, we have many successes. We have achieved quite a lot. Okay, let us see. Ms. Zacharaki talked about the speed where the transition was done. The passage to adulthood of the public sector has been performed violently, but from a technical point of view, it was designed in 2017. It started in 2018, but in its content and results follows or goes hand in hand with actions designed by the ministry, and it has to do with upskilling, reskilling, and so on and so forth. And all this shows that as research institutes and region were looking towards the appropriate direction. Finally, we also need to have a change in culture, because there are some reservations due to competition issues between their rivals, so to say. We need to have more information about what each and every part can do through the internet. Because these are data that are only going to contribute in their development. Lack of data is a problem that occurs everywhere throughout the European Union. And a comment on what you said, can one do a remote tourism? Look, I've had an example where in Denmark, during the pandemic, there was a person that hired someone that was equipped with a camera, a biker that would do the tour of an island, and the Danish person would do that. Let me also suggest another type of tourism, digital detox. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much, Mrs. Zaharaki, Mr. Zaimis, Mr. Tsilios, Mr. Jamaloukas, and Mr. Kalogeras. Thank you very much. Plus, Ms. Adela Frankia. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much.
για καθίστε κάτω, να ξεκινήσουμε. Κύριε Αγγελόπουλε, κάτσε. Να βάλει και το όφωνο να ξεκινήσουμε.
Πόσο χωράει, χωράει. Ή να το βάλω εδώ. Έτοιμος.
Υπέροχα.
Χάσαμε το κοινό μας, τι θα γίνει.
Ναι. Φύγαν όλοι, ναι.
Δεν πειράζει, μας βλέπουν διαδικτυακά.
Α, σωστό και αυτό.
Ακούω.
Virtual tourism.
Ακούω, ναι. Ακούω μία χαρά.
Έχουμε και το πλάτωνα με τη Λουξ.
Το νερό είναι για μας, άρα και μπορούμε να πιούμε.
Βεβαίως.
Ένα νερό. Γιατί ρε παιδιά, είχα κάνει μπάνιο, γιατί φύγατε όλοι.
Πείτε μου πότε να ξεκινήσω.
Θα επιστρέψουν κάποιοι, ελπίζω.
Κυρίες και κύριοι, καλησπέρα για άλλη μια φορά εδώ από την ΠΑΤ.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon from Patras, from the Regional Growth Conference. It is indeed a great pleasure to be coordinating a very important panel, shifting from political matters to growth matters to the field of tourism. We have had a very interesting debate, laying the foundations for our debate now, which will enter more into detail. Reshaping tourism, combining quality with sustainability. Mrs. Olympia Anastasopoulou, who is the General Secretary for General Policy in the field and growth. It is a great honor to be hosting a member of the European Parliament and a former minister, Mrs. Elena Koundoura, minister in the field for tourism, and a current member of the European Parliament. Where are you? Are you in Brussels? Well, yes. How is the weather over there? Well, not very good, not very good. And I spent a week in Strasbourg and the weather was not very good. Mr. Alexandros Angelopoulos, CEO of Valdemar, Mr. Yannis Tsakalos, CEO of AQ Strategy. All You Want is Greece is his idea, this wonderful advertising approach. And this is a company specializing in the field of thematic tourism. So we will give the floor to all of you, and we will give something like 3 or 4 minutes to all of you. And we will now start with our debate, indeed. Thank you very much for the invitation. It is indeed a great honor to be participating in this conference, which is the 10th conference on regional growth. I participated in the meeting on innovation and entrepreneurship within the framework of Inoxenia Plus, and I had represented our ministry back then. Like the deputy minister said, we are working intensively in the ministry. We are implementing a strategy that goes beyond Ilios and Thalassa, the sea and the sun, in order to expand to fight seasonality and extend the presence of tourism in Greece. So, and there is the national strategy for the LGBT community. We are an inclusive country, and this is something we need to remember. This is a social priority, and it is a national priority. And I take the opportunity to mention that tourism is indeed a national matter. It goes beyond the boundaries of political parties. It is a national matter. So you've seen the first elements of the new strategy aiming at extending seasonality and at covering more geographical areas of our country. And we are here to support this regional growth conference. So in the very heart of the strategy, there lies thematic tourism as well. The deputy minister made an introduction and said that I will go more into detail about the projects of the recovery fund that have to do with thematic tourism and growth, touristic growth, with the upskilling and reskilling, the upgrading of skills in this field, the digital transformation, and naturally the electronic registry of tourist enterprises. So 250 million for tourism growth, with a central role played by thematic tourism. The law 4875 of 2021 provided for the regional observatories for tourism, together with the Centers for the Promotion of Destinations. We aim at creating 10 such pilot organizations, which will then be accompanied by the observatories. We said earlier that there is a certain gap in terms of information. There are two ESPA projects and SRF projects at the ministry, the sustainable tourism, the observatory of touristic growth, and the digital platforms, which also depict the environmental footprint of tourism. And without all such tools, we can't possibly be talking about sustainability and resilience. So let me go back to the special forms of tourism, like mountainous tourism, for example. You spoke about the All You Want is Greece campaign. Greece does have a winter. This is yet another element, yet another important element of the campaign. And we aim at promoting next year winter destinations. We succeeded in attracting more tourists, domestic tourists though. Then we have medical tourism, well-being tourism, scuba diving tourism. All these are projects of the Recovery Fund, which promote thematic tourism and its dynamic. And this is a global trend. We have comparative edges, but we need to fully utilize them and valorize them. And I would also like to touch upon the very interesting issue of tourist ports, Paleros, for example, and the marinas, but I will talk to you about marinas later. Okay. Let's go to Brussels now. Let's go to Mrs. Kundura, who has embarked upon an effort to promote our country and is doing a great job. No, Mrs. Kundura, you are in Europe now. You are in Europe. How are things? Apart from your main intervention, I'd like you to convey the climate around Greece for this year, despite the energy crisis, despite the presence of COVID. COVID is still here. So, how are things over there? What have you been hearing? Thank you very, very much for the invitation to be with you for another time within the framework of the well-established Regional Growth Conference. I'm in Brussels now, but I was in Manila recently for the WTTC conference, seeing the participation of the private sector. An exceptional event. Everybody expressed optimism because cruises, for example, were gravely influenced by the pandemic. We spoke about cruising, we spoke about sustainable tourism, and there was optimism with some doubts about 2022 in Europe, also due to the Russian invasion in Ukraine, due to the rally, the increase in the prices, the energy prices, which reduces travel budgets. And people, after 2 years of COVID, really need to travel, and we hope that 2022 will be a better year. However, we'll remain cautious because we have two major challenges still underway, and COVID, of course, is still present. So in Greece, we had implemented a shift towards sustainable tourism since 2015, and I was Minister of Tourism, because we designed the first national strategy for 365 days per year. So with this strategy and with the support of the regions and of the private sector, we all together as a team, and I was happy to hear the Secretary General and the Deputy Minister that tourism is a national matter, because this has been my motto for like 4 years, when we really needed to change the image of Greece from 2015 to 2019. So, what have we managed to achieve? We managed to achieve the best performance of arrivals ever, and we have managed to extend the touristic period to a significant extent. And we've seen that in 2018, 19, and 20, we strengthened the presence of tourism in winter, because though we have wonderful ski centers and mountainous destinations, we didn't have enough tourism, and we managed to increase this type of tourism by 60%. And we also managed to promote new destinations, to promote connectivity via airplanes with targeted charter flights, and we wanted to open new markets with high-end tourists. We have lots of tourists from the Balkan countries, but their incomes are a bit lower, and we want to promote thematic tourism And we've had the first legislative framework. We were the ones to create the first legislative framework with the law that we passed in 2018. So we've laid the foundations for sustainable tourism and for thematic forms of tourism. And this was an initiative of our, this was our work. So now I want tourism to become a top priority of the European Union, especially in times of crisis. The pandemic has paralyzed transportation and tourism over the past years, and professional travels. The severe energy crisis that we're currently facing and the war in Ukraine lead to the disruption of the supply chain and to the cost of transportation and main basic products and services. But there are other major challenges ahead of us, such as the climate change. So there are no excuses for delays because there are very specific environmental objectives that we need to achieve. And we have had a very difficult week in Strasbourg for the Fit of 55. ETS was now voted, and we're going to go back again and again to, it's been of a complicated approach, so there will be a delay. I co-shaped 4 resolutions in the European Parliament, expresses our views to support tourism, the resilience of the sector, and the recovery of the sector. The first revolution dates back to 2019 when Thomas Cook went bankrupt because we had to face the consequences of that. And then the second resolution in June 2020, in the very heart of the pandemic, amidst the pandemic, the European Parliament reacted very, very swiftly, despite the delay of the European Commission, and we established terms for safe travels. And one of our initiatives, because I'm a member of the task force on tourism, a group that has been created was created recently. So the European Parliament asked in June 2022 for new measures to facilitate transportation, and since October 2020 we would ask the common European vaccination certificate and the protocol for the health safety and for the PCR test before departure. We wanted tourism sector through the various tools and the recovery fund to receive 20% of this fund, and for tourism and Greece and countries like Greece, which depend significantly on tourism. Okay, thank you very much. We will then give you more time to take the floor again. Mr. Angelopoulos, I have the tendency to be a bit subversive, and I hope that won't be a problem.
First of all, hello, dear Minister, even by remote, because you're making the difference, like Ms. Zacharaki, like Mr. Theocharis. Well, the competent person and the competent post does make the difference. It's a ministry that I've said before, and I will reiterate, should not exist as it does. Unless we had some gifted ministers, we shouldn't have it at all, because it brings more problems than solutions, because we're a branch of such interactive correlations that the largest power is within the Ministry of Development. We have the support of Ministry of Finance. We need more help from the Ministry of Labor. And if I start talking about ministries, will never end up anywhere. So this is why in Greece and countries like Greece, the tourism is either in the Prime Minister's office or with a portfolio where it can do business. Otherwise, private initiative leads everything, or if we're happy or lucky enough, we have Ms. Koudoura, Mr. Zacharaki, or Mr. Theoharis. So we cry ourselves a little bit. Because otherwise from our job we are happy. We offer joy and pleasure, so we should not be unhappy. However, we're suffering. Today's conjecture, and I will briefly mention energy crisis, mid voltage, medium voltage, is where we currently are. Number 2, increase of raw materials, 30%. What shall we be feeding people? Just wheat? Our airports that supply us with people have no staff. The United Kingdom, the Netherlands are cancelling flights. Why can't they come over? Plus, inflationary trends, energy crisis. Where is it first going to hit? On fares. The hedging that we have in fuel is over. Now, the prices of airfares are going to culminate. Let's take a look at that, and then we'll see how it goes. So we're going to talk about sustainable tourism. Sustainable tourism means to respect the place that provides the service we provide. It includes the people who work and is in this area, the features of Greece. And let's not forget that we are from globalization, we're heading to de-globalization. So gradually, this is going to hit a part that is significant. And if it hits on a luxury part such as tourism, we are going to suffer. So, de-globalization, what next? So with such agricultural production, climate production, we should be able to support ourselves and stand on our own 2 feet. Yes, we are a member state of the EU, but we can afford not to buy tomatoes from the Netherlands. Now about strawberries of Manolada, since we're in the area, we could make it not national strawberry, but turn it into European strawberry. We have the possibility to cultivate watermelon. We can spare as many watermelons as you want. So the branch of accommodation, the branch of tourism. We spend 4.9 million people in order to have 18 million of income. What does this mean? We have a negative balance. We are on the red scale. So, last point, sustainability, which I've been teaching at the University of Paris for the 3rd year now. What is sustainability? Sustainability is bringing together what is healthy in a country, creation of hospitality national product with Greek features so that it will be able to promote itself without needing the campaign of Mr. Tsakalos, although he's done a terrific job. May I say something? I'm Greece. If I have to explain what Greece is, then I've lost the game already. No need to play, because the funds that Greece would give, let me say one thing about the minister. She did not leave a corner of earth that she hasn't set foot on. And the budget was so low. Perhaps my company budget was much higher. So, unless she did what Mr. Theocharis did, the country would not have had all the promotion it had. It's got nothing to do with funds. A Greece that has a dependency on tourism should be spending lots more in order to promote itself. We should become Greece again. This has a commercial course, and it will continue to do so, and it will be continuing to play #1 role in national economy. Mr. Tsakalos, that's a wonderful pass. Your campaign was one of the best. All you want is Greece. It's very attractive, really. However, it brings forward the following issue. We should be Greece again so that the product, which is fantastic anyway, so that you will be able to sell it better. Thank you very much for the invitation. You should thank the organizers. I'm so happy to be here on this panel talking about tourism. As we very accurately said, tourism is an issue for all of us. It has a follow-up, it has a continuity. Ms. Koudoura is here, Mrs. Anastasiopoulou, Ms. Zacharaki was here earlier, all those who contribute to it. The tourism changes. Tell us what you do. We would like to know you a little bit more for those of the audience that do not know you. I'm into tourism. I have a company that has 3 sectors: business development, second, strategic advisory in destinations and businesses. This is how I work together with the National Board of Tourism and Ogilvy. I had this campaign. And finally, project management in tourism. Those are my basic pillars. My whole course has been in tourism, and I've had the joy to deal with what I love even more. That is to say, we worked on a strategic plan on which a project will work. Look, a campaign by itself does not do anything unless you strategically plan and provide a plan. No campaign, no video can do the trick. Where do you come from? I come from Epirus region, Arta. Arta? Agios Spiridonas. Okay. My husband comes from Arta, so the people who do have aesthetics, have an aesthetic feeling, come from Epirus. People from Epirus is what you see is what you get. Anyway, I'm into tourism. So I would not wish to say any more. Tourism directly and indirectly contributes to 1/3 of GDP of the country, 25–30% perhaps. So we all live out of it. It's a great moment. The journey changes, the traveler changes. It's not anything static. It's not a campaign, a video, and that's all. No, that's not it. It's something much deeper. Everyone contributes to it. Private sector, public sector, the ministry. How do you understand what Mr. Angelopoulos said, that what he said, we must become Greece again? Those of you who work in tourism Yes, we should show our values. We're talking about a destination that is a 365-day destination a year. We have so much to give in this country. People, philosophy. We have to bring everything together. All those of us who talk about tourism, we should follow this direction. In particular about development, it's just a one-way course. It's not a tendency, it's not a trend unless we do it, Ms. Nicole, today. We will be asked to do it. The future traveler will impose it to us. 60% of global population is Gen Y now. Gen Z, Y, and millennials. So, and the alphas are coming. We're talking about climate crisis now. Before this becomes a huge issue that we cannot possibly reverse, we have to use our value and give our value, a true value, and teach people, not just sea, sun, and holiday. 4x4 means 16 minutes. You're 4 minutes each. We had talked about certain questions, but I suggest that I give you the floor for 4 minutes each, so that, for instance, you want to talk about the marinas, so that you will do a wrap, Ms. Secretary General. I think that apart from a reporter, you're also a mathematician. Am I not right? 4x4 is 16? Yes, I wanted to put a good word for you, apart from the fact that your husband has a great taste in women. Anyway, quality and resilience. Just a very quick comment, whether you share this slight pessimism of Mr. Angelopoulos regarding the arrivals. I'll get to that. Just let me stress and make it absolutely clear that this is an automatic combination. No, there is no quality without resilience and no resilience without quality. Yesterday, I was watching the Prime Minister's speech at the EVA awards. I'm so happy, and I would like to make reference to Ms. Kudura. I believe that she has set the foundation on which we are based and evolve, and in particular in crucial sectors, we need to have a government policy. I do not agree with what Mr. Angelopoulos said. We must become Greece again. No, we already have a very strong brand name. Sea and sun is not enough. It is the basic one. We have to invest into infrastructure, use the financial tools that we have from the Recovery Fund and the NSRF, you know, the Ministry of Tourism and Navigation are among the last ones. This has to be reversed because we are the ministries that bring 25 to 30% of GDP. When I had the honor to be undertaking my duties, Mr. Kikilias told me, you know, we are a small ministry of finance and civilization and development, plus civilization, plus what we sell. So I believe he was absolutely right. Therefore, our great responsibility is to offer infrastructures. This is where we get into marinas, on which the tourist professional can build. Let me remind you that marine tourism provides with 1.5 GDP to national income, 160 million in the recovery plan has to do with tourist ports. We're talking about their upgrading, their digitization, the recent reform with 4926 law We have a simplification in procedures. We give time lapse for some facilities to be licensed because they've been operating without any. And we're making things easier and faster. I would also like to mention that to what you said about gifted ministers, like Mr. Kilias, he's plowed Romania, Serbia. We're trying not just to to make up for the gap of Russia, but cover it 100%, if not more. The first data are really encouraging. As 9 March and 7 April, we started having people from the United States and then Canada. Let me also mention that we have a cruise on 5th of January. This brings us so close to the all year round tourism. Ms. Kudura, 3.5 minutes. I'm sorry, Ms. Kudura. I've taken up some of your time. I'm sorry, but we're on the same page. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for your kind word. It is true that this is a difficult period of 2015 up to 2019 with the continuous crisis that we came up with, financial issues, refugee inflows, extreme weather phenomena, pressure from Europe, Brexit. I don't even want to remember those harsh moments. So we have managed with very little money to do a tremendous job. We were a very large team. We were working very, very extensively, intensively, and I had a splendid collaboration with the private sector. The private sector supported our effort, and I would like to agree that the Ministry of Tourism is a little bit of everything. When I went there, we had to bring investment. And if I remember correctly, there were only 4 strategic projects, and leaving in March 2019, there were more than 480 investments. More than half were strategic plans, and 30% had been implemented. So there was an explosion of investments, which brought even more to Greece. The Greek Tourist Board, Hellenic Tourist Board, had been promoting Greece all over the world, and we saw it during the pandemic. We were among the 5 best destinations at global level. And with the report resolution for the need of a European strategy for tourism is very, very significant, because until now, what we did was done in a fragmented way. So, on the basis of this report resolution, the European Commission proceeds to sustainable tourism, and the first one being transitional pathway. How are we going to do this in the whole tourist ecosystem, and what do? We call the European Commission to develop a map of course that will be showing us what we must do, when we must do, the development of new digital services and everything. And all member states will carry out national and regional plans. And let me say a few words about the SMEs. They have been harmed very much. We were suggesting that there be an extension of regulations, and because, as Mr. Angelopoulos said, the costs are skyrocketing. Please let me just say, the working people have changed jobs because tourism is seasonal, and currently, only in Greece, we're lacking 50,000 people. Please conclude. So from restoration and hospitality, we need more people. We have to take specific measures in order to deal with this so important problem. Dear Minister, thank you very much. We're out of time. Thank you. Dear Secretary General, it would be unfair to not to mention that we've had such a terrific handling of the pandemic, because this is something, the fruit of which we are cashing in now. And what the minister said, employment posts. Ministry of Labor and Ministry of Tourism are trying to match the former OED and the Ministry of Labor, and we're dealing with the issue more as best as we can. We need to have a holistic plan. Please let us focus on tourism. Thank you very much. Mr. Angelopoulos, 3 minutes. My dear Minister, no. Please, Mr. Angelopoulos. Thank you very much. I will only take 15 minutes and I will finish. Okay. No, 2 minutes. That's the time you have. No, 3 and 3. No, 2. 2.5. No, I want 1 minute too. 2. Employment issues has to be put on the right basis. It's a tripartite relation. It's not the employer and employee. There's also the state. We have the highest social contributions in the sector globally. If we sit down at the table, we will do something. Otherwise, nothing will be achieved. 1. 2. Viable future evolvement of tourist product. Truth is that tourism is going to be hurt in future. I've been in the sector for 30 years, and I can see when something is going forward or not. So within these 30 years, I've seen all the changes of the sector, and currently the sector is going through a crisis that it hasn't even realistically dealt with. We haven't changed as fast as we should have in order to realize it. In order to do this, we have to come up with a model that will be able to build a more resilient tourism. This can be done with the rationale of bringing, thanks to a fantastic resolution of June 2020, permanent immigrants, pensioner immigrants, to stay in Greece, spend their pension years where they will find no more competitive environment. But with the flat tax that we have promised, it will be heaven on earth. And to me, what we should be concerned about is not which model we're going to implement, but with Zaharaki, we're having a discussion, and I was telling her that fragmenting tourism into different thematic units will not work, as it hasn't in any country. But recognizing that the tourist product has got all of it, and it is composed when everything works together, this is the true acknowledgement that has to be done in the future. and evolution is faster than we can do. Airbnb, which is a great threat for us hoteliers, shows a trend that the visitor has, and at the same time shows a way that the government must follow, because we have two tax statuses for two completely different things. Currently, 50% goes to hotels, 50% goes somewhere that is not seen tax-wise, and this is paid heavily by the hotelier. Mr. Tsakalos, what can you say within 2.5 minutes? Let us talk in advertising terms, rather. Tell us a beautiful story. No, I don't think we need to talk advertising-wise. No, but let's talk about tourism, rather. Okay, advertising is the a result of an effort by all of us. During the last 20 years, tourism has gone through very hard moments. It has dealt with every hardship that it's come across, and so it will continue to do. We should have talked a little bit more about sustainable development, but anyway, we also have exponential development of technology. This is something to be very seriously taken into consideration. The traveler has changed a lot. Everybody has changed. Priorities have changed. Way of thinking has changed. So we have to sit down and think and plan for what we want. How do we want our country, Greece, to come forward? What can a person do in Greece? Not only in tourism, but also business-like. Models change, all this develops, and we have to adapt ourselves each and every moment, because otherwise Ms. Nicole too will be out of the game. Are we within these limits? You know what Mrs. Zaharaki said earlier? She said, she asked the question, who's going to book holiday from a mobile phone? And we all raised our mobile phones. We may not do the booking from our mobile phones, but the first information is going to be gathered there. Systems of intelligence, Internet of Things, all this has to be taken into consideration in businesses and destinations. It's not very easy, it's harder, but we're in tourism. And from our nature, by nature, we're optimistic, but this is why we love tourism. What's the slogan? All you want is Greece.
Δεδομένου ότι μετά από όλο αυτό που έχουμε ζήσει, όλο αυτό που νιώθουμε όλοι μας.
You will want to stay forever, and this is what we need. We need Greece forever. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for being here, dear Minister, Secretary General, Mr. Angelopoulos, Mr. Tsakalos. Thank you very much for your presence here. We hope to have made you want to travel more. We are ready to take our cars, the boats, and go to the mountains. Okay, bye-bye.
Οκ. Δεν είναι τόσο δύσκολο, δεν ξέρω.
Εδώ μιλάτε τώρα.
Γεια σας και πάλι. Γεια σας. Look cola plus and light.
Και light και plus.
Απ' όλα.
Είναι super.
Και όλα.
Ναι, μάλλον έχω. Μπορούμε να το βάλουμε και από εδώ. Μόνο το diet λείπει.
Είναι plus minus.
Α, καλά.
Μετά από καιρό. Έχω αλλάξει. Έχω αφήσει μουστάκια πια. Θα τα πούμε μετά.
Ναι, ναι. Κομψά.
Εγώ θέλω να το βάλουμε εδώ.
Να σου πω.
Πήγε εξαιρετικά και έπρεπε να έχεις έρθει. Αλλά σε πόσο να έρθεις κι εσύ.
Ναι, κάπου.
Ήταν εκεί και πώς.
Καλησπέρα σας.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this session of the Regional Growth Conference. I would like to start by thanking the organizers on behalf of the Friends of Music Society. Thank you very much for trusting us with the organization of this panel and the coordination. Let us start with Mrs. Christofidi and her video. She couldn't be here with us, but she sent us a very interesting video.
Dear colleagues, dear friends, I cannot be there with you physically today, but I could not miss the chance to send you all a word of encouragement and thanks from rainy Brussels. Culture creates a sense of belonging and togetherness. If our regions are the sea in which our communities thrive, our theatres, our festivals, our wineries, they are the drum that keeps us rowing together. Patra is a great example of this, breathing this bonding power throughout the year, even and especially during Carnival. Across our regions and cities, culture is a vital asset for local and regional communities. It shapes identities across the European Union and brings people to visit too. 40% of tourism is cultural tourism. And our cultural and creative sectors play a big role too. Their contribution to the GDP of the European Union is greater than that of telecommunications, high technology, pharmaceuticals, or the car industry. It was in recognition of this that the Commission put forward the new European Agenda for Culture, supporting cities as places of creativity. And of course, nowhere is this better shown than in our European capitals of culture, where cities develop ambitious projects and empower communities to share their creativity with so many visitors from across the continent. To do this, to empower creators where they are, we have many funding tools available to all creators out there. And to make sure they reach even smaller organizations, communities, and localities, we have launched an online guide to funding. It's called Culture EU. because culture is about people sharing what they love, and we're here to support citizens in Europe in their local communities, together with the Council, the Parliament, and of course the Committee of the Regions. It was indeed with the Committee of the Regions that we launched a network of mayors of our European capitals of culture and our European innovation capitals. Yet, none of this is possible without the active engagement of cities, regions, and citizens across the continent. You are the rowers. You push your communities forward using the tools we create at European level. So thank you, everyone. I wish I could be there with you, and I'm sure you will have a great regional growth conference. Thanks a lot.
Μου φαίνεται πως αυτό ήταν ένα πολύ καλό.
This was an excellent video for us to start our conversation. As you know, the sector of tourism and of culture and cultural products have been gravely affected by the pandemic. The state has tried to find solutions to this problem, also taking into consideration the gravity of the situation and the emergency of the situation. And this has been a period of thinking, of contemplation, of thinking for the bodies involved. They tried to find new methods to approach the citizens, finding new ways to strengthen their contact with the citizens and with the audience, the public. And of course, there are the people who would like to follow cultural events remotely from a distance. And cultural bodies realize that what they create addresses more people than the ones going to the theaters or to the cultural centers. We hope that COVID will become endemic as of September, and that theaters and cultural centers, cultural sites will soon again be full of public and spectators. And there are some other issues like technology and different types of technology, other forms of technology who are here to stay. And I do hope that all such factors will be strengthened and that they will become vehicles of growth and development. And this is what we're going to be talking about in this panel. We will try to talk about growth through culture. Culture is indeed a vehicle, a tool for growth and development, and we will see where the regions stand, what is the situation in the regions, where we lag behind, and where we can provide state-of-the-art examples. Our first guest panelist, Mr. Nicholas Yatromanolakis, Deputy Minister of Culture and Sports, responsible for contemporary culture. He has an excellent CV. He studied at the John F. Kennedy School of Government and at the Harvard University, and he started as the Secretary General and has evolved into becoming a Deputy Minister. Good afternoon, good evening, Mr. Yatromanolakis. Then Mr. Klapanevas, who has his birthday today, and he will tell us some very interesting things later, and we will have to wish him happy birthday, of course. He is a web designer. He has worked for IBM. He worked for 10 years in IBM and 10 years in Tassos Systems. He has worked with patents, and he is the Vice President of the IDSA in New York as of 2010. Good evening, Mr. Klapanevas. Good evening. I always have my notes here that help me. right next to him, Mr. Vasilis Karamitsanis, who is a lawyer, but he is also president of Anima Syros, and he has been the chair, the director of the board of directors of the National Theatre. And Mr. Nikos Serinakis, who teaches philosophy at the University of London and Oxford. He studied at Warwick and he studied at LSE, the philosophy of social sciences. He is the director of ENA. Welcome, Mr. Kardinankis, as well. Let me start with the Deputy Minister. Mr. Yetromanolakis, you have the floor. Well, like you said, Mr. Hargiolakis, COVID and the pandemic brought a heavy hit on culture, a heavy impact on culture, had major consequences. We couldn't enter our cinemas or theaters, and there has been a grave impact on people working in the field as well. So we tried during the pandemic to be up to the task and to meet the needs that were created and to find ways to support these people by utilizing a series of tools, some of which we had to design overnight, rather in the specific period. Now we have a package of 450 million euros, the investment in the field of tourism during the pandemic. However, the pandemic also showcased some systemic weaknesses of our sector, which remained there for years and years, for whole decades, and we are now trying to solve such issues and manage such issues and bridge such gaps. We don't have the luxury anymore, and we don't even want to hide them, to hide such drawbacks and gaps. A very important issue for culture and people working in the field of culture is a major reform in the insurance issues of the sector that will help people working in the field of culture to be able to actually make ends meet without having to have a second work or a second job, that is. And we are currently designing legislative interventions and a series of incentives so that the people who left the sector of culture and who had to close their books, well, we're trying to bring them back to culture, to the field of culture. But the pandemic also showed us, and you said so yourself earlier, that technology transforms culture. Like all other aspects of our lives, it will never replace physical presence, but it can act in a complementary way. It can make Greek culture more extrovert. It can help culture reach the whole of Greece, and it can also provide innovative solutions to problems that we hadn't faced before the pandemic. And we have an innovative program currently for e-learning in the field of culture. E-learning in dance or in music isn't necessarily easy. You don't really have the tools to do so. But we're currently designing a pilot project to see how to manage, to achieve something like that. Regions can indeed grow through tourism. Culture in Greece has an added value of 3.1% on the national economy. In the pandemic, it's more than the construction sector. Imagine that. However, it hasn't been, that potential hasn't been sufficiently utilized. Right now, we do not have the experience and the know-how and the manpower, the labor force, the manpower in the region and in the regional bodies, which are managed by municipal authorities. So we have certain gaps to bridge there, and we run some programs to bridge such gaps, but we haven't really managed to capture, to perceive the fact that culture is a public good. And this is where we are investing currently. Like craftsmanship is a field of interest, and other actions such as festivals, and Mr. Karamitsanis will talk about this, because there are studies that show that for every euro that we invest in a festival, we get back 3 euros. So this shows a potential that still needs to be utilized. So we need to maximize the possibilities of culture and allow culture to help to strengthen growth. Thank you very much for creating the framework of our debate. I mean, now the local dimension goes beyond local boundaries, and culture is indeed a growth factor. Now let me pass to Mr. Chlabanevas. Thank you very much, Mr. Harkoulakis, and thank you for inviting me to participate in this panel and be with you today. Let me start by saying why I am here. I am here as a member of the Council of the Industrial Designer Society of America. And since we are in Patras, I'm also a citizen of Patras, so I'm also a citizen of the region. Though the fifth generation, though this is not something we need to talk about right now. I want to understand how through innovation and design we are able to translate a vision into action, into reality. I'm a brain gainer, meaning since the pandemic, I thought, let me go back to Greece. And this has been the best thing I did because I have my wife and my son. And I thought, okay, I'll go back to Greece, and what can I do for Greece? What can I do? What can I do for Greece? I have been working in the field for like 20 years. So I thought maybe we can change the concept of design. I mean, if you had to raise your hands to answer, what does design mean? I mean, everybody will give us a different meaning. So what is design? We use the word σχεδιασμός in Greece, σχέδιο, for design. And I'm not a linguist, but like Babiniotis, but I think that we should change it. We shouldn't say you are a designer, you are a maker of products, a maker, a creator. And this is something I'd like to lay emphasis on. And Mrs. Christophidou, the commissioner, spoke about something interesting. She said empowering creators, and she also said that we need to contribute to strengthen European innovation capitals. And this is very, very important to understand how we, all over Greece, can help decentralize so that there are, so that, you know, we can create reasons for people to come to Patras, to go to Tinos, to go to some other islands and places of Greece. To create reasons for their visit. And another thing that I need to say is that Mrs. Koundouri Phoebe said, she spoke about the Green New Deal, the European Green Deal. When we talk about how we can help our country to a great extent, so let me read a brief excerpt of von der Leyen, the President of the European Commission. The Open Green Deal inspires us to go through the Bauhaus movement and follow the movement. It should become a new cultural project for Europe. Every movement has its own form, and this systemic change needs its own aesthetics by combining design and sustainability. The European Union is about to launch a new Bauhaus movement, a space of creativity and innovation where scientists, engineers, students, designers will work together to make the vision a reality. The new European Bauhaus will be the driving force that will bring the new Green Deal
Centered. We'll design a human-centered design.
Into will bring life into the new Green Deal in a creative way, in a human-centered way. It's going to be, it will be based on the aesthetics, and it will render recycling, renewable sources of energy, and neutral. And it also says people need to have the possibility to feel, to see, and to experience the experience of the European Green Deal. Thank you very much. This is very interesting indeed, because it sets a certain level in our discussion. Mr. Karamitsanis, there are lots of issues in regional growth and culture. I think we need to agree that cultural decentralization is indeed an imperative. The first brave effort was made by Melina Mercouri, but it didn't really go on, and we have a centralized cultural field in our country, with most of the things taking place in Athens and Thessaloniki. Other countries have taken more and major steps forward, but we are currently considering ways to overcome this problem. Now, the regional growth. I organize a festival, the Anima Syros, which is an animation festival in Syros. It started very gradually. We wanted to create a festival in a place which wouldn't remind us of the city where we lived on our daily basis. And this festival is now the biggest animation festival in the country and in the broader region. Even in the Eastern Mediterranean, and it takes place in a city with just 11,000 citizens. So cultural decentralization is indeed an imperative, and the country, represented here by the exceptional Deputy Minister, should see to it and should have a long-term strategy. And the Anima Cirrus, the festival, our festival, well, we worked with the municipality. We placed it, we organized it in the period suggested by the municipality in order to extend the tourism period. And we started with a few expenses because we didn't have the funds. We used the social media. We had a profile on Facebook. Now we have a page with more than 20,000 followers. We started in Syros because we wanted to integrate Syros into the map of cultural cities. There are many festivals in Syros. Some of them are international and very, very interesting. And Syros has become more visible because of such initiatives. And I believe that more regional growth will bring more visitors and better visitors to our country. And of course it will create jobs. It is a source of wealth. And all professions in the field of culture will benefit from a decentralized cultural agenda. Maybe, I mean, I do not have the numbers, but maybe you have them. But I mean, I'm sure that the numbers are big when it comes to culture. Let me now pass to a poet. Congratulations on your new poems, on your new anthology. Mr. Rinakis, you have the floor. Thank you very much for the invitation. I will start with a broader thought, a general thought of mine. We are currently facing a period, experiencing a period of crisis. And if compared to the past, it is even more complicated and it lasts a bit longer. There have been many crises in the past, but now, I mean, the current crisis, the environmental crisis, the social crisis, the refugee crisis, the pandemic crisis, the war crisis, and a whole list of crises, and the energy crisis, and so on and so forth. So they last longer and they are interdependent because globalization has lots of positive things, but it also has lots of negative elements. Now, amidst the crisis, what is the role of culture? An argument or an example that I often use when teaching at the university is that all major cultural and art movements were born in between two world wars. And I'm going to sound ordinary and common. I'm going to sound repetitive, but somehow we keep repeating what was born back then in the 40s. And why am I saying so? Because in such a difficult conjuncture, with all the things that happen, culture has lots of roles to play, but also the possibility, the capacity rather, through the various forms of arts and the figurative arts and poetry and the cinema, it has the capacity to identify in a very special way the problems and also act prophetically in a way, even before they manifest at a macroeconomic level. And you know, sometimes we have to pay more attention to culture, and listen to culture a bit more. Certain things that Greece experiences now could have been traced in culture in the past, in previous decades, and then a culture also provides answers and proposals and ideas as to how to escape such crises and overcome such crises. And this is what we need to promote and to become even more practical. For example, we need a national strategy for culture. We have a national strategy for growth for many different sectors, but we've never had an integrated national strategy for culture like other countries, like France, for example, and other countries. So, how can we trace all the creators of who have identified the elements of the crisis, and in their creation, how can we find the answers? Because we could find certain answers. So how can culture act in a social way, and thus create growth and also help strengthen the economy? Thank you very, very, very much. We're going to talk about this issue of national strategy in the second round, and then you're going to say more things about that. Minister, we've spoken about growth, about tourism. We've seen a best practice, Anima Syros. Syros is an island with cultural roots. What do we lack? What should change so that culture becomes a growth tool? Let me start by saying,
start by the national strategy. Here we've had two absences. We didn't have a national strategy and we didn't have a local strategy for each area. The good news is that we have already formed that. So we have made some planning till 2030, and currently one of the pilot programs that are starting now within the framework of recovery plan and Eastern Mediterranean islands and Macedonia, what we name a master plan for culture. We have integrated 4 such plans for each town. This is something that was missing, and I believe that both are needed because the national strategy sets some general targets that have to do with hard numbers. That is something we don't like at the Ministry of Culture. Hard numbers are not pleasant, but on the other hand, they show how we're truly doing. So, about that, let me go to what Mr. Karamtsanis said. The investment that the state has to make on culture and regions. I fully endorse what you say. There had started when Mr. Thanos Mikrotikos was on the leading position, saying that something very successful was Kalamata. Kalamata built its cultural profile around dancing. So there's this international dance festival in Kalamata. Currently, we're also planning this in other towns. So let me give you an example in which we're heavily investing now. It's the town of Drama. Drama has a very significant festival of short films, and we're building on it. We want to make a cinema school there. We want to create motives in order to bring businesses having to do with the audiovisual and to invest in drama. We want to boost the festival factor, This is something we want to do throughout the region with different tools. Manufacturing, handmade manufacturing is something that we'll do. We want to train people of culture, and I believe that we're going to add a pan-Hellenic dimension to all of this. Apart from that, what we're talking about here does not only concern creators and artists. Having a nation that is creative and having this creation coming up as a result through culture and everyday economy. Think of cars. Cars transfer us from point A to point B. Why do we have so many different cars? Why do we choose in general on the basis of design, of what we like, what we need? We need aesthetics in our life, our day-to-day life. So the more we ignore it, the greater the problem is. This is why we see the issue of new Bauhaus. And let us not forget the switch off the power. This is a movement. This is a movement to which we have adopted our culture. And this is something that the European Commission has acknowledged.
Η παρόμοια ερώτηση. Τι μας λείπει, τι πρέπει να αλλάξει.
What do we say, and how is the culture going to be the body of development? We could be talking about it for days and days and days. We have 16 minutes, 34 seconds. Please do not spend all these 16 minutes. We have another 2 speakers. I will start from where the minister left it. The word tool is very significant. Due to the experience I've had abroad, and by performing true projects with true clients in that area, we use design as a true tool. It's not about making a beautiful thing or not. We upgrade. There are many people saying that we have small design with an uppercase or lowercase. With a capital case, it's cultural design being used as a tool of entrepreneurship in order to solve great problems. So through culture, through modern culture, we see what we can give beyond that. Second, what do we lack? How can we upgrade the level of design? What is very important is to create a platform on which we shall have a program that will be able to be implemented throughout the region. And because I have just come back from Greece after 20 years, I remember some words that we used to say. Greece is not just Athens. I don't know whether you still use it or not. We can create possibilities, as the Deputy Minister said, with specific examples. We can go to specific places. Why should we visit southern Greece, Crete? But having a platform, we could develop things and take them one step further. And I will shall I close my presentation with what should change? What does design mean to us? I'll give you an example where the head of designers of Google says that many people claim that design means to beautify things. And truly, Design means resolving problems for humanity. This is Ivy Ross of Google Hardware. We could be talking about it for days, and I'll stop it there. Let me tell you that we're still saying that Greece is not just Athens. This is why we're here, in order to prove it. And of course, we can go further and further, not far, far away. Mr. Kamitsanis, what do we lack? How can we change it? How can we make civilization a platform of development? Mr. Harkolakis, allow me to show what we've had in terms of positive developments and how we could use this as a springboard for further development. Yes, I've always liked people who start on a positive note. Yeah, I do therapy, and my psychologist says that I have a persistence on a positive side. Okay, an assumption is that culture had an issue of being one and only. Of course, culture leaves lots of space for subjectivity. The whole operation of culture, without being dependent on the state, had lots of favoritism. Despite that, one sector was in competition with another. I'll start with something that was initiated by the previous government and still continues. Foreign Ministry, Ministry of Digital Governance, did not talk to each other, but now all of them are together along with the Ministry of Tourism. Imagine that for years, the Cannes Film Festival used to have 2 different kiosks. Now, with the support of 3 ministries, we're all together. This is so positive, and this positive development could be integrated within the framework of a strategy that would be mid-long term, that would be exceeding the term of a government, because a next government Mr. Yatromanolakis might not be there, but what this minister has fought for and what has been performed by previous ministers must not stop. On the contrary, it must continue. Second issue, currently state culture, that is to say, operators and producers of culture are many, many. The largest cultural product is produced by state producers. They do not know what it's like for some company, privately owned company, to go bankrupt. So this is something that you can find in the current government. They are looking for public and private partnerships. If private initiative is boosted in culture, things will go so much further. I know that this might sound very bad to some people, but since we can develop so much, and since we are within the Western bloc of countries, this is where everyone is moving towards. And the third point, where I believe Greece has taken very significant steps, is that people who come from the market, like Nicholas Yatromanolakis, and people who were not just politicians and they found themselves as dentists or lawyers. They were politicians. Why am I saying this? Nicholas Yatromanolakis' decision influences my sector, and it influences many, many more people than those that live close to national government. Let us not forget that everyone pays the same tax coefficient, no matter where they live. I liked what you said about the matter of habit. This is something that it is a dream for many, many people. And we must really acknowledge what positives have, what positive steps have been taken by a government or not. Okay, Mr. Karamitsanis. Okay, we insist on the word development, growth, but not just getting bigger, but more collectively and at many different levels, meaning creativity, and how taking it from where I started earlier, within the framework of artistic practice, answers and dimensions can be given so as to renew our moral value framework and have new ideas or have them transformed so as to provide new ideas to other fields. And, of course, within the framework of collaboration and a collaboration between different forms of art, between private and public sector, and not fear hybrid formations, that is to say, have a collaboration with between poets, performers, or musicians, or having private sector contribute, getting into different dimensions, perhaps collaboration of artistic practice with specific significant scientific discoveries. We're experiencing this digital transformation. Let's not get into the discussion of metaverse, and so on and so forth. We must go forward, and we must be shown new ways of development, new itineraries that will be helping financially and morally. But let's not forget the great fantastic challenges that we have, while not forgetting that art has provided for utopias and dystopias. And this could be a further targeting within the framework of a national strategy that will soon become supranational. Why not in a country that has a long tradition in pondering philosophy? And I still believe we can operate in a hybrid way and have a democratic development of our culture. And just a word about employment. In another occasion, we had talked about the sensitivity or the awareness about artists and how some experimental procedures could work. For instance, not just dole of unemployment, but funding employment so that more people will have a feeling that they can live following artistic, cultural practice they would have wanted in order to get away from this dimension that suggests, yes, I'll have to do something else to make a living, and in my free time, I will do something I like. Okay, we have 4 minutes, and I'll give you 1 minute to each, and I will change the the turns. For 1 minute, describe me something that you have dreamt of, you have seen elsewhere, an institution or a practice. Please describe it and how we could do it in Greece. But can you do this in Greece?
I will tell you a word, cooperation, one word, cooperation. 3 examples. IBM, I worked in IBM for almost 10 years. They hired 2,000 designers and they put them everywhere in the business, in the company. And then the ancient philosophers, there is a need to change deductive mind, inductive mind, abductive mind. There's a need to change the way we think, our forma mentis. Creators have abductive minds. And then one third thing, an example of a think tank that exists in the States, it's called Blunderbuss. It is a studio, a laboratory, and there is a gallery in it for musicians. There are offices and there are places for amusement, and do you know where it is located? In Bozeman, Montana.
Κύριε Καραμιτσάν, ίδια ερώτηση.
Places for leisure, yes, spaces for leisure. Can you repeat the question, please? Yes. Something that you've dreamt of, something that could happen in Greece, something that you've seen elsewhere. I'll give you 3 examples. We're talking about culture, a culture that should see the cooperation, the participation of more women, because look, we're only men in this panel. We tried, but it was not possible then. Secondly, the third city of Greece, Patras, should have an institution, a stable cultural institution with the initiative of the state or with the support of the state or the private sector. And then thirdly, initiatives like Acropole, for example, which capitalize on what the public and the private sector do, thus creating a completely different image for our country. Well, this is a dream that can become true soon. In the short run. Mr. Renakis, well, I could dream more centers in the country, decentralized, and but also in Attica, that would function in a hybrid way, that would become hubs of the cultural field, giving space to all types of arts, and the scientific approach and philosophy. So the arts, the image, the speech, coexisting all together to produce proposals, produce practical proposals. Minister, well, I have the honor and the pleasure to be in a position that gives me the opportunity to try to implement what I dream of, and like the Acropole, the cultural master plan, and so on and so forth. However, what I would mostly want, there are 4 things: better coordination, inclusion in all meanings and forms, in terms of gender, sex, orientation, age groups, tendencies, and cooperation and more funds for culture. I feel and I think that we all agree that we need more culture, that we need more interoperability, and we need more cooperation and a better coordination. It wasn't our fault that there are no women in the panel. We really wanted to have more women, and next time I promise that I will create a panel with just ladies. Thank you very much.
Τα ξέρω, είμαι από τους αδερφούς. Είναι 5, εκεί ήξερα την Κυριακή Παρίσι, από το φόρο μου τελειώσα.
Πάρα πολύ ωραία.
Ωραία. 1, 2, 1. Phantom Power. 1, 2, 1. 3, 4, τεστ. 1, 1. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 1, τεστ, τεστ. 3, 4, τεστ. Τεστ, τεστ. Τεστ, τεστ. 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 3, 1. 1, 2, 1. 1. 3, 4, τεστ. Τεστ. 1, 2, τεστ, 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 τεστ. Ένα, δύο. Είμαστε εντάξει. Τεστ. Ένα, δύο.
Εγώ μιλάω δυνατά, οπότε δεν έχουμε πρόβλημα ακουστικής.
Δεν χρειάζεστε ακουστικό. Μόνο να τηρήσουμε τον χρόνο, τα γνωρίζετε πάρα πολύ.
Τα ξέρω, θα τα κόψουν. Πού είναι ο χρόνος?
Εκεί που έχει το τάξη, θα μπει ο χρόνος.
Επειδή μας μένουν μόνο 10 λεπτά, νομίζω ότι πρέπει να αρχίσουμε.
And because we're left with just 10 minutes, I believe we should start.
Και όταν δείτε το πάνελ και το πρόσωπό σας, ξεκινάει
η καταμέτρηση. Καλησπέρα σας. Επιτρέψτε μου καταρχήν να παρουσιαστώ.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Alexandros Malias. I'm an ambassador. Well, a pensioner. I have studied economics and maths. I was an ambassador of Greece in Washington. I'm a retired ambassador. And I have chosen to talk about, rather I have chosen to talk in a language that can't be translated. So those of you who expect to hear Greek will be disappointed, and those who will expect to hear English will be disappointed, and people who expect to be able to translate what I'm going to say will be disappointed. So,
a speech that will be including, like the late Mr. Zolotas had done, as many Greek words, Greek origin words as possible.
Our logos and our praxis. Antagonism. The Hellenic lexicon may provide the exegesis and the autopsy of today's ecumenical ataxia. They fully characterize the symptoms of asthenia, asphyxia, and astaticism of our cosmos, our economic, political, and security systems. The ecumenical crisis immunization system is elliptic. The pentarchy, the 5 permanent members of the Security Council,
τα 5 μόνιμα μέλη του Συμβουλίου Ασφαλείας, η πολεμική, η ανταγωνιστική πολιτική και η κατάχρηση του βέτο, για παράδειγμα η συμπεριφορά της Ρωσίας, είναι η βάση των κακών που αντιμετωπίζουμε σε παγκόσμιο επίπεδο. Μια τραγωδία, μια καταστροφή στην Ουκρανία. Υπάρχει μια ανθρώπινη τραγωδία και μια καταστροφή η οποία είναι σε εξέλιξη. Αυτή η όρη είναι η επιτομή της πολιτικής παράνοιας, της αναχρονιστικής πολεμικής και των πραγματικά καταστροφικών και νοσηρών πολιτικών. Είναι επεισόδια δεσποτικών αποφάσεων και αυταρχικών ηγετών. Και η απουσία ανθρωποκεντρικών πολιτικών και η χρήση του πολέμου και η αποσιώπηση πρακτικών εθνικής κάθαρσης δεν θα είναι ποτέ, δεν θα πρέπει να είναι ποτέ ο κανόνας. Είναι οι αποστάτες. Είναι η απόφυση της οικουμενικής νομολογίας και του οργανωμένου πολιτικού συστήματος. Οι αντισυστημικοί αρχιτέκτονες και οι πρωταγωνιστές αυτής της πολιτικής αταξίας αποφάσισαν να προβούν σε πράξεις που προκάλεσαν μία σύψη πολιτική, κοινωνική και το οργανωμένο πολιτικό σύστημα απέτυχε να λάβει υπόψη την...
Mariupolis in Ukraine is synonymous to tragedy. This results from autocratic political fanaticism and is about expanding the spheres of energy, economics, geopolitics, and the diaresis or dichotomy of edaphic zones. Strategy, synergy. We need now a kinesis of political symphony and apophasis, a holistic strategy to be cemented on a pan-ethnic, economic, and political synergies program. Now is the chronos for the antistrophe of the chorus of priorities. This strategy asks for European synergies. Synergies imply that our synchronized praxis have a greater total effect than the atheresis of their autonomous effects. Mega and meta policies. Meta is the dogma we now use to analyze economic and political episodes affecting our polis and ecumeny. Meta is the algorithm to solve modern problems and mysteries. It is the basic element of and for their analysis. The ecumenical as well as the polis practices and policies need to think and act in mega terms if we want to avert mega tragedies. Harmony per se will not fix mechanically or automatically the ecumenical chaos. Restoring the politics and economics of metron, of Aristotelian metron, with anthropocentric policies as their basis is today the absolute necessity. I expect that politics and politicians at ecos, at ecosystem, at polis system, and at ecumenical πεδίων will put politis at the center of politics. Politics are synonymous to idiocy if they just serve the interests of politicians. This is my fifth and last point. Symmetry. If symmetry is not restored at ecos and polis, the anastrophe of the ecumenical system will remain an exercise in futility. The olon is the synthesis of the individual atoms. The same thesis stands the other way around. When the olon degenerates, the atoms are dispersed in ataxia. I apologize by emphasizing that I always repeat it. Restoring symmetry, political geometry, and ethical harmony as the theme of the anthropocentric ecumenical system is the mega-proclisis of our meta-epoch. Archons of politics, economics, σκέψης and επιστήμη. I'm ευγνώμων for granting me the pronomion to synergize with the Patras Periphery Symposium. Σας ευχαριστώ πολύ.
you.